Playing the Devil's Music, the D.I. Stella Cole Thrillers, Book 8, written by Andy Maslen, narrated by Joanna Lee. 1. Stockholm 4 months earlier. The party was into its second hour. They were celebrating closing a case, a gangland hit, and then the murder squad's door opened. As heads turned, the murmur of disgusted voices rippled beneath the disco beat issuing from a sound system someone had borrowed from the media briefing centre. Stella looked up as Nicodemus Olsen entered the press of bodies. His entrance was as unwelcome as it was unexpected, for who would invite the head of Afdelningen för Särskilda Utredningar, the Special Investigations Division, aka Internal Affairs, aka the Rat Squad, to a detectives' party? The atmosphere dimmed perceptibly, the way a spring day in Stockholm could be rendered winter again as lowering storm clouds obscured the sun. But Nick, thin of frame, clean of jaw, eyes burning with the zeal of a medieval witchfinder, could withstand much greater forces than those ranged against him now. His thin lips curved into a smile as he made his way to the drinks table, actually 2 desks cleared of paperwork and pushed against the wall. He cracked the tab on a can of Diet Coke, took a cautious sip, as if even a sugar-free drink might offer him too much pleasure, then threaded his way to where Stella was standing. She had been talking to Jonna, her friend and assistant, but Jonna had been whisked off to dance by a younger detective. Mickey Gustafsson was new, a replacement for a once promising young detective named Tilda. Mickey, bless him, hadn't worked out that Jonna was gay. Stella grinned as she watched him trying his best moves on her assistant, who favoured Stella with a wink over Mickey's shoulder. Standing just a little too close, Nick looked down at Stella. He shifted his gaze to the can of lager in her right hand. "You're enjoying the party, I see." From any other officer in the station, the remark would have been a harmless observation, to be taken at face value. They might be holding a bottle themselves or a shot glass brimming with aquavit. But from Nick, the nearest thing the SPA had to a bona fide Puritan, the simple 6-word sentence was freighted with layer upon layer of meaning, none of it pleasant. "You've been drinking alcohol on SPA property. Not an offence, but a lapse in judgment. Maybe you have a problem with drink. Don't worry, a lot of officers do. I myself prefer to keep a clear head." "Because I'm a moralising prick with a broomstick up his arse." Stella grinned. Oops, that last thought most certainly wasn't Nick's. She nodded at the silver can in his smooth pink-skinned hand with its perfectly manicured nails. "You want to go easy on those, Nick?" she said, irritated that her voice was slurring just a little. "I read somewhere that those artificial sweeteners give you cancer." He sniffed, then leaned closer until his face was so close to hers she could see the individual pores on his sharp-ridged nose. "I know what you think, Stella. You're the golden girl, or what do they call you? The queen of weirdness. Fluent in Swedish, a star detective. We're lucky to have you, all that. You think your clearance rate means you're armor-plated, that your past won't catch up with you. But believe me when I say that I am looking very closely at you." He sipped from his can of Diet Coke. "Roisin Griffin didn't come all this way on some hunch. I've been talking to some people in London, and I am starting to piece together a very disturbing picture of certain events that happened before you left." At the mention of Roisin's name, it was Stella's turn to recoil. The Northern Irish detective inspector had been a member of her team at the Met. Talented, hard-working, but ultimately overambitious, and finally corrupt, selling information on cases to a sleazy reporter from The Sun to further her career and damage Stella's. It hadn't worked, and in the end, Roisin's envy had cost her her life. Nick closed the gap once more, backing Stella against her own desk. His eyes burned. "I already told you about Roche," Stella stammered. "She was obsessed." Nick pushed his face into hers. "Do you know what Franz Kafka said about obsession, Stella?" he hissed. "He said, don't bend, don't water it down, don't try to make it logical, don't edit your own soul according to the fashion. Rather, follow your most intense obsessions mercilessly." "I think that's what Roisin was doing, and I intend to discover where her obsession would have taken her." "Go to hell, Nick," she snapped, pushing him away from her. "Oh, I see. We're back to using violence, are we?" he said over loud, so that a few nearby cops turned their heads to see who was getting into it. "Well, maybe you've had too much to drink. We don't want to fall back into our old ways, do we?" So, he dug up her old medical records. Bastard. She had to bite down a caustic reply threatening to burst free from her lips. If Nick had left it there, the evening might have ended more or less peaceably. Just a bunch of very drunk cops spilling out of SPA headquarters onto Kongsholmsgatan, heading for a curry house or a bar. But Nick, even more than Roisin, was not one to rule his obsessions. He let them rule him. Knelt before them, a willing servant before his master. "It's not your fault," he said more emolliently. "I mean, losing your husband and baby daughter to a hit and run. Well," he smiled unpleasantly, "that would be enough to turn anyone away from righteousness. I suppose we should be grateful that this time it's only alcohol you're abusing, and not pills." Stella was not conscious of reaching to her right. Her hands were already flat on the desk behind her, supporting her as she leaned backwards to avoid having to inhale Nick's signature scent, soap and sanctimony. It would feel later, as she replayed the events in her head, that her hand had moved of its own volition. Either way, it came up, gripping a pistol. As time slowed down, troubling thoughts chased each other through Stella's head. Was it wise to point a gun at an assistant police commissioner? Probably not. No, strike that. Most definitely, assuredly not. And if said APC was Nick Olsen, make that a bank of red lights, accompanied by blaring sirens and a blue and white striped barrier pole clanging down into a steel support. With a feeling of unreality, heightened by the cans of Oppigerd's grim lager she'd consumed, Stella considered Nick's face. Disfigured by a flinch so total, every feature seemed to be screaming at its neighbour to get out of the way. Jonna was there, hands upraised. "Stella, put the gun down!" Her expression, mouth open, blue eyes wide, was enough to shock Stella back into herself again. She'd been ready to shoot Nick in the face. Or had she? Her finger lay alongside the trigger guard, not curled round the trigger itself. Yeah, because that excuse would fly. She'd broken a cardinal rule of gun safety. Seized with a fit of shaking, she lowered her arm and let Jonna uncurl her fingers from the pistol's grip. With the gun safe in her friend's hands, Stella collapsed back against the desk. Her legs were trembling, and sparks were flying round the periphery of her vision. Nobody spoke. Taylor Swift still blared from a speaker until someone snapped off the music. And then a triumphant smirk on his face, into which the colour had returned. Nicodemus Olsen, Assistant Police Commissioner and head of the Rat Squad, arrested Stella. 2. Stella slept fitfully, her cop shop evening meal of brown bread and smoked herring sitting uneasily in her stomach. And now it was morning. What the fuck had she done? In some ways it would have been nice if she'd been so drunk, so paralytically, catastrophically drunk, that she had no memory of the party. But sadly, she could remember every damn second. The evening split cleanly into two halves. The half where she was bantering with Jonna and Oscar, telling him he ought to invest in a new wardrobe, and then abruptly separated by that moment of madness. The half in which she'd shoved her service weapon into Nick Olsen's face. This was it. No way she could style this out. Claim it was banter that got out of hand, or a simmering rivalry under which alcohol had turned the heat up. For a start, Nick wasn't drinking. He never drank. And more seriously, banter that got out of hand was supposed to result, if anything, in some overripe language. Drinks being hurled into faces, maybe even a few wild punches being swung. Not sticking a gun into a senior officer's mug. Oh, God. She'd be kicked off the force at the very least. Probably prosecuted. She knew the Swedish penal code as well as Nick, and there were plenty of ways he could use it. And after being convicted, she'd be deported. There'd be no way she'd get her old job back. Not to mention the slight problem of her having been exiled by none other than the British Prime Minister, Gemma Dowding. Disaster. The lock clanked. Filling the doorway was a short, barrel-chested man. One of the custody officers. His name was Erno Jakobsen, but everyone called him Eeyore because of his lugubrious manner and long, sad face. He beckoned her out. "They want you upstairs, Stella." His voice was filled with compassion. Suddenly, she wanted to cry. She fought back the tears. On the way up the stairs, Eeyore turned his head. "Pity you didn't pull the trigger. You'd have done us all a favour." His attempt to lighten her spirits brought a brief smile to her face. But the weight of sadness and the anxiety of what was about to happen forced it from her lips as soon as it arrived. Erno displayed more compassion by leading her through a back corridor to reach Marlin's office. The alternative was making the walk of shame down the main hallway where she was guaranteed to meet dozens of her colleagues. He nodded to her just outside Marlin's door. "Good luck." He knocked, pushed the door open and nudged Stella over the threshold before retreating to his subterranean territory. Stella was breathing shallowly and much too fast. She felt lightheaded, and her eyes were full of white sparks that wormed and twinkled everywhere she looked. She swayed, and for a horrifying moment thought she was going to faint. Marlin saved her. "Come and sit down, Stella," she said from her seat at the round conference table. Her voice was firm. Not angry, or not so Stella could tell. But that was the thing with Marlin, why she was such an effective leader. Whereas other senior officers would blare and bluster, believing that volume equated to authority, Marlin was more like a headmistress you desperately wanted to please. When you failed her, the mood was one of profound disappointment. The lowered voice somehow 10 times more devastating than the loudest yell. Stella sat. Marlin held up a hand. "Wait. I've asked someone else to join us." Stella whirled around in her chair. "It's not Nick, is it? You can't have him here. He's got it in for me." Marlin's response was eloquent and yet understated. She arched one eyebrow. "He's got it in for you. The way he explained it to me, he was engaging you in conversation, and the next thing he knew, you'd drawn your service weapon. I can explain. I'm sure you can. But since Nick was both the victim and the arresting officer, I want him here. She depressed a button on the sleek wooden intercom unit on her desk. Sophia, would you call Nick and ask him to join us, please? Clearly Nick had been primed and waiting. He entered the office less than a minute later. He glanced down at Stella before drawing up a chair and sitting opposite her. He looked every inch the victor in the simmering war between them. Nothing as overt as a smirk now, not in front of Maslen. Nick had his emotions well under control, but she sensed it. Something about his posture, which was maybe just a shade more relaxed than normal, as if he already knew he'd won. Maslen clasped her hands in front of her, on top of a single sheet of paper, a typed-up arrest form. She looked first at Nick, then at Stella. I have called this meeting because of the unusual circumstances. Nick, you know I feel I should have been called as soon as you arrested Stella. I have read your report. Now I want to hear both of you tell me in your own words what happened. Stella opened her mouth. Maslen held up a hand again. Nick first. Then you'll have your chance to explain yourself. Nick leaned forwards, his elbows on the table, his fingers interlaced under his chin. An unusually coquettish pose for such a morally rigid police officer. I thought I would offer a colleague my congratulations on the case she had just solved. Well, she and her team, of course. I noticed she had been drinking. It was a wrap-up party. Stella jerked forwards, causing Nick to recoil somewhat theatrically. Of course I was drinking. Stella, please, Maslen said more sharply now. Nick looked at Maslen as if to say, You see what I mean? Out of control as usual. I noticed she had been drinking heavily. She was flushed, slurring. Out of nowhere, she drew her service weapon, as I said in my report, and pointed it directly at me. He stared at Stella as he continued speaking. A look of smug confidence infused his features. This is clearly an offence under Section 5 of the Swedish Penal Code, specifically— Thank you, Nick. I know the code. I don't need you quoting the law at me, Maslen said. But the head of the rat squad wasn't to be put off. Now it was his turn to hold up an admonitory hand, like an overzealous traffic cop. Stella made an unlawful threat, putting me in fear for the safety of my person. Since she employed a weapon, specifically a firearm, the offence was in legal terms gross. Thankfully, Jonna Karlsson, with no regard for her own safety, intervened and was able to disarm Stella, at which point I arrested her. Maslen had been making notes as Nick spoke. Now she turned to Stella. How do you respond to Nick's account? Stella's chest was heaving. She'd been struggling to maintain her cool as Nick's lies dripped from his lips. She inhaled deeply and let the air out in a hiss. Parts of Nick's story are true, she began, angry that her voice was still trembling. Yes, I had been drinking. Yes, he did come over to talk to me. And yes, I did pick up a pistol. And I am ashamed to say that I did point it at him. I told you, Nick said. But Nick's account is inaccurate on a number of material points. Stella tapped the table. 1. I had not been drinking heavily. Just a few cans of Oppigurds. They took my blood alcohol level last night. You can check the results. 2. Nick didn't offer me or my team congratulations. I guess thanking honest cops for their hard work would have stuck in his throat. Instead, what he did was first to insinuate I was drunk. Then he threatened me with these wild accusations of supposed misconduct when I was at the Met. He was invading my personal space and making me feel unsafe, so I pushed him away from me. Stella had her breathing under control again, and the look in Nick's eyes told her she was landing punches. Finally, and not for the first time. He referred in derogatory terms to the effect the deaths of my husband and my baby daughter had on me. He also made reference to my medical records, which, as you know, are confidential under British and Swedish law, so I have no idea how he got hold of them. That's when I picked up my service weapon. I didn't draw it, by the way. It was on my desk. Which in itself was dangerous, Nick said. No, it wasn't. It was unloaded. Nick pounced. Really? Because, as you ought to know, Stella, the 2012 regulations change required Swedish police officers to carry their pistols loaded with a round in the chamber. No, Nick. The regs permit. They don't require. In any case, I personally prefer not to take any kinds of risks, so I always unload my pistol and put the magazine in my desk drawer. Maslen held up a hand for silence. We are not here to discuss SPA firearms regulations. Now, you, Nick, have made serious allegations against Stella, but she has directly contradicted some of your testimony. Were there any witnesses to what was said between you? No, Nick said. He made sure of it, Stella said. Quiet, please, Stella! Shit the devil, do I have to get a talking stick from the creche to keep you two under control? The image of Nick bouncing in his seat, holding up his hand to be given a gaily painted wooden stick, allowing him to talk, was too much. Stella laughed, then, wide-eyed with shock, clapped a hand over her mouth. I am sorry, are you finding all this funny? Maslen asked. Because I am not. You are under arrest because you pointed your service weapon at Nick. This is no laughing matter. No, I know. I'm sorry, Maslen, and she cleared her throat, then forced an unwilling head to rotate until she was looking directly at her accuser. And Nick, I'm sorry for what I did. It must have been a terrible fright. He inclined his head. It was. But please don't imagine an apology is going to change the substance of this matter. Maslen, I want to talk to the prosecutor about having Stella charged. Stella felt a disorientating sense of vertigo. Everything she'd worked for was dangling over a precipice, kept aloft by the thinnest of threads, around which Nick was closing a pair of razor-sharp shears. Hold on, Nick. Let's put the bridle on the horse before we send it out to race, Maslen said, employing a Swedish saying Stella hadn't heard before. Did you threaten to investigate Stella over things she is supposed to have done while in England? Nick couldn't meet her eye. Well, And did you also refer to confidential health matters contained in Stella's medical records? Look, Maslen, this isn't the issue. She pointed an unloaded pistol at you, yes, and she has admitted that. So? So what? Did you, or did you not, refer to Stella's confidential medical records? Look, I really don't see what this has to do with the charge of making gross unlawful threats. Maslen eyed him beadily, her lips a thin line. At the moment, there are no charges. Did you talk about Stella's family? He hesitated, and in that moment, Stella felt the ground firming beneath her feet. It was going to be okay. Maslen believed her. Nick shook his head. No, absolutely not. I wouldn't. I know how traumatic her loss was. I wouldn't be so insensitive. Stella jumped to her feet. Liar! She shouted. She pointed a finger at him, and this time, if it had been curled around a 6 hours trigger, there was no doubt in her mind what she would have done. You fucking liar! Stella, please, sit down. Marlene's eyes were flashing dangerously. Stella complied, her chest feeling light and fluttery. Nick smiled. You see, Maslen, as I said, she is unstable and clearly has anger management issues. And when she is off the force, perhaps she can arrange for some therapy, or maybe the SPA itself can help an ex-officer with what is evidently a serious mental health issue. Maslen placed her palms flat on the table. She looked at the sheet of notes in front of her, then back at Stella, then at Nick. She opened her mouth to speak. In view of the seriousness, there was a knock at the door. And then Jonna strode into the office, her heart-shaped face pale but with a flash of defiance in her eyes. Maslen, I have something to say. I know this is supposed to be a private meeting, but I believe Assistant Commissioner Olsen may be making false testimony. Nick was on his feet. This is outrageous. Yes, Inspector Carlson, this is indeed a private meeting. You have no right barging in. I suggest you leave at once before your actions result in unpleasant consequences. Jonna didn't move. She folded her arms across her chest. In the shadow of her jawline, a blood vessel pulsed. Stella counted the beats. Jonna's pulse was racing. Maslen, please. I had to come. You have to listen to me. Maslen said nothing for a full minute. To Stella, it might have been an hour. Then she inclined her head, just as Nick had done a few minutes earlier. She pointed to the third chair at the table. 3. Jonna gave Stella the briefest of glances, then faced Maslen, waiting to be invited to speak. Stella admired her friend's self-control, felt keenly her own lack in this department. What was Jonna going to say? How could she possibly pull Stella's chestnuts out of the fire? Right now she needed more than a character witness. Maslen smiled at her subordinate. You'd better tell us what was so important you gate-crashed a private meeting. Jonna nodded and gasped in a short breath. Last night I was dancing with Mickey. Then after the track ended, I went over to offer to fetch Stella another beer. But it was clear she and Nick were having some sort of argument. I hung back a little, but I could still hear everything, even though I don't think either of them was aware I was still there. Then he said something super provocative, and that was when Stella— she glanced sideways at Stella. Well, that was when she picked up her pistol. Stella felt a surge of love for Jonna. She'd heard it all. She looked at Nick. His face had paled. He was chewing his lower lip. Did you hear what he said, Jonna? Maslen asked. And I mean exactly what he said. The room went totally silent for a count of 5. Jonna stared at Nick. Yes. Then please tell us what you heard. Jonna cleared her throat. First of all, I want to say that it was so outrageous, I went and wrote it down straight afterwards, after Nick arrested Stella, I mean. She pulled a notebook from her pocket and opened it. In her hyper-alert state, Stella could see the herringbone pattern of the woven tape bookmark. He said, losing your husband and baby daughter to a hit and run would be enough to turn anyone away from righteousness. I suppose we should be grateful that this time it's only alcohol you're abusing and not pills. Jonna closed the notebook. Her face an unreadable mask, Maslen turned to her right. Nick? He shrugged, folded his arms, then uncrossed them and locked his fingers together in front of him. His jaw muscles were bunching under the close-shaved skin of his cheeks, but his mouth was a straight line. Finally, he worked his lips loose. Yes, well, my memory is hazy. Stress, you know. Maybe I did mention Stella's family. Though a moment ago your memory seemed quite clear when you denied it, and you referred to confidential details of her medical history, meaning, presumably, that you did find a way to access her medical records. His face screwed up, as if his guts were griping. Look, none of this is relevant, he blurted. She pointed a goddamn pistol in my face. I could have been killed. With an unloaded gun? All right, I believed I could have been killed. Maslen turned to Jonna. Thank you, Yonna. That will be all. As Yonna got up, Maslen held out her hand. Leave the notebook, please. Once it was only the three of them in Marlin's office again, she spoke. Well, what do I do now? Nick, you lied to my face about your encounter with Stella, but Stella, you still drew down on a fellow officer. That was unforgivable. Exactly, said Nick, which is why Marlin's temper, tamped down throughout the entire meeting, finally flared up. For the devil in hell, Nick, shut up! Stella, I am releasing you from custody. Nick opened his mouth, unwisely, in Stella's opinion. Maslen cut him off. If a single syllable comes out of your mouth, I will shoot you myself. It's clear to me that you deliberately provoked Stella. If all she'd done was give you a bloody nose or knocked a tooth loose, we wouldn't even be having this meeting. But the fact that you, Stella, pulled a gun on him makes this impossible to ignore. I'm putting you on administrative leave without pay for a week, while I figure out what the hell I'm going to do. Get changed, collect your things and go home. And do not speak to anyone on your way out, especially not Yonna. Nick, I hear you loud and clear, and I will take appropriate action to punish Stella. That's it. Nick shot to his feet, 2 spots of colour blooming high on his angular cheekbones. You can't do this. I'll take it to Agnes. Now both of Marlin's neatly plucked eyebrows ascended towards her hairline. Really? You'd bother the National Police Chief with this? I'd say it would be a 50-50 call on who she'd throw the book at. But do what you think you have to. Maslen began shuffling her papers together into a neat pile. Now, if you will both excuse me, I have some actual work to do, maintaining at least a semblance of law and order in Stockholm. Stella thanked Maslen and skirted the table to leave the office before Nick. He was bluffing about going to the chief. He committed at least one offence himself, and she knew what it would cost him to be exposed as a liar. His entire image was built on being a pillar of moral rectitude. Doing as she'd been ordered, she collected a few things from her desk and went home. Inside her apartment, she poured a glass of wine, then caught sight of the time, 10:15 a.m., and immediately tipped it down the sink. Instead, she headed for the bathroom, stripped off her clothes and stepped under a scalding hot shower where she stayed until the water ran cold. 5 minutes later, she was running down to the waterside, ignoring her muscles' plea to take it easy until her heart and lungs had adjusted, pushing herself harder and harder until she was flying alongside the river, the wind pulling water from the corners of her eyes and then immediately drying them. What the hell had she done? And what kind of punishment would Maslen impose? She was neither a sadist nor a dictator, but she was going to have to do something serious, if for no other reason than to buy off Nick Olsen. A sarcastic voice in her head piped up. Maybe you should get fitted for a traffic uniform over the weekend, babe. She blanked it out. It was only her subconscious adopting that hated persona to make her feel worse. That's what she told herself. 4. The weekend passed in a slow-moving parade of dull domestic tasks Stella floated through as if semi-conscious. By Monday, she resolved to shake herself out of the torpor into which she'd sunken. No way was she going to let this drag her any further down. Stella had just finished loading her breakfast things into the dishwasher when the doorbell rang. She pressed the intercom button. Hello? Stella? It's Maslen. Her stomach knotting, Stella thumbed the door release button. She put the kettle on and began spooning ground coffee into her cafetiere. The first scoopful caught on the edge of the glass container and scattered the fine brown powder over the work surface. She swore and reached for a cloth, caught her shirt sleeve on the tap and heard the rip as she tore the cuff. She sighed out a breath and tried again. Finally, with the coffee made and her cuff rolled back on itself, She was just setting out some crisp breads and marmalade when Maslen rapped on the door. The expression on her boss's face was unreadable. "Hey, Maslen," Stella said. "Come in, I made coffee." Seated facing each other across Stella's kitchen table, sipping coffee and, in Marlin's case, nibbling crisp bread, the two women might have been old friends discussing a book they'd both finished. But old friends didn't make each other feel nauseous, anxious that they were about to lose everything they'd worked so hard for. Maslen placed the half-eaten crisp bread down on the white side plate. She looked at it for a second, then poked an index finger at a corner and rotated it by a few degrees. Stella was almost crying with nervousness. She wanted to scream at her boss to just get it over with, but at the same time to prolong the moment before she had to confront the end of her police career. Maslen sighed. Stella blinked. Maslen spoke. "You are the best homicide investigator I have ever met." "Maslen, please, Tenacious, brave, brilliant, actually. You have impressed me from day one. But you have a dark side, Stella, and you let it get the better of you last Thursday night." She looked into Stella's eyes, a much more piercing gaze than that of the kindly Alyssa, the SPA psychologist she'd been seeing on and off. "Just tell me, Maslen," Stella blurted. "Are you firing me?" Maslen held Stella's gaze. Stella realised she'd never wanted anything so much as right now she wanted to keep her job at the SPA. Then she shook her head. "No, I am not firing you. Although parts of me thinks maybe I should, but in any case it's not that simple. All those organisation and people procedures to go through, you'd still be here at midsummer." She offered a half smile. Stella realised it was her boss's attempt at a joke. She tried to reciprocate, but her own lips were frozen into a taut line. "Then what? Will I be charged like Nick wants?" Maslen sighed. "Oh, no. Nick and I had several long conversations over the weekend. I persuaded him to let me handle it." That was weird, even for the Queen of Weirdness. Nick was not the sort of man to back down. "How, though? He hates me. I could see it in his eyes when he arrested me." "It doesn't matter, but I had to offer him something substantial. He will lose face as it is." "Just tell me, Maslen, please. I can't bear this," Stella pleaded. "How much do you know about ketamine, coke, meth, all that?" Maslen asked. Stella blinked. "You're not transferring me to the drug squad, are you?" "No. I'm putting you in charge of the drugs outreach and education program. You'll be delivering talks to school children." Stella's heart sank. But she could handle a brief retreat from frontline policing. "For how long? A week? 2? 6 months. Stella's jaw flopped open. 6 months? Standing in front of bored teenagers, trying to instill in them a terror of drugs they'd never had and never would. She could only repeat the length of her sentence. 6 months? Maslen nodded. "You start today. Go to see Dirk Jansen in community policing. He'll take you through all his materials," she said. "PowerPoints, props, scripts, leaflets. He'll give you the list of schools and colleges on your patch, too." "Maslen, please. You can't." The bang as Marlin's palm smacked down onto the table made Stella jump. Gone was the calm expression her boss managed, even during the most stressful moments. Gone was the half-smile. In their place, something filled with a teeth-bared fury so rare Stella felt genuinely terrified. "I can't! How about you, Stella? How about what you can't do? You can't pull a gun on a senior officer and expect to walk away without a scratch. If you don't like the sound of it, I could always let Nick have his way." Stella knew she should stop protesting. take her punishment, suck it up. And 6 months wasn't so long. It seemed her mouth disagreed. But I'm a murder detective. It's what I do. It's all I do. Stella, let me explain something to you, Maslen said in a tired-sounding voice. You used to be a murder detective. If Nick had got his way, even without you facing assault charges, you would now be an assistant exhibits room clerk in Uppsala. It's in the basement, and it smells of dried blood, mouldy clothes, and stale semen. I had to negotiate hard with Nick to get you bumped up to this job. She should apologise. Thank Maslen, go quietly, take her medicine. Villains had a saying, after all, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. But 6 months? I'll go crazy, she said instead. And what about my live cases? Who'll handle them? Oscar is more than capable. Jonna can act up. Mickey is keen. They'll be fine. But no, Maslen barked. You're a senior officer, Stella. You let Nick get to you and you left yourself exposed. You heard what Jonna said. Nick provoked me and my gun wasn't even loaded. That's not the point, Maslen snapped, her voice rising to a dangerous pitch again. A conviction for assault would have ended your career overnight. Maybe 6 months teaching kids about the horror of drugs will give you some perspective. Then her voice softened. Nick's a humorless zealot, okay? We all know that. But you shouldn't have risen to the bait. Maybe it was the sudden diminution of anger in Maslen's voice that did it. But suddenly, all the fight went out of Stella. She was beaten. And it sounded like Maslen had fought pretty hard to get Nick to back away from the criminal charges. She owed her. I'm sorry it's come to this, and I'm sorry for failing you, Maslen. I'll go and see Dirk, and I'll talk those bloody kids out of trying anything too heinous. She'd been hoping for a smile, but Maslen's expression was stony. There's one more thing. As of today, I'm demoting you from Inspector Group Chief to Plain Inspector, with a concomitant reduction in salary. Stella swallowed. It wasn't the money, it was the pride. In Met terms, she'd just been busted 2 ranks, from DI to DC. A detective constable. Oh, her title remained the same. They were all criminal inspectors. She could still introduce herself as Detective Inspector Cole, but everyone in the department would know. Once again, tears pricked at her eyes as she had to clear her throat to prevent them overspilling her lids. She clamped her lips, nodded, managed a brief, quiet, "Okay." Maslen stood, stuck her arm out stiffly, they shook hands, and then she was gone. Stella turned around a full circle in her empty kitchen. She swore loudly. 5. That Friday, at the end of a week spent familiarising herself with Fred's PowerPoint presentations and other teaching materials, Stella answered the door to Jonna. Jonna held up a bottle of white wine and a huge bag of crisps. "Hey you," she said, stepping across the threshold and enveloping Stella in an awkward hug punctuated by the crackling of the crisp bag. "Fancy some company?" "Oh, Jonna, thank you. And yes, absolutely. I don't know how I'm going to survive this." Jonna poured them both some wine and tipped the crisps into a large orange plastic bowl. She pointed to the sofa. "Sit down, drink some wine and tell me everything." Once they were comfortable, facing each other from opposite ends of the sofa, legs tucked underneath, Stella raised her glass. "Cheers." "Cheers." They drank, and then Stella sighed. "Tell you everything? Honestly, it's so boring. I think you'd get up and leave. Tell me what's going on in the office instead. Have I missed anything juicy?" Jonna pursed her lips. It's weird without you. Mickey's still learning the ropes, bouncing around like a puppy who isn't house-trained yet. Oscar's in an even grumpier mood than usual. And it can't be little Gustav, because I spoke to Hedda last week and she said he's being good as gold. It's probably because of Maslen. What about her? You can't be mad at her for suspending me, surely. I mean, now I've had some time to think, she had no other option. I mean, I did pull a gun on Nick, which he totally deserved. But no, not exactly. You see, Jonna reached for her glass. Well, the thing is, she made me promise not to tell you. Tell me what? You can't just dangle that in front of me and then clam up, Jonna. Tell me. Okay, but you have to swear you won't tell anybody you know. Or if you do, she smiled, at least don't tell them it was me. God, just spill it before I force you. Well, you know she had to negotiate with Nick to get him not to take the whole thing to Jan Harkin. Stella pictured the prosecutor's face, the way he always had the ghost of a smile playing on his lips. Normally a friend, she wondered how he'd have reacted if he'd had to charge Stella. Yes, hence my suspension and demotion. Jonna's gaze frittered away from Stella's just for a second. It's not just that. The Stockholm police master's job is going to be vacant when Carl Bergthal retires at the end of next month, yes? Well, Malin was going to apply. Nick said he'd agree to leave you alone only if she withdrew her candidacy. Stella was shocked. Why? What does he have to gain? He wants one of his own to get the job. Malin's a much stronger candidate, but if she pulls out, it's all but certain Nick's guy will get the job. Stella was struggling to process the news that Malin had sacrificed massive progress in her career to save Stella's. She took a big mouthful of the wine and swallowed. Then she emptied her glass. Jesus, that's terrible. I mean, of course I'm grateful. I would have been toast otherwise, but why? I asked her. She invited me out for coffee. I think she just needed to talk to someone. She said, and I quote, "Stella's too good to lose. Sweden's a safer place with her on the team." End quote. Stella leaned back against the cushions. Malin thought that about her. Her eyes pricked, and she had to cough suddenly to clear the lump that had formed in her throat. I have to see her, to thank her, to promise her nothing like that will ever happen again. Jonna's eyes popped wide. No, you can't. She'll know I told you, dummy. What did I just say? You can't tell her. Then I have to get through my suspension and then prove her right. She refilled their glasses, and this time took a more measured sip of the wine. This is good. Pass the crisps. Jonna handed her the orange plastic bowl, and then, as she sat back, a frown flitted across her features. Not for long. A here-and-then-gone expression. Stella caught it all the same. What? She mumbled through a mouthful of salty, crunchy slivers. It was when you said about being demoted. You and Malin aren't the only one with career changes. Stella swallowed hastily and sat up, leaning towards Jonna. What? Why? You're not leaving the force, are you? Jonna shook her head, offered Stella a nervous smile. No, nothing like that. Actually, I've applied for a new job too. Please don't be mad at me. Stella smiled. Of course I'm not mad. What's the job? Tell me. You know I used to work in financial crime. Well, my old boss is leaving, and the new chief has asked for me to apply to be her deputy. I'll have to go through the interview process, but she hinted the job's as good as mine. It's a big step up. I'll be deputy section chief. Stella felt a sudden mix of emotions swirling through her. Sadness that Jonna would be leaving homicide, but joy for her friend. Jonna, that's amazing! I'm so happy for you. Come here. She hugged Jonna tightly. I'm proud of you. Just tell me, though, is it me? You don't like working for the Queen of Weirdness? I know I get a lot of media attention, but I wish I didn't. You know that, right? Of course I do. I know. I love working for you. It's actually the job. When I started in homicide, it felt so much more real than fin crime. All those spreadsheets and paper trails felt cold compared to the real-world stuff you and Oscar do. But these last few cases, and especially what happened with Tilda, I just don't think I'm cut out to do it long-term. You're really okay with it? Of course. And I do get it, Jonna. Believe me. Sometimes I wonder if there's something wrong with me, the way I can rock up to each new crime scene and just get stuck in. I don't think there's anything wrong with you. You're great. I could never be half as good an investigator as you. Stella grinned. Quick, pour more wine before this turns into a mutual love fest. Jonna smiled shyly. Would that be so bad? No, but I think the rest of them might get jealous. Who cares about them? Jonna said, taking another mouthful of the wine. Hey, are we going to eat? This stuff's going straight to my head. Fish okay for you? I bought some salmon today. It's quite nice having the time to go to the market mid-morning. Did you know some people actually go shopping in the daylight hours? Really? Jonna said, faking amazement. Are you sure they weren't actors? No, I'm sure they're real Stockholmers. They talk about stuff like the weather and whether AIK are going to win the championship cup instead of how you glue a swan's wing onto a dead person's arm. Jonna shook her head. No, I don't buy it. Sounds ridiculous. They must be actors. Laughing, the two women went through to the kitchen where Stella skinned the salmon fillets and pulled the pin bones out with a pair of pliers. After the meal, during which they finished the first bottle and began on a second, Stella sprawled on the sofa, Jonna next to her. Both of them with their feet up on leather puffs. Stella picked up the TV remote. Movie? Jonna took a swig of her wine. Movie. Nothing soppy. Maybe a horror film? Vampires, werewolves, something nice and scary? Said the woman, making a move back into spreadsheet land. Hey! She elbowed Stella in the ribs. I bet you're the one who ends up hiding behind a cushion. As the credits rolled, and a full moon illuminated a wood populated entirely by spiky bare-branched trees like clutching hands, Stella relaxed against the back of the sofa, hip to hip with Jonna. The new gig was going to be a pain, but maybe she could use the time to regroup mentally. Book some appointments with Elisa, work through some of her anger issues. She could still hang out with Jonna, and their friendship would certainly be easier now she didn't report into Stella. And then she screamed. The young hiker, her face white in the moonlight, way off the path, but still cheerfully oblivious to the skeletal trees that practically screamed danger, was attacked by a hideous creature. The monster had a man's torso, but it was twisted horribly with ropey muscles and pulsing blood vessels just beneath the skin. Its head was like a peeled skull. No cheesy sideburns and dog-like snout. More like something she'd seen on Henrique Broaden's dissection table. Yellow fangs dripped with slime. Stella snatched up the cushion in her lap and clapped it to her face. Beside her, Jonna screeched with laughter. 30 seconds, I told you! Heart pumping, Stella gingerly lowered the cushion. The director allowed her to settle for a full 5 minutes before hitting her with another jump scare. But by now the wine was starting to have an effect, and she felt her eyelids drooping. She woke with her head lolling onto Jonna's left shoulder, her right hand clasping Jonna's left. White names, thousands of them scrolled upwards on a black screen. "Oh, sorry, I missed it all." Yonna turned her face towards Stella. "It's fine, I dozed off myself." Stella struggled to focus. Yonna's face was too close. "Time is it?" she mumbled. "Late. Midnight, nearly." "Oh. Do you want to stay? You can't drive." "Probably best. I can take the sofa." No, Stella said, pushing herself upright. "You can share with me. You don't snore, do you?" Yonna smiled. "Nobody's told me I do." "Why? Do you?" Stella shrugged. "Just roll me over if I do." The next morning, Stella awoke with a throbbing head to find Yonna already gone. She'd left a note on the kitchen table beside a cafetiere, ready prepped with ground coffee and a packet of ibuprofen. "Got called into the office, body floating in river. Thanks for last night. Kiss, kiss." Stella pressed a couple of painkillers out of the blister pack and swallowed them with a mouthful of cold water straight from the tap. She filled the kettle and switched it on, then strolled across to the window. Somewhere out there, Yonna was probably suited up and standing over a waterlogged body. Would it be her last case before moving back to white-collar crime, where the worst people did to each other was measured in ones and zeros in hidden bank accounts? She shook her head, then immediately wished she hadn't, as a shower of sharp-edged bolts and screws rattled loose inside her skull. The image of the bloody monster from the previous night's movie flashed into her mind's eye. Why did lone female hikers always take the wrong path? Didn't they know any better? 6. 9 weeks later. Axberg, 161 kilometres west of Stockholm. He checks his watch. 5 to midnight. He tugs the zip on his bomber jacket up as high as it will go and pulls the ear flaps down on his hat. A stiff breeze is blowing off the water. It's cold for the first day of May. Where the hell is the man he's supposed to be meeting? And what's with the stupid code name he gave him over the phone? Baphomet, was it? Idiot. If the meeting was so urgent, why the hell isn't he here as promised? Some stupid power play, probably, reminding him who's boss. Except Baphomet isn't the boss either, is he? He just has delusions of grandeur. He's stayed alive long enough, done enough bad things, greased up to the right people often enough to rise upwards, like shit in a septic tank. In the distance, a dog barks. Something big, deep-chested. A Rottweiler, maybe, or a German Shepherd. When he retires, which all being well will be end of January next year, he intends to get a dog himself. He fancies a French bulldog, or maybe one of those ugly-looking sons of bitches. Literally an English bull terrier, head like a melted wax model, and those slitty triangular eyes. The dog is going crazy. The barking takes on a frenzied air. He shakes his head, grins. Shit the devil. Some kid breaking into a house for drug money is going to get the shock of his life. He smiles to himself as he imagines some skinny-assed teenaged pillhead getting a mauling from some farmer's guard dog. "Shouldn't have broken in then, should you?" he says into the cold night air, his breath pluming in front of him. The barking ascends in pitch. The dog sounds panicky more than angry. A loud, plaintive squeal tears through the air and is choked off on a rising note. Then, nothing. All the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He spins round, but he is alone, still. "Come on, man. I'm freezing my balls off out here." He pats his hip. The gun feels comforting under his jacket. He doesn't believe in boogeymen, trolls, ogres or ghosts. The only people he worries about are flesh and blood. And then not much. He's put a couple down when they've made the wrong move. So basically, they can go to hell. 5 more minutes pass. The wind stiffens. In the moonlight, the nearby birches sway, their slender branches curving like whips. Their new leaves rustle and whisper. A car speeds along the distant road, window open, music blaring from the radio. He catches the sound of footsteps and turns, hand coming up to the butt of his pistol. Then he sighs, smiled, relaxes. Baphomet is here at last. What took you so long? I've been waiting for 20 minutes. My watch stopped. Stopped? What, the battery died, you mean? No, like it stopped. I forgot to wind it. You've got a clockwork watch? What is this, the 70s? I like it. It's old school. Yeah, and it stopped. That's real old school. I'm here now, aren't I? He sighs. Yeah, you are. So, what was so urgent we had to meet in the middle of the night? I need you to look at something for me. The man calling himself Baphomet says, reaching into his jeans pocket. If Baphomet had gone for a jacket pocket, he would have had his pistol on the way out of its holster. But the guy's jeans are a snug fit. No way he has a concealed weapon. Okay, maybe a flick knife, but why would he? When the hand emerges, it is curled around a piece of white cloth. What the hell? What's that? He asks, peering closer at the upraised hand. Baphomet snaps his other hand out and grabs the back of his head, dragging him forward and down. He staggers as he struggles to keep his balance. Then the cloth is clamped against his nose and mouth. He gasps, and the first wisps of vapour enter his nostrils. Waxy, oily, lemony. He coughs, staggers, tries to breathe. Takes a lungful this time. Nausea overwhelms him. His stomach rolls over. His vision greys out. Then everything turns black. He opens his eyes. He feels sick. Tries to turn his head, but finds, with a sense of disbelief, that it is immobile. He frowns. What the hell happened? He smells cow shit, and floating lightly over the top, diesel. He's in some kind of farm building. A barn? A vehicle store? Above his head, a single bulb hangs on a long off-white cable looped among the rafters. He tries to move his hands, but they're pinioned to his sides. His feet next. But they, too, are fixed in place. What the fuck? Is he tied down or taped? A nightmarish vision presents itself. Those horror films he likes to watch after the pub. Some dipshit hiker off the path, hunted down by backwoods cannibals, turned into a bloody smorgasbord. Panicky and light-headed, he draws in as deep a breath as his rackety lungs will let him, and screams for help. His terror echoes back at him off the corrugated iron walls. Footsteps. You're awake. Yes, I'm fucking awake. What is this? You're pissed off. I get it. But you've got to let me go. Baphomet hoves into view, behind where his head is strapped down, so he has to roll his eyes upwards in their sockets. From this angle, Baphomet looks ominously like the trolls and giants he doesn't believe in. He spots what Baphomet holds in his right hand, and screams again. Scream all you like. Nobody will hear you. There's nobody to hear you. Then he does something terrifying. He throws back his own head and bays up at the roof. A deep, moaning, fiendish howl that gathers volume and then rises to become an unearthly scream that sets the very metal of the walls ringing in sympathy. The curved blade he is holding ends in a sharp point. Light from the overhead bulb glints off the mirror-polished steel. "Please, no!" he says, feeling his bladder let go, and smelling the acrid stink of his own urine as the knife slides under the neck of his shirt. The knife slips down, all the way to his navel, parting the brushed cotton of his shirt and exposing his bare torso. His bowels loosen. He clenches his buttocks together as hard as he can. No way is he going to allow Baphomet to scare him into shitting himself. This is all a bluff. He'll stop at any moment and explain what he really wants. Baphomet smiles. Upside down. It looks wrong. "This is going to hurt." "What? No, don't! You can't!" And then the cutting starts. Yoel screams for a while, then passes out when the pain overwhelms him. He dreams of devils prodding him with pitchforks, jabbing them into his unprotected flesh as they drive him towards a fiery pit in which more red-skinned demons cavort. When he awakens, the pain from his chest is like burning hot wires dragged tight across his skin. Baphomet is waiting. He holds up a mirror like a barber anxious to make sure his client likes his new haircut. Only the angle at which he holds it means the client can see his own breastbone. He screams again. His breath comes in rapid, fluttering spasms. His terror deepens to something so primal he wants to simply hide somewhere dark, his arms over his head until the danger has passed. Baphomet nods down at him. Then he produces something that at first he can't identify. A dirty, creamy white twisting and ridged spike with a wicked point. Then, when he does recognise it, he screams for the third time. The weapon upraised, Baphomet chants something gibberish. It sounds like it might be Norwegian or one of those bastard languages they speak up in the far north where the Sami people herd reindeer. "Please, no!" he moans, then begs, "I'll do anything, just don't!" Gripping the weapon in both hands, Baphomet drives it down towards his chest. It breaks through his ribcage with a sound like crackling logs on a fire. As it punctures his heart, the last thought that flits through his darkening mind is that he won't be getting that dog after all. 7. Olof Palm High School, Örebro. The mottled female corpse, with the syringe dangling from the crook of the left elbow below a tied-off length of brown rubber, didn't belong in the sunlit classroom, which was precisely why Stella had projected the photograph onto the screen behind her. The government's latest line on drugs education, there had been many, was much more hardline than the previous attempt to prevent the flower of Swedish youth from succumbing. The minister had gone on record as saying she wanted children to be confronted with the shocking reality of drug addiction. The slouching teenagers ranged in front of her, moaned in feigned or actual disgust. "Oh, I'm shook," a boy drawled. Beside Stella, and slightly to her rear, an attractive woman in her late 40s sat on a table swinging slim legs, clad in expensively shabby jeans. She wore a white linen shirt and
completely free and made with care. This audiobook is for you. Rest for a bit. Let the music soothe your thoughts, and we'll carry on soon. Thank you.
lots of chunky amber jewellery, and she smiled at Stella as she caught her eye. She ran a hand through her tousled, dirty blonde hair. Stella clicked onto the next slide, a syringe of heroin beside a little conical pile of brown powder. As she delivered the lines she knew off by heart, her mind wandered, as it usually did at about this point in the drugs talk. She was daydreaming about riding her new motorbike through the Swedish forests when a voice interrupted her spectral journey among the towering pines.
"Stella?"
a girl asked. She frowned, snapped back to the present. She had no recollection of the last 5 minutes. She supposed she must have finished the talk. Yes?
"Have you ever done drugs?"
Giggles rippled through the classroom. Stella looked at her questioner. Slender, bespectacled, pimple-studded forehead. She wasn't smirking. No half-raised eyebrow or sideways glance at her classmates. When he'd handed over all his materials at their first meeting back in March, Dirk had given her stock answers for all the smart aleck questions kids thought they were the first to come up with. She deployed one now. "I had some brilliant diamorphine once," she deadpanned. "That's clinical-grade heroin, essentially. Trouble was I couldn't afford the street price once the hospital discharged me." Her questioner looked unimpressed.
"But seriously, Stella, have you?"
She shook her head. "No, sorry. Alcohol's my poison, which, as I made clear right at the beginning, is a drug, but it happens to be legal, and that's the big difference." The blonde woman slid off the table and came to join Stella at the front of the classroom. "Remember, you can get loads of information from the Frankie Miller Foundation website and get confidential answers to your questions from the official sites as well." The young female teacher joined them at the front of the classroom. She smiled at Stella and then turned to face her students. "Let's thank Frankie, whose foundation is sponsoring this drugs education program, and also Stella for sharing some of her experience and knowledge with us." The applause was ragged, and Stella thought ironic. Something about the pace and volume of the clapping suggested the group of 15 and 16-year-olds had heard it all before and had long ago done their own research online. After receiving a private statement of gratitude from the teacher, Stella and Frankie left. Outside, Stella smiled at the sight of her new bike, a Triumph Speed Twin. It was a warm, bright day, and she was looking forward to riding home. Frankie's ride was altogether more luxurious, a metallic bronze Porsche Cayenne SUV with privacy glass. She came to stand beside Stella, stretching out manicured fingers to stroke the gleaming petrol tank. "Very stylish, and so cool for a cop. I'd have thought they'd want you driving something serious and Swedish like a Volvo." Stella shrugged as she fastened up her treasured leather jacket with the orange stripe, enjoying the snug sensation as she clipped the press stud home at her throat. "For work, yes, but as this is my private transport, I drive what I like." Frankie laughed. "Isn't this work?" Stella rolled her eyes. "I suppose so. I meant real work." Frankie checked her watch. "Do you have time for a coffee? We're actually only a few kilometres from my house if you want to follow me." "Sure, I'd like that." In truth, what Stella would have liked more was to power east along the E18 back to Stockholm and blow the classroom dust out of her head. But in her current situation, she needed all the friends she could get, and in Frankie Miller, she discovered a kindred spirit who was also influential and connected. 8. Jakobsen Farm, Axberg. Kim Jakobsen loved driving the big charcoal grey Voltra N series. For a tractor, it was pretty comfortable. Aircon in the summer, a decent heater in the winter. Multi-sprung seat that was more comfortable than the sofa in the house. His favourite tracks playing through a sound system tons better than the one in Dad's Subaru. As he made the turn by the corner of the wood bordering the big field, he craned his neck to get a better look. Something, No, somebody was hanging around by the devil tree. What in hell's name was he doing? Was he? He was. The damned idiot was wearing antlers. The story was that back in the 17th century, they burned a witch and buried her body in the wood. An oak tree grew from an acorn she had in a pouch on her belt. The tree would grant favours to anyone brave enough to offer a sacrifice. Nowadays, the only people who believed all that nonsense were the Wiccans and the pagans, mostly posh kids from the city who had the money to indulge such stupid beliefs. They'd come up here at the solstices, or just when there was a full moon, performing their so-called rituals. It was trespassing, but Dad just said, "Oh, let them be, Kim, it's harmless enough." Kim was too busy working on the farm for it. If it were up to him, he'd have cut the bloody thing down and sold the lumber to a sawmill. But the county authorities had slapped a preservation order on the tree. Now it stood there on their land, festooned with ribbons, glass ornaments, naked Barbie dolls, pentagrams woven from twigs, all kinds of crap. He circled back to get a closer look at the New Age idiot trespassing on their land. He dropped the side window, ready to yell out a warning. The words died in his throat. The guy by the tree wasn't standing there hammering a 5-kroner coin into the bark or tying a rainbow ribbon onto a lower branch. He was dead. Kim was in no doubt. It was pretty obvious. The whole front of the man's chest was a mess of blood. The dark crater of some kind of stab wound blared out of the gore. His antlered head hung down onto his chest. He'd been roped under his arms and tied to the trunk. His knees were bent. Clearly only the rope was preventing him from flopping to the ground, as much life in him as one of the dolls those private school idiots left as offerings. Kim turned off the Vulture's engine. It died with a deep grunt. He pulled his phone out and called the police. Staring at the corpse, Criminal Inspector Befal Sven Peterson was delighted. 8 years on the job, and this was unlike anything he'd ever seen. Or not in real life anyway, only in pictures. He knew what he was seeing, but for now decided to keep it to himself. He stood back while the forensics guys took photos and scoured the leaf mould around the tree for physical evidence. At 32, he was the youngest detective inspector commander ever at Bergslagen Region Homicide Squad, and he was trying hard not to smile. He spent his entire time in homicide so far solving murders that were no more difficult than changing the spark plug on his motocross bike. Domestic homicides, where you just went and found the husband in the pub, blood still speckling his hands, wailing like a newborn and confessing to his wife's murder before you'd even got him in the car. Or drug stuff. Some low-level dealer battered to death, lying in his own filth in some scuzzy squat. Well, it was either a rival dealer or someone higher up the chain. Once he'd had a real puzzler. An Erebro city councillor had been found in a park, throat cut, her skirt pulled up and her panties ripped off, bra yanked up to expose her breasts. Everybody thought it was a sex killer, but Sven took a more back-to-basics approach. He spent the weekend digging into her background and found an unwise, not to say unhealthy, association with a local gangster. Money for influence sort of thing. A new country house, and in return, planning permission for some death-trap social housing projects in the South End, where immigrants could be housed on the cheap by unscrupulous landlords. The councillor got cold feet about the whole thing, tried to back out, the gangster didn't like it, the councillor threatened to go to the cops, the gangster tied off the loose end, and then, in a bid to throw everyone off the scent, did all the weird stuff. But this was different. This was the real deal. The brutal cavern gouged through the chest wall. Sven knew exactly what the weapon was, but he'd keep it back until revealing it. No, deducing it. More of a coup that way. Then there was the carved-up breastbone. Not the random slashings of an out-of-control druggie either. A symbol he'd explain the significance of to whichever cute journalist he could get somewhere for a quiet drink. Finally, there were the deer antlers, duct taped to the guy's head. All in all, it screamed that single word that every homicide cop lived for. Serial murderer. He, Sven Johannes Peterson, had landed his first serial killer. Sven watched as a CSI tweezed something out of the leaf litter and dropped it into a little clear plastic debris pot before screwing on the red lid and labelling it. He was finally going to get to have some fun solving a case. Footsteps behind him. He turned. Criminal Inspector Lucy Magnuson, his partner, nodded at the corpse, which, having been photographed, was now being cut down and laid at the foot of the tree.
What the hell is that?
He smiled as he lit a cigarette.
That, Lucy, is our path to promotion.
Her rather lovely smooth forehead, the result of youth, not Botox, furrowed.
What do you mean?
It's a serial, isn't it?
Is it? What happened to look for the obvious first?
Now it was his turn to screw his features up.
You're being serious right now. Tell me what you see.
She turned and looked in the corpse's direction, wrinkled her cute button nose that he fantasized about kissing.
I see a middle-aged man, dead from massive sharp trauma to the chest, with a 5-pointed star carved onto his sternum and antlers tied to his head. What is that? Duct tape?
Sven knew all the details. In advance of the post-mortem, in advance of the investigation. It was just he had to keep them to himself, for now, just until he could use them for maximum advantage. Sven was playing the long game.
I think so. And that's not just a 5-pointed star, is it? Look at it. It's upside down. It's a pentagram. You know, a satanic symbol.
She shrugged.
Still doesn't make it a serial, does it? We need 3 for that.
Sure. That's what the rulebook says. What the textbook says. But what does your gut say? Because mine is going crazy right now, like before a first date.
He looked in what he hoped was a meaningful way at her, but she was still staring at the corpse.
And what it's saying is, hey Sven, gear up, because this is only his first. There's more to come unless you stop him. Mind you, we probably won't, not till we figured out the pattern, the victim type, the trophies he's taking, all that.
Now Lucy did pull her eyes away from the corpse. Her mouth quirked into a kind of half-smile. He loved the expression.
Oh my God, she said. You're enjoying this, aren't you?
The voice of their boss, Criminal Inspector Chef for Group Kirsten Sanden, cut across their banter.
Enjoying what?
They turned in unison.
Nothing, boss,
Sven said.
We were just discussing our initial impressions.
Kirsten brushed a strand of her long black hair behind an ear, focused her narrow-set eyes on him.
Which are? You've got a dead man, early 40s, sharp force trauma to the left side of the chest, mutilation to the epidermis over the sternum, deer antlers taped to the head, tied to an oak known locally as the devil tree. Beyond that, I think it's best to follow the evidence, see where it takes us.
Beside him, Lucy had turned to look at him, eyes wide. He knew what she was thinking.
How about you, Lucy? Thoughts?
Obviously, at first sight, there are aspects of the murder.
She stopped herself.
Aspects of the death that suggest a connection to Satanism. But I think it's much too early to speculate.
She finished shooting Sven a warning glance.
However, whatever he was stabbed with, it was big, and I can't see it near the tree. So I don't think it was a suicide.
What about the symbol on his chest?
More evidence pointing away from suicide. Although we know people in extreme mental distress can do all kinds of things to themselves, I don't believe he could have carved that symbol into his own skin before killing himself. The lines are too precise. He would have been in so much pain. This further adds to a conclusion of homicide.
Kirsten nodded, already moving away from them, pulling out her phone.
Okay then, Sven, you're leading this one. Keep me posted, yes?
And she was gone. Lucy turned to Sven, her eyes flashing pure indignation.
Follow the evidence, see where it takes us. Hell, Sven, you were all gung-ho on our first serial killer hunt. Then the alpha bitch turns up and you go all Mr. By the Book. I don't get it.
Sven grinned.
Don't you? Try this on for size then. We go shooting off our mouths. He caught his partner's warning look. Okay, I go shooting off my mouth, and she gives us the lecture about looking in on all the obvious places first. Money troubles, all that. It'd only slow us down.
And you don't think we need to do all that?
Sure we do. All I'm saying is, we're not going to find some wife fed up with his controlling behavior or a druggie robbing him to get his next fix. It's weird, and the person we catch will be a weapons-grade weirdo. End of.
Lucy fixed him with an off-kilter smile, like she could see a massive hole in his argument, or even his pants.
What?
He said, having to fight down the urge to check his flies.
All this talk of weirdos. You want to be careful, or we'll have Stella Cole swanning in from Stockholm, taking it over.
Now it was Sven's turn to smirk.
Haven't you heard? She's in the shit, neck deep. Apparently, she's threatened to shoot the head of the rat squad dead. She's been busted back to basic inspector and spends her days telling school kids not to do drugs.
Lucy's eyes widened.
Really? But she's like the British super cop,
she said, switching to English for Stella's nickname.
She's untouchable.
He shrugged.
Not now she isn't.
He nodded to the far side of the crime scene, where a youngish man with oversized tortoiseshell glasses was striding across the field towards the body, medical bag gripped in his left hand.
Look, it's a pathologist. Let's go and say hello.
As they passed the corpse, Sven looked down, swallowed hard as he took in the details at close range. Told himself that they'd need at least 2 more like that if this case was going to make their careers. 9. Miller Residence, Edinburgh. Since moving to Sweden, Stella had encountered a couple of rich, powerful women, but their meetings had always been in either workplaces, theirs or hers, or restaurants and bars. This was the first time she had been invited inside the domestic space of one of Sweden's elite. She followed Frankie's Cayenne down a gravelled track flanked by towering laurel bushes, their glossy dark green leaves blocking out any sight of her neighbours' properties. Arriving at the front of the house, she rolled the Triumph to a stop at the edge of a gravelled parking area she judged to be larger than the entire floor area of her apartment. It was big enough to hold, with space to spare, 4 extremely expensive vehicles. Frankie's oversized Porsche SUV, a chunky pickup truck riding on huge knobbly tyres and decked out in a menacing matte black paint job, a low-slung silver BMW sports car, and beneath an oak-framed carport, a sensuously curved Mercedes coupe that looked like it had come either from the future or the Jazz Age. Swooping silver bodywork that appeared to have been poured rather than riveted, and as she peered inside, her gloved hand cutting out reflections, rich red leather upholstery. She could almost smell it. Frankie joined her, leaning close enough beside her that Stella caught a trace of her perfume. Something tasteful, yet expensive, woody, yet floral.
You like her?
She's beautiful. What is she? I can see the Mercedes badge, but cars aren't really my thing.
She's a 1955 300 SL Gullwing. Not mine, my husband's. Come inside and meet him, Frankie winked. He'll happily bore you till midnight with details of her history.
Inside, the house radiated good taste. Bright woven rugs interrupted polished bare wood floors. Modern art hung on the beige and pale teal walls. And visible through an entire wall of bifold glass doors, an expanse of wild-looking garden that surely must have cost a fortune to create and maintain. Birch trees studded a rolling area of grass that was more meadow than lawn. Beyond them, sun glinted off a wind-ruffled lake. A spreading oak tree stood proudly in the centre of the view. A rope swing, wide enough for two, moved gently in the breeze. It had been slung from a branch so massive it had curved down to the grass under its own weight before elbowing up again like the arm of an ancient folk giant.
David, it's me. We have a guest,
Frankie shouted.
Come and say hello.
She turned back to Stella.
Coffee?
Please. While she prepared the coffee, Frankie spoke over her shoulder.
How are you finding the outreach work?
Oh, well, it's very rewarding, helping kids get the information they need and hopefully avoid the worst of what drugs can do. Frankie laughed.
Did you learn that from the manual too? Come on, Stella. I've read your file. Up until 9 weeks ago, you were putting serial killers behind bars. Now you're sitting with some yoga bimbo, lecturing frankly bored teenagers about the evils of weed. I'd have thought you were hating it.
Stella thought of Maslen, her sacrifice. Not at all. It's different. Frankie snorted, forcing Stella to backtrack a little. Okay, obviously it's different. But it's a change, you know. I'm getting to see a different side of life here. And I'd hardly call you a yoga bimbo. Frankie's husband entered the big open-plan kitchen. Nor would she unless she was talking to somebody she trusted. He offered his hand. Hi, I'm Davy Miller. As she shook his hand, she tried to place the good-looking but grizzled 50-something smiling at her. He was English. Like Jamie. An unwelcome voice piped up between her ears. She ignored it. She could picture a poster somewhere, some rock venue in London. His dark hair was speckled with silver and cut short. She imagined it longer, wilder. Then she had it. You're the Davy Miller, the guitarist with Black Death Rattle. He held his hands up, grinning. Guilty as charged, officer. You were a fan? He looked sceptical. I wouldn't have thought thrash metal was... He faltered. I mean, not that there's any reason why a woman shouldn't, but you're what, 40?
Davy?
Stella smiled. Thought maybe it was time to let him off the hook. Since you ask, I'm 45, and sorry, but I wasn't a fan. A friend's son was, though. You were massive. I know, until my bandmates decided they wanted to change musical direction. There was a parting of the ways. Frankie joined him and put her hand around his admirably trim waist.
Yes, but not before my clever husband had made sure he had full ownership of the song copyrights.
He shrugged. I wrote them. They were mine all along. Frankie smiled at Stella. Sorry, we do tend to start riffing, no pun intended, on this subject. No, I'm interested. So how did you two meet? I mean, a yoga clothes entrepreneur and a heavy metal guitarist isn't an obvious pairing. Drugs, Davy said flatly. Oh, I'm sorry, Stella said, thinking rehab, private facilities, paparazzi hanging around outside tall iron gates deep in the countryside. They laughed again. He's being naughty, Frankie said. Davy was always outspoken about drugs. Obviously, in that scene, they're everywhere. But you were more of a beer and vodka guy, weren't you, darling? Until I got sober, yeah. He turned to Stella. Along with the change in direction, the rest of the band got into hard drugs. Coke first, then heroin. I didn't want any part of that.
Gradually then, all at once, they made it clear I wasn't wanted.
Frankie handed Stella a mug of coffee. She took a sip. Delicious. What direction did they take? From my memory, you were pretty dark. Did they go into pop? Jazz? She shuddered theatrically. Ooh, disco?
Death metal. It was getting huge over here at the time. Paganism, the occult, Satanism, all that. I just didn't get it. And there were some really bad elements, especially in Norway. I wanted to make it in America. They basically said, F America.
Frankie took up the story in what looked to Stella like a well-rehearsed routine with her husband.
I was over in England researching the yoga market. I met Davy at a party. Our eyes met across a crowded room, as they say. And after that, we were inseparable.
Davy put a hand on his wife's shoulder.
I provided some seed capital for the clothing business, and because she liked my name, she called it Frankie Miller.
Frankie laughed, shook out the mane of tousled blonde hair.
Well, Frankie Gustafsdotter was a bit of a mouthful. Anyway, when the business started doing well...
She's being modest, Davy said. It's massive. They were the youngest ever company to get a listing on the Swedish stock market.
So, she said, punching him lightly on the arm, that's when I decided to start a charitable foundation. We decided to focus on drugs outreach. Prisons, refuges, homeless shelters, but mainly schools and colleges.
Well, it's brilliant that you do it, Stella said, finding unexpectedly that she meant it. Maybe it wasn't my first choice for a mid-career break, but I really do enjoy meeting those kids.
Even if they give you the old death stare?
Stella laughed.
Yes, even then.
Frankie glanced at Stella's ring finger, where she still wore a plain gold band.
What does your husband think of your career move?
Stella had got used to explaining about Richard, but it never seemed to get easier. She spoke around the lump in her throat, knowing that if she didn't explain about Lola too, there'd only be a follow-up question. He's dead. He was murdered. A hit and run. My daughter too. Frankie gasped and covered her mouth with her hand. Oh, God, Stella. How terrible. I am so sorry. Davy looked to be in pain too, his eyes screwing into a wince. Oh, me too. Did they ever catch the person who did it? She nodded, drifted to another time, another place. A burning purple Bentley, a High Court judge trapped inside, tortured, then shot, his corpse burning to ashes. She snapped back to the present, banished the horrific image. He's dead now. Good. Stella sucked in a breath, trying to expand her lungs against the steel band constricting her chest. How about you two? Do you have children? We do, Davy said. Magnus is 26 and Sophia is 22. He's in a band. Sophia wants to save the world. She's doing climate science research at Lund University. Frankie smiled.
Another Greta Thunberg.
Good for her. How about Magnus? What kind of music does he play? Davy frowned, and for the first time since they'd been speaking, she saw a glimmer of, what, disapproval? Unhappiness? Black metal. Stella frowned. Like your old band? He shook his head. Not really. I won't bore you with the details, but Magnus's band is on the darker side still. You know, they call themselves Satanists, use pentagrams, all that dipshit iconography. And the lyrics, it's all torture and mutilation. He wrinkled his nose.
Come on, darling. You're starting to sound like an old fart, Frankie said. I bet that's what they said about Black Death Rattle back in the day.
He shrugged, grinned. There it was again, that boyish charm Stella could quite imagine sweeping the younger version of Frankie away. Maybe. Frankie checked her watch, a rose gold apple with a square face.
Do you mind if I turn on the TV? I'm a bit of a news junkie.
She blushed prettily. Oops. Sorry. The small flat screen in the kitchen flickered and brightened. The SVT1 news had just started. The presenter, a serious red-headed woman called Louisa Hedin, whose low voice Stella liked, wore a serious expression. Bad news, then.
We are getting reports that Erebro police are at the scene of a suspicious death at a farm in Axburg. Now we go live to our reporter, Britt-Marie Jansen. Britt-Marie, what can you tell us?
In a scarlet trench coat over a cream roll-neck sweater, the petite blonde reporter had to keep brushing her flyaway hair out of her eyes as the wind whipped it about her head. Frankie tutted beside Stella.
Wear a headband, for God's sake.
The reporter clutched the mic tight against her mouth.
I'm at the Jakobsen farm, just outside Axburg, Louisa. The farmer's son discovered the body of a man earlier this morning. Now, the police are not releasing details, but I have spoken to a witness. I apologize to viewers who may find these facts shocking in the SVT lunchtime bulletin. But this witness told me the victim had been stabbed and his body mutilated. I saw for myself, Louisa, and one of the most disturbing details in an already disturbing murder is that the victim, who is as yet unidentified, was, well, I don't think adorned is the right word, but he was basically wearing antlers.
Beyond details guaranteed to have the average Swede shaking their heads and reaching for the off button, Britt-Marie had nothing else of substance to impart. The camera returned to Louisa Hedin, who looked pale. Stella wondered what she'd look like without the skillfully applied professional makeup, like a corpse herself, probably. Frankie snapped off the TV.
Sounds like your sort of thing, Stella, she said. They call you the Queen of Weirdness, don't they?
Stella nodded. Was there anyone in Sweden who didn't know her unofficial nickname? Every fibre of her being was screaming for her to call in, blag a copy of the file, start reviewing the details. And then once again she thought of Maslen. It was, but the Erebro police will be perfectly able to handle it. It could just be a one-off, someone with a grudge against the victim. 99 times out of 100, the obvious answer, someone known to the victim, an intimate partner usually, is the right answer. Her outer voice might have convinced Frankie and Davy Miller, though to judge from Davy's troubled expression, she doubted it. But her inner voice dismissed her reasoning out of hand. Of course it's not an intimate partner. That's a nutter right there. And you need to catch them. 10. Lynn shopping. That afternoon, Stella had a talk to deliver to another school in western Sweden. While she struggled yet again to connect with 30 more uninterested teenagers, RMV pathologist Henrik Brodin stood at the centre of a small group of people in a gleaming white-tiled and stainless steel dissection room. The Rättsmedicinalverket, or National Board of Forensic Medicine, had several facilities situated across the southern half of the country. Nearest to the crime scene was Lynn shopping, a 2-hour drive due south from Riksväg 50. Henrik pushed his tortoiseshell glasses higher on his nose, then settled the hinged plastic visor over his face. Blood spatter, an occupational hazard. Surrounding Henrik in the dissection room were his assistant, a photographer, the Erebro prosecutor, 2 CSIs and 2 detectives. He'd memorised everyone's names. It was something he liked to do. Given everybody's face was hidden behind a surgical mask, he invented little cues to keep them separate in his head. The male detective, Sven, a little overexcited in Henrik's view, he pictured with a bouncing toy Tigger on his head. The female, Lucy, studious. He imagined standing beneath a cartoon library silence sign. He switched on the ceiling mic and began to enumerate the visible wounds on the body.
Finally, a pair of antlers has been duct-taped to the victim's head.
They'll be calling him the deer hunter,
Sven said, his voice muffled by his mask, but still betraying what Henrik still regarded as an unseemly level of pleasure. an audible smirk. Henrique was one of a group of young pathologists at the RMV known as the Young Turks. Collectively, they had a reputation for occasional flippancy and a willingness to offer opinions in advance of the full results of the post.
This audiobook is freely shared with you. Take a deep breath, enjoy the music, and let your mind unwind. Thank you for watching and listening.
Mortem they were conducting. But Henrique, at least, still had boundaries where the dead were concerned. Treating them with respect came top of his list. He frowned at the detective. The detective shrugged. Tigger held his white hands out wide.
What?
Shaking his head, Henrique asked for a pair of trauma shears. Settling his fingers inside the red plastic-coated grips, he began to cut away what was left of the man's shirt. When the clothes had been bagged and tagged by the CSI responsible for dry items, he resumed his commentary.
The victim is a male of white European appearance.
He prodded the skin on the right cheek, stretching it a little and letting it relax, eased the lips apart and examined the teeth.
He appears to be aged between 45 and 55. In overall good physical health, apart from his injuries, he has no gross physical trauma evident on his body, although there is an old scar on the side of his neck. Ligature marks on the wrists from where his were tied to the tree, and traces of what appears to be adhesive. It is possible that he was restrained with more duct tape before being killed.
He leaned closer.
He has a single tattoo, left deltoid, roughly 8 by 5 centimeters, black lettering. It reads, Hunter Killis 03. Army, maybe?
He focused on the stab wound. It was deep, wide-mouthed and clearly not the product of a regular bladed weapon. No carving knives or hunting knives for this murderer. Something had been driven with great force through the chest muscles, the rib cage, and deep into the chest cavity.
As to the principal wound, which appears very likely to be the cause of death, further forensic analysis will be necessary to determine the precise nature of the weapon. Whatever it was 4 to 6 centimeters in diameter. A sharpened piece of wood, perhaps, or a broad-bladed stabbing weapon. A pike, a lance, something of that nature. As to the principal wound, which appears very likely to be the cause of death, further forensic analysis will be necessary to determine the precise nature of the weapon. Whatever it was 4 to 6 centimeters in diameter, a sharpened piece of wood, perhaps, or a broad-bladed stabbing weapon, a pike, a lance, something of that nature.
Shall I take samples now, Henrique? The CSI responsible for biological samples asked. He nodded, and she methodically took scrapings from beneath the fingernails, tapping the stainless steel tool into a plastic debris pot. Hairs followed, then swabs from inside the mouth around the genitals and the anus.
Okay,
he said once she'd finished.
Let's open him up, shall we? I think we will start with this.
He took a broad-bladed scalpel and started slitting the duct tape holding the antlers in place. He lifted them clear, and the CSI on artifacts bagged them.
What the hell?
The male cop said.
Did someone start the autopsy already?
Beneath the duct tape, a crude red cut encircled the dead man's head. Staples had been punched through the skin every 6 or 7 centimetres, closing the cut as effectively as sutures. The tape had smeared blood across the wound as Henrique removed it.
"No, this is not the work of a pathologist," he said, peering closer. "You mean the killer did it? Hell, he's a twisted bastard, all right," the detective said.
There it was again, that note of prurient delight in his voice. Henrique referenced the details of the cut into the mic, then turned to his assistant.
"Do we have any needle-nosed pliers, Lottie?"
She nodded.
I'll fetch them.
She returned a few minutes later and handed Henrique a pair of blue and grey-handled pliers, their slender jaws angled at the tip. He thanked her and settled the jaws around the staple directly above the man's nose. He pulled. The staple came free with a tiny screech. It must have been pushed hard enough against the skin to penetrate the periosteum, the fibrous layer of collagen, nerves and blood vessels protecting the skull from damage. A staple gun. He tapped the staple into the stainless steel kidney bowl his assistant held ready. He repeated the process 7 more times. Removing the 8th staple, he pushed down on the top of the man's head. He heard the male officer retch, then swallow noisily.
"Not so cocky now, are you?" "Normally at this stage I would remove the skin from the head using a transparietal incision."
He glanced at the cops.
"Ear to ear. But as the murderer has already performed this service for us, I will proceed to removing the skull cap."
The mortuary assistant handed him a T-shaped stainless steel chisel with a wide flat blade and a wooden-handled rubber mallet. He inserted the tip of the blade into the incised wound in the forehead. A quick tap with the mallet, and the first centimetre of the chisel tip disappeared. Gripping the T-handle firmly in his right hand, Henrique gave it a sharp twist. With a sucking sound, the top of the skull separated from the lower half and plopped into his waiting left palm. In the first second after he exposed the brain cavity, his brain failed to process what his eyes were seeing. Next to him, his assistant screamed. In the slowed-down time as he recoiled from the horror of the scene before him, he reflected that this was most unlike her. The cops had fled to the far side of the room. The CSIs, panicking, tripped over each other. One fell to the floor with a crash. The prosecutor swore colourfully before retreating to the door, hand over his mouth. The photographer alone, among them calm enough to do her job, was snapping pictures, the digital shutter whirring like a cloud of flies over a 5-day-old corpse. From the bowl of the dead man's skull swarmed a mess of crawling, wriggling, scuttling and, oh, shit the devil, jumping creatures. 6 legs, 8, 10. Devil take him, hundreds. Tawny, black, yellow, mud brown, ebony, red legs with yellow stripes, creamy spots, emerald green wing cases, fluttering open and closed with a noise like playing cards pegged against a kid's bike wheel spokes, shiny, rough, horned, hairy, antennae waving like whips, jaws opening and closing, monstrous fangs, serrated jaws. They swarmed out of the skull, down what remained of the head, over the stainless steel lip of the dissection table, and then tumbled to the floor, some taking flight, whirring and fluttering around the heads of the horrified onlookers. Everyone was shouting at once, "Kill them! Get out of my way! What the fuck?" The male detective had his boot raised high, staring wide-eyed at a spider the size of a sparrow. "No!" Henrique bellowed. The cop froze, mid-stomp, as if caught attempting a new yoga pose. "Nobody move! They're evidence! Catch them!" For 10 minutes, the 8 humans chased, harried, cornered, and finally, with a yell of triumph, "Got you, you little bastard!" captured the creepy crawlies. The dissection room was alive as it had never been alive before. 24 assorted insects, spiders, centipedes, and, to the terror of the CSI who caught it, a large black scorpion. Thankfully, the non-human creatures were now safely contained in everything from small cylindrical debris pots to Tupperware boxes and a large blue plastic bucket normally used for the temporary storage of organs. The sound of panting filled the room. Then, someone giggled. The next moment, all 8 were shrieking hysterically before Henrique raised his hands and called them back from whatever psychological refuge they'd fled to.
Well, that was unexpected.
This set them off again. The door opened, and another pathologist poked her head round to see what the noise was. Frowning at the convulsed law officers, she withdrew. Henrique cleared his throat.
Okay, people. Anyone got the faintest idea what that was all about?
One for the Queen of Weirdness, I'd have thought, the prosecutor said.
Haven't you heard? She's been transferred out of Stockholm homicide, the male detective said. We can handle this. Let's get on with it, Doc, shall we? We're losing precious time here.
Henrique shrugged. The cop was right, praying that the murderer hadn't left any more surprises inside the torso. He went back to work. Pleading pressure of time, Sven excused himself and Lucy from the autopsy room. Time to reveal the source of his certainty about the case.
You know what this means, don't you?
He asked her as he pulled onto the 50 on the way back to Erebro.
It's Alruk Algrin. Except it can't be.
Sorry, what?
Who's Alruk Algrin? Who's? Don't you read anything? Alruk Algrin, the brain surgeon.
A surgeon?
No, you idiot. A serial killer. The serial killer. Only he's locked up in Kumla Bunker with all the other nutcases. He must have a disciple. It's a classic pattern. The master goes to prison, but he's already trained up. Or, maybe he sort of attracts one.
Attracts what? Jesus, Sven, slow down. You sound like you're on coke or something.
He huffed a breath in and blew it out through flapping lips.
Sorry. Let me start again. In 2003, right, there's a string of really gruesome murders. Young girls are found in upside-down crucifixion poses. Deer antlers tied to their heads, stabbed by a sharpened ram's horn, pentagram carved into their chests, and get this, because this was like his signature, their brains removed. Hence the nickname. And replaced with a couple of handfuls of bugs, just like our guy.
So you're saying it's a copycat?
No, try and keep up. I'm saying what we're looking at here is a genuine master-disciple relationship between 2 serial killers. I told you, we've got ourselves a genuine serial killer.
His pulse was still jumpy from the episode in the dissection room.
Better buy ourselves some new threads. There'll be national TV all over this. Probably international too. Sky, BBC, Al Jazeera, CNN.
She turned to him, still trying to shake the image of that room full of those disgusting creatures. She shuddered violently.
You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Aren't you?
A man was murdered, Sven. Horribly.
I know, and obviously that's sad. And when we find next of kin, you should give it the full sympathetic act.
Me?
I'm the senior officer.
You only joined 2 months before me.
Which gives me precedence. So, you express our condolences, and then we get to work catching this fucker. And as I think I may have said before, when we do catch him, we will be on every front page, all over social media, the telly. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a commissioner's commendation.
She shook her head.
You're weird. Maybe we should get Stella Cole to take a look at you.
Nobody's getting her to look at anything, he snapped. Hell. It's like there weren't any decent homicide cops in Sweden until she turned up.
Touchy, are we?
No, I'm not touchy. I'm just saying if the SPA gives every juicy murder case to her, it doesn't say much about their faith in actual Swedish officers.
Lucy shook her head. When Sven got into one of his moods, she preferred to think about something else, like maybe getting partnered with someone who was more focused on police work and less on turbocharging his own career. Glory hound. 11. Stockholm. Back home after her second talk of the day, Stella's head was buzzing. Partly it was the deep thrum of the Triumph's engine on the ride back to Stockholm. Mostly it was the shocking news from Axberg. What had she gleaned from the sanitised report offered up by Britt-Marie Jansen? A middle-aged man had been murdered and his body left for a farmer to find out in the boondocks. She poured herself a glass of wine and fetched a little blue bowl of green olives with basil and garlic from the fridge. Took them out to the balcony. The evening was warmer than the day had been, the turn of the seasons. She looked forward to running along the waterfront without her legs stinging from the cold. Mutilated. That was the first key word in Britt-Marie's wind-blown testimony from the crime scene. The second, antlers. And the body had been displayed, not hidden. Although Britt-Marie had been coy when pressed by Louisa in the studio, the implication was clear. He'd been crucified on a tree. A domestic murder? A jealous spouse? Unlikely. Those murders tended to happen in the home, and if the perpetrator didn't immediately give themselves up, ringing the cops while still covered in blood and sobbing out their confession to a startled call handler, then there was only the most rudimentary of efforts to hide the body. Maybe rolled into an old carpet and dumped in woods, or half burnt inside an oil drum on an abandoned industrial estate. Depending on the victim's perceived offence against their killer, there could be mutilation. Women were known to castrate their cheating husbands on occasion, but antlers? No way. Drugs, then? It was a possibility. Gangs like to make examples of people who tried a little freelance dealing on the side, or who set up in direct competition with their former employers. A warning to others considering a move into the entrepreneurial side of the trade. This is what we do to traitors, that sort of thing. But then why leave the body out in the sticks? On a farm, for God's sake. The usual MO was a more urban affair. Gun the man down in the street or in a club, and never mind the innocent civilians who get caught in the crossfire. Or take him somewhere nice and quiet, torture him for a bit, have him kneel for the ritual round to the back of the skull, and then dump the body somewhere very public. That left a third possibility. The possibility homicide cops secretly hoped for, even as they protested volubly that the idea was abhorrent. The possibility that might offer her a way out of her current predicament. She called Henrique Broaden. The voice on the other end was warm, and she could hear the smile in it.
Hey, Stella. How are you liking life as a teacher?
Funny, no better than the last time we talked. How are you? Busy?
Aren't I always?
I mean, on anything specific?
How do I get the feeling you know I am?
I saw the lunchtime news. Sounded pretty strange to me.
Yeah, he drawled. I guess strange would cover it. Just.
So come on then, tell me.
You're working homicide investigation into your drug talks now, are you?
Stella clutched her phone tighter.
Please, Henrique, stop torturing me. Maybe I can help catch the twisted son of a bitch. You know Maslen would have kittens if she found out you were investigating a homicide. Plus, I haven't even finished my report yet.
I'm not investigating. I'm just...
Curious?
Yes, exactly. I'm curious.
Okay, sorry, I was just teasing you. Do you have your crown on? Because this one is right up your street.
Henrique cleared his throat. When he spoke again, all trace of the humorous tone had vanished.
In increasing order of weirdness, we have the following artifacts. 1. The victim was stabbed with something big, sharp but not edged. Nearest I could guess would be some sort of wooden stake, but not regular like a fence post, more like a sharpened tree branch. I found white debris in the wound. I sent it off for analysis. 2. He had a pentagram incised over his sternum. 3. He had a pair of antlers duct-taped around his head. And 4.
Wait! You're saying that isn't the weirdest part?
Oh, you are going to love this. The killer had already performed a craniotomy. I lifted the skull cap off, and there was no brain. And in its place, there were 23 assorted arthropods.
What? You mean bugs?
I mean spiders, insects, centipedes, a millipede, and a scorpion the size of a hamster.
Shit, the devil.
Honestly, Stella, it was like a fucking madhouse in there. I mean, you've got cops, CSIs, me, and Lucas, my assistant, and we're all rushing around with debris pots and cadaver sheets, anything we could find, really, chasing down these bloody creepy crawlies.
Stella shook her head, trying and failing to imagine the chaos that must have ensued when Henrique removed the top of the skull. Did they find the brain at the scene?
No, it's gone.
Was the symbol done ante or post-mortem?
Very much ante, I'm afraid. He would have been in extraordinary pain before he died.
Stella took a deep breath. If this was a one-off, then she'd volunteer to stay on the drugs outreach program until her retirement.
Was that it?
She deadpanned. Henrique laughed.
What? That's not enough for you? The guy looked like something out of a horror film. Actually, yes, though. There was one more thing. Not weird, not as such. His fingers were all broken.
How? By hand?
No, I think probably a hammer. The bones were splintered.
Anything that might help us, them, identify the victim?
He had a tattoo. Just the one. Left shoulder blade. It reads, Hunter Killers 03. You think he could be a pedo hunter?
Yeah, it doesn't sound quite right. In the UK, they might give someone a beating, but they usually just hand them over to the police. But it's ringing a bell.
Maybe he was in the military. But anyway, that's it really. The guy was in basically good shape for a middle-aged smoker, not a heavy drinker, no organic disease lurking in any of the major organs.
How about toxicology?
The lab's snowed under at the moment. A couple of people left last month, plus the latest round of cuts. Could be weeks before they get back with their findings.
She thanked him for his candour, went back to staring out over the rooftops. A satanic symbol. A pair of antlers, not horns, which would have been more satanic, but still. They fit with the whole Wiccan folk religion come paganism side of things, which was starting to get big in Sweden. A skull full of bugs. The corpse crucified on a tree. Well, if it was a jealous lover, he must have fucked the very devil behind her back to get the treatment she'd meted out. 12. Erebro. When Henrique's report dropped into Sven's inbox late the next afternoon, he skim-read it. What he wanted at this point was a positive ID for the victim. They'd got fingerprints and tissue samples, so in the fullness of time they'd get results back from the national databases. But unlike those dumbass cop shows where everyone had test results in 30 seconds, in real-world Sweden things took time, like days, weeks sometimes. Henrique had sketched the design the killer cut into the victim's chest. He described it accurately. For a maths nerd, anyway. Pentagram. But it made a hell of a lot more sense, or at least it did if you had Sven's specialist knowledge, to describe it as a pentacle. It was a satanic symbol. OK, so the Wiccans and all those freaky-deaky neo-pagans liked it too, but the Satanists got there first, And, more to the point, so did the brain surgeon, aka Sweden's most notorious serial killer, Mr. Ulrich Ahlgren himself. Finishing the report, Sven went to find Kirsten. Time to begin the series of reveals that would elevate him in her estimation from workmanlike detective to brilliant homicide investigator. Queen of weirdness? Ha! How about King of the Killers? No, that sounded wrong. Like he was a killer. Scratch that. He shook his head. Something to work on over a couple of beers at home. Kirsten was in her office, poring over some report or other. It was the only aspect of climbing the ladder Sven wasn't keen on, the paperwork. He already had more than he cared for. Sometimes he'd deliberately skimp on his reports just because it was more fun on the street. He could write. In fact, his teacher at school had always said he should have been a journalist. He just had that natural gift, he supposed. But, be honest, who built a career out of being the best report writer? Nobody, that's who. It was a necessary evil. A bit like serial killers. Funny. Come in, Sven, she said, pointing to the visitor chair. You have something? He sat, leaned forward.
I know who the killer is.
She straightened.
That was fast. Who is it? Can we start planning an arrest?
He realised he'd overplayed his hand. Not much, but he needed to back up, just a little.
I don't know his exact identity, but listen, Kirsten.
He hurried on as she puffed air out in a sigh of clear exasperation.
The M.O. is identical to that of Ulrich Ahlgren. He was...
The brain surgeon, yes, I know, Sven. I didn't arrive yesterday.
So what I'm saying is, Ahlgren is clearly behind this, connected at least.
He cursed inwardly. On the short walk to Kirsten's office, his theory had seemed so much more solid. Now he was saying it out loud. It was stretching, thinning, drifting, like cigarette smoke blown into the cold Swedish night.
Have you checked with the prison? She asked. He hasn't escaped?
He nodded.
I spoke to the director, Lina Stemara. Ahlgren's still enjoying the cosy hospitality of Kumla Banka. She even sent a warder to check on him.
So, it's a copycat.
He stifled the sigh that threatened to hiss from between his lips.
I suppose technically, yes, that's what we've got. But my theory is that we're dealing with more of a disciple. We need to interview Ahlgren, find out if he's been getting letters from anyone who might be a possibility, see if he's sending messages to somebody, even see if he's got any insights into the case.
And do you have any idea who I should send in?
Kirsten raised an eyebrow. It was a pretty good bit of body language, supposed to put you on the defensive, make you feel small. Sven had been practicing it at home in the bathroom mirror after shaving every morning and evening. He nearly had it, although the right was loads better than the left. He shrugged.
Well, I've done the legwork so far. Made the connection to Ahlgren, so... me, basically.
You don't think this is a bit of a jump up for you, Sven? I mean, no offence, but so far your cases have been pretty straightforward.
He bit back his frustration. He knew what Kirsten was thinking. She wanted to kick it up to the big boys and girls over in Stockholm. He needed to forestall it quickly.
Look, you're right, I get it. Örebro isn't Stockholm, and, thank God, Stockholm isn't London or Berlin or New York. But I'm ready for this, Kirsten. I've got a great clearance rate. I'm smart, I'm dogged, I'm modest.
He blushed. But Kirsten was grinning.
Sorry, Sven. Go. Call Lena and make an appointment. If you get any pushback, have her call me. We were at university together.
He left her office at a trot, already pulling his phone out. 13. Stockholm. It was 11 a.m, the day after Stella had spoken to Enrique. She was ensconced in a tiny, acoustically dead room with Yannick Forstrom, the the presenter of The Issue, Radio P1's regular live show devoted to contemporary cultural trends. A mic encased in a spindly black metal cage was suspended directly in front of her mouth. "Speak at your normal volume and keep close to the mic," Yannick said with an encouraging smile. "Other than that, just talk like normal. Two friends discussing stuff in the pub, okay?" "I think I can do that," Stella said, pulse racing, fighting down the urge to run from the studio and burst free onto Uxenschönsgatten. His eyes slid away from hers for a second, presumably as his producer spoke into his earpiece. He nodded, flashed Stella another toothy grin. "Good morning, I am Yannick Forstrom, and this is The Issue. Kids and drugs. That's what we're discussing today. Who takes them? Why do they take them? What do they take? And what, if anything, can or should society do about it? To discuss these and other questions, including yours, I have in the studio with me today Detective Inspector Stella Cole." He paused, winked at Stella, presumably another bit of geeing up for the rookie. It made her feel sick. "Stella arrived on our shores a few years back and has been making waves ever since, not least for speaking Swedish better than some of our own citizens manage." He winked again. It was starting to look like a nervous tic. "But she is currently on sabbatical from the business of catching serial killers to promote the government's message on drugs. Stella, welcome to The Issue." She stared at him, her eyes apparently unable to blink. Light-headed. Why was he frowning at her? Was a shirt button undone? She looked down. No, everything was okay. Back at Yannick, he was nodding and pointing at the mic. "Oh, thanks, Yannick," she choked out. Her throat felt like she'd emptied a spoonful of dust into it. "Happy to be here." "And we're happy to have you." He nodded, smiled, mouthed, "Good. So, what's your impression of the Swedish attitude to drugs? Do the kids take in your message that drugs are dangerous?" She leaned closer to the mic, tried to formulate a sentence that was honest and diplomatic, and in line with the policy she was supposed to be promoting, without sounding like a hypocrite. No pressure. "Well, Yannick, Sweden is no different from a lot of countries, the UK included. We know young people experiment with drugs. You could argue it's part of growing up, and yes, they are illegal. But I think any parent will tell you that forbidding a teenager to do something is only going to make them want to do it more. If you say it's risky or dangerous, well, that's just going to make them want it twice as much." Chin cupped in the palm of his right hand, elbows supported in the other, Yannick nodded, as if she'd just delivered the most searing philosophical insight of the 21st century. "True, true. So what's your message? You visit schools, right?" "And colleges, yeah. I give them information. I explain about the law and how my colleagues treat drug offenders. I talk about the effects on their health." "And you work with the Frankie Miller Foundation, that's right, isn't it?" "Yes, we do. Frankie has a great rapport with kids, and I think she's truly an asset to the programme." "Let's take some calls," Yannick said. "Then we'll circle back to some of the issues we'll discuss in the next part of the programme." He straightened his shoulders. His eyes went momentarily out of focus as he touched the earpiece again. "You're listening to The Issue with me, Yannick Forstrom, and today's special guest, Detective Inspector Stella Cole. We have Marge on the line. Hey, Marge, what's your question?" A middle-aged woman's thin, querulous voice filled the studio.
What I want to know is why the police don't throw them all in prison. I walk my little dog, Olaf, after the Prime Minister, the one who was assassinated, I mean, not the new one. Bloody woman. Anyway,
Marge seemed to lose her thread, then picked it up again.
I walk Olaf every evening in Stockholm, down by Betzeli Park. And they're all there. Arabs, blacks, Syrians, or whatever. You know, immigrants. They sell drugs to our kids. Well, the police should go down there and arrest them all, lock them up, or send them back to wherever they came from. The buyers too, for that matter.
Yannick nodded as if agreeing with every word Marge was saying. He cut her off with a smooth, "Thanks for that interesting opinion, Marge. Stella, how would you respond to Marge's point that anyone with half an eye can see drugs being dealt openly on our streets? Why don't the police do more?" She felt on firmer ground here. She took a breath. Obviously, we could arrest street dealers. We could assemble a task force of 10 or 20 or 100 officers and pick up everyone we could find with a wrap of cocaine, a bottle of pills, or a little bag of weed on them. And within 24 hours, they'd all be back on the street. That's the Swedish justice system. Is that a criticism? Not at all. But it's a fact that there simply aren't the resources to prosecute everyone. On the subject of deportation, Swedish human rights law does not permit the police to deport people suspected of minor drug offences. And we have to remember that they may well be Swedish citizens. But even if it did, I can guarantee that there would simply be a fresh crop of dealers taking their places the very next night Marge took her little dog for a walk. So you're saying the problem is systemic, endemic even? Trying not to be distracted by her attempts to mentally define the two rhyming words, Stella said, "I'm saying, if you arrested every single person in Sweden who either bought or sold drugs, you might find you needed to build more prisons." He nodded, as if he believed every word Stella was saying. Maybe he was just a nodder. Let's take another caller. We have Ronnie on the line. Hey, Ronnie, what's your question?
Yeah. Hi, Yannick.
The caller's voice was deep, muffled, as if he had a bad cold.
I have a question for Stella. What did you think of my handiwork over in Exburg?
Stella felt suddenly cold. Her stomach flipped. Yannick smiled, puzzled. Handiwork, Ronnie. Are you a drug user yourself? A dealer, perhaps?
Stella knows who I am. While you're sitting there discussing the minor sin of smoking weed, I am doing my Lord's work. Stella likes to hunt people like me, but she will never catch me. I have protection.
Yannick was touching his earpiece again. He nodded. Okay, thanks for that, Ronnie. Let's take... He was going to cut the caller off. She couldn't let him. No, she said sharply, holding her hand up, palm outwards. Ronnie, what do you mean about Axburg?
Clever. You are testing me. I mean, that sinner I left on the Jakobsons' farm.
Was he a crank? It was entirely possible. But there was something in his voice, a lack of emotion, a note of superiority, of arrogance. She'd spoken to people before who sounded exactly the same. She needed to test him further. The antlers, the pentagram, that's what you mean, isn't it?
You know perfectly well what I mean, Stella, he said. Let's just say he had plenty of company when he died.
He was talking about the bugs. Had to be. You said you're doing your Lord's work. Is God telling you to kill?
God? That old fraud? No. The one I serve is far more powerful.
Tell me his name.
For I am an angel fallen among sinners, yet I will rise up and lead them. My Father will feel my wrath when I burn his city down into smoke and ashes.
The line went dead. Yannick's tanned face had turned a sickly beige. Sweat beaded his upper lip. His eyes were wide, and he was staring at Stella, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. She had to do something. Dead air was stretching out. Yannick touched his earpiece. left his finger there. Stella leaned forwards. Well, maybe Ronnie has taken something he shouldn't have. Religious delusions are one of the serious side effects of LSD, a topic I speak about in my talks with young people. She stared through the window into the control room, where the young female producer was rolling her hand in the air. Keep going. Then she mimed picking up a phone. I think we have another question, Stella said. Somehow they got the programme back on track. Yannick pulled himself out of his panic attack, while Stella vamped about drug policy in response to the questioner. 30 minutes after it had started, he signed off with a serious-sounding, "Thank you for listening to the issue. Next week, institutional racism in Swedish business." "We're clear," the producer's voice announced over the speakers. Yannick leaned back and ran a hand over his high forehead, which looked as though he'd lost more hair from it since Ronnie's unfortunate intervention in his show. "Fuck," he said in English. "Thanks, Stella. You saved my life. Was that him then? The actual murderer of that guy over in Exburg?" She nodded. She was sure of it. And now she'd spoken to him. She was sure of one thing. He was going to do it again. 14. Vetlanda, Jönköping County. Ever since the body had been found on the farm, Barbara Ekblad had been on high alert. Poor guy. Tortured, and all that shit Algren used to do. She'd rushed to the bathroom and retched until her stomach was knotted so painfully she'd wept with it. It had been a while since she'd carried a pistol. Once you made senior management, a working knowledge of Excel was more valuable than how to operate a Sig Sauer P225. Even so, she'd retrieved her pistol and taken it straight down to the range, earned a few looks from the other officers down there in that echoing space that stank of burnt gunpowder, some questioning, others impressed, asked the armourer for a box of bullets, and spent an hour down there blasting away at paper targets until her index finger cramped. She was ready. And then she wasn't. She awoke in the middle of the night. Beside her, Eric snored raggedly. He sounded different. Normally, if he woke her in the night, the noise of his clogged breathing was clearer, more consistent somehow. A logger way out in the forest cutting down fir trees. A shadow loomed over her side of the bed. A huge paw-like hand clamped over her nose and mouth. She struggled, flailing arms and legs. Why wasn't Eric waking? A cloth soaked in something that smelled a bit like the wax polish they used on their treasured hardwood floor. She struggled, gasped. Everything went swimmy. Then darkness. "Oh no, Eric. I'm so sorry, my love." Muhammad al-Huk woke up from his own sleep 4 hours later. He'd been sleeping rough ever since crossing into Sweden. The mornings were cold, but no worse than those in Syria. At least now there weren't snipers ready to snuff you out if they caught you on the street after the curfew just because you were trying to track down a loaf of bread. His plan was to join his cousin Aisha in Stockholm, get a flat, a job, tell the authorities about himself. A qualified pharmacist, a shop in Aleppo. Gone now, reduced to so much brick dust and shards of glass and burning medication packets. One problem. He was illegal, undocumented. He wandered down to the stream to wash and then to pray. As he raised his head from the mat he brought rolled up and wrapped in waxed paper, he blinked as sunlight hit him straight in the face. What was that? In God's name? What was it? He shaded his eyes with his hand, prayers forgotten for now. Because now he could see what it was that appeared to be watching him from a nearby tree. He'd seen similar, not like this, but close enough, in Syria. Nearer too, he could make out features. A woman. The blonde hair every Swedish girl seemed to have. He chided himself. She was well past the age when one would call her a girl. Her head hung down. Dead. And tortured. Memories swam up from the place where he'd locked them away. Broken bodies turning up in the streets of Aleppo after the secret police had taken them from their homes in the middle of the night. Injuries their families couldn't bear to see, yet had to. Peeping through slitted fingers. Antlers taped to the sides of her head. A gaping bloody wound over her heart. Between her exposed breasts, a crude 5-pointed star. He offered a prayer for her soul, drew the cut sides of her nightgown together over her chest as best he could. He sat at her feet. His mind reeled, because now what? A dilemma. But worse than those he'd studied at the university in Damascus. Philosophy. He'd come a long way. Problems in which trolley cars full of passengers raced towards abandoned babies. Switch the points, save the infant, kill the passengers, or leave them be, save the adults at the cost of a single child. Mohammed's dilemma was starker, for being real and immediate. A monster was on the loose, killing women, torturing them. As his mind worked on the puzzle, he giggled out of sheer anxiety as a name presented itself. Not the trolley problem, but death and deportation. Mohammed was devout. The Quran was clear. Murder was an evil act. He had a duty to report it. So should he call the police and be deported, back to his old life, his old identity, and everything that awaited him? Or ignore a monstrous crime and the Prophet's teachings, and stay in Sweden to restart his life? Quietly, as if he might wake the dead woman, he walked away. 15. Erebro. The next morning, Sven was in early. He wanted to beat Lucy to the office. Once she'd arrived, made herself a coffee and logged onto the SPA system, he dropped his bombshell. Lucy's eyes flashbulbed. Sven was gratified at his partner's surprise. She had a lot to learn about him.
You're going where?
I'm going down to Kumla prison, the bunker actually, to interview Ulruk Ahlgren, just to have it clear with the director.
And Kirsten was cool with that.
Totally. I went to see her yesterday afternoon. She actually said it was a great idea, told me she was impressed with my work.
Wow. Do you want me to come with you?
He shook his head. I'm not being funny, but check yourself out in a mirror in the ladies. You're exactly his type. Well, a bit older, but you know what I mean. Classic, beautiful Swedish girl. He'd just be perving over you the whole time. She folded her arms.
I think there might have been a compliment buried under all that patriarchal bullshit. So thanks. But seriously, let me come, okay? I've never met a real serial killer before.
Sven shook his head. On the one hand, it would be cool to have her with him, someone to record how he dealt with Sweden's most dangerous serial killer. But then there was always the risk he'd have to share the glory.
Let me handle it. But we still need to ID the victim. Why don't you stay on that?
Leaving her to fume, her gaze so hot he felt it burning through his jacket, he went to call Lina Stelmara again. The voice on the other end of the line was cultured, definitely upper middle class, like one of those Östermalm types who were always popping up on the late-night news shows. Sven introduced himself and explained the reason for his call.
Ulrich Algren has refused to speak to detectives or reporters since taking up residence here, she said. Actually, that's not quite true. He did agree to speak to one criminologist. She bore certain physical similarities to his victims. God knows why it was allowed. I was on sabbatical at the time, but she suffered a panic attack after something he said. Our doctor had to sedate her, so I doubt very much he'd agree to see you.
She wasn't saying any of this unkindly, Sven thought. As she saw it, she was just stating the facts. But he had a fact he thought would trump hers.
I get that, Lena, really I do,
he said, striving to kick his own less bourgeois accent up a notch or two.
But the homicide I'm investigating bears an uncanny, in fact you could say a direct correspondence to his own crimes.
He heard the shrug in her voice as she said, I'll ask him. If he agrees, I'll call you back.
When would you be able to do that, please? Time is of the essence here. I need to catch this new killer before he murders anybody else.
Give me an hour. I have a meeting to attend. I can do it after that.
Sven wanted to yell down the phone. Don't you get it? There's a nutcase out there rigging his victims up like crucified deer. I need to know now.
Wanted. But he prided himself on his excellent impulse control. Unlike psychopaths. So he contented himself with a meek, "Thank you. I'll await your call." While he waited, he reread the reports by the psychiatrist who'd assessed Algren back in 2003. His stomach ignited in a fizz of excitement mixed with a little anxiety. Algren was the real deal, a genuine, certifiable, gold-plated crazy. The only thing he hadn't done was eat his victims, or not that anybody could prove. Their brains had never been found. In the passage he was currently reading, Algren patiently explained to an eminent psychiatrist that only by purging one young woman of her sinful thoughts, by replacing her brain with bugs, could he hope to force Sweden as a nation to confront the evil in its soul. Sven shook his head. Loony. His phone rang. He jumped, swore, checked his watch. Lena was as good as her word. 71 minutes had passed.
Ulrich must be feeling generous. He says, come to see him this afternoon. Thank you, Lena. I appreciate this. Tell me, is there anything Ulrich likes?
I'm sorry, likes?
Yes, you know, something that he finds pleasurable.
Apart from ritually slaughtering young women, you mean? He smiled. The director had a sense of humour, unusual among the bleeding heart, it's all society's fault types who ran most of Sweden's penal facilities. I was thinking more like biscuits or candies. Bribing him may not be a bad idea. Most people just want to come and stick a microphone under his nose. He spends his allowance on Anna's ginger thins in the prison commissary.
And I'd be allowed to bring those in?
Might be easier than buying them here. They often run out. We'll have to x-ray them, of course, but no other than the usual security checks. You're fine. On the 20-minute drive from Örebro down to Kumla, Sven's pulse ticked along at an elevated but not unpleasant rate. He did have to keep wiping his palms on his trousers, though. They were slipping on the steering wheel. He pulled in at a mini-market and took a packet of Anna's brand ginger thins off the shelf, made for the till, wondering whether it was worth asking for a receipt so he could claim the 11 krona back on expenses. Then he tutted, spun round and replaced it, reaching instead for the 300-gram gift box. That cost 35, and he was absolutely claiming for that. He reached Kumla and slowed for some women pushing strollers across the road at the crossway where Sorbenwagen crossed Stennefagen to become Viagaten. So far, so middle of nowhere, small-town Sweden. Family cars, Fallon Red, Mama Och pop boutiques with wooden clapboard fronts. A bar called the Cowboy Grill. Why? A Navet charity shop, also Fallon, but this time faced with aluminium sidings instead of traditional timber. Across the junction, a simple white wooden church raised its spire above the low roofs of its neighbours. He wondered briefly whether Algren had genuinely believed he was doing God's work, or the devil's, or whether it was all an act. Maybe he'd ask him. The women reached the far pavement, and he accelerated away, anxious now to get on with it. He drove down the dead straight Viergatten on the final approach to the prison. A grassy plain stretched away on both sides to distant woodland. Opposite the prison was a custard-yellow factory owned by Orkla Foods Sweden. Its box-like structure, forbidding stacks of chimneys and windowless front would have made a half-decent prison itself. Orkla was a bit of an institution in Örebro County, producing Ekström's blueberry soup, which Sven personally couldn't stand. Far too sweet. But his three sisters all loved it and insisted he try their homemade recipes every time he visited, which, and not only for that reason, wasn't very often. Orkla had been there since 1948. He wondered what they thought about having a Category 1 penal institution built right opposite them in 65. Unchuffed, he thought it was fair to say. He wondered if Orkla also made anise ginger thins, glanced at the box beside him on the passenger seat, and peered at the tiny white writing. Lotus Bakeries. Fucking Belgians. The roar of multiple air horns jerked him upright and facing front. Heart pounding against his ribs, he wrenched the wheel over to bring his silver Toyota back to his side of the road. The Orkla truck thundered past, its blaring air horns sliding down a tone as they Doppler shifted. Shaking, he gripped the wheel and took the car the last 500 metres to the prison at a sedate 40 kph. After navigating the various levels of security, he waited in a small room for Lena to come and escort him to meet Algren. She arrived not 60 seconds later, a tall, severe-looking woman in chunky black boots and a boxy black suit that had to have cost a fortune to look that good on her bony frame. Sven?
Lena, thanks again for arranging the meet.
Yes, well, if it helps stop another Ulrich Algren, I'm all for it. She looked at the package in his hand. You've gone all in, I see. He grinned.
I was just wondering how to phrase it on my expenses claim.
What, you think bribe to notorious satanic serial killer might not cut it with your finance department? Was that a hint of sarcasm? He checked her expression. Her grey eyes crinkled at the corners. Yes, he decided, definitely bone dry and pretty black sense of humour.
They'd probably reject it, saying they only disperse money for Lutheran serial killers.
This brought forth a proper laugh from the director. Sven felt unaccountably pleased with himself. She was at least 10, if not 20 years older than him, but there was something nice about a powerful, attractive woman laughing at his jokes. Come on, she said. Let's introduce you to Ulrich. On the long walk from the reception area through general population to Kumla Bunker, Sven felt his anxiety levels increasing. He'd been inside prisons before, of course, but only to interview regular criminals, burglars, muggers, and, yes, murderers on occasion. But they were regular guys, there but for the grace of God types. Algren was different. He was in the bunker, one of Sweden's 3 secluded maximum security units for extremely high-risk prisoners. His cohabitees in the bunker were as unpleasant a bunch of men as it was possible to find. Among them, Jon Anders Johansson, the neo-Nazi who'd murdered 2 police officers, Rami Namda, The Islamist terrorist who'd driven a bus into a crowded marketplace in Uppsala and killed 9 people. Tommy Malenius, your basic psycho, who'd been denied entry to a bar, gone home in a taxi, fetched an AK-47, which apparently he'd just had lying around, went back and emptied the magazine through the front window, killing 5 and wounding another 11. Nutters. Lena nodded to a burly warder with a bunch of shiny keys on a large ring at his waist. He unlocked the heavy cream-painted door, protruding rivet heads, giving a clue as to its function, and let them through into the prison within a prison that constituted Kumla Bunker. Sven inhaled sharply. This was it. He was going to meet his first serial killer. 16. Vetlanda. Muhammad stood up. The Swedish police were here. He'd rolled and repacked his prayer mat. His destiny would be taken out of his hands now. In Allah's. And the cops. These 2 were in uniform. A man with red hair cut short like a soldier's, and a woman, watchful eyes. He'd supposed that they would send detectives. Maybe he'd seen too many TV shows. They hadn't drawn their guns, but they kept their hands on the butts poking out of the black holsters. They emerged from the scrubby bushes, looked at him inquiringly. "She is there," he said in English, since he hadn't mastered more than a few words of Swedish. He pointed. The cops turned in unison. The woman hissed out a couple of short words. Muhammad supposed she was swearing. It sounded like it. The male cop turned to him, consulted his phone. "You are Muhammad al-Huk?" he asked in English. "Yes, sir. I reported it." "When did you find the body?" "Earlier this morning I woke up, and after washing, I saw her." "What time was this?" 7 o'clock. I have an alarm on my phone." The man checked his watch. "You only called it in at 9. Why did you not call us immediately?" The woman was on the phone. She glanced over at Muhammad. He saw no animosity in her gaze, just a frank, appraising stare. Maybe this would be okay. He could claim asylum. It could work. The Swedes were supposed to be a soft touch. One thing he knew. He was not going back. "Officer, I have no papers, only my Syrian passport. I am in your country illegally. I thought if I called the authorities I would be deported. I prayed for guidance." The officer sniffed. "Okay, well, you did the right thing. I need you to come with us to the police station to make a statement. Get your stuff together." "But what will happen to me?" "Once we're done with you, we'll call the Swedish Migration Agency. They'll send someone down to talk to you. After that, it's down to them. It's not a police matter." "I want to help Sweden," Muhammad blurted. "I am a professional person. I am educated. I have a degree. I could be of use. I'm already learning to speak Swedish." The police officer shrugged his broad shoulders as if resettling a heavy weight. "Great, but it's still not our call." Muhammad could only nod. He packed away his thin-walled nylon tent, his copy of the Quran, and his few other meagre possessions. Maybe they would let him call Aisha. He stared at the dead woman. At least her cares in this life were at an end. 17. Kumla. Lena turned to Sven. "You're meeting him in a secure room," she said. "I won't be there, but you'll have a guardian with you. There's a panic button on your side of the table, although he'll be in restraints and also handcuffed to the table." Sven nodded, swallowed. Why did the director's words of reassurance produce the opposite effect? Inside the stark, empty room, Sven took a seat opposite Algren. In the flesh, he was so much less. Sven searched for the right word. Well, just so much less than he'd seemed in all the books and websites and news reports. Algren wasn't tall or bulky. Maybe 170 centimetres. 175 if he had long legs and slim built. His hair was thinning and mostly grey. He wore glasses with clear plastic frames that magnified his watery blue eyes and gave them a slightly amphibian appearance. The resemblance to some slippery aquatic creature was enhanced by his fleshy, colourless lips. His bony wrists were encased in rigid steel cuffs. A length of chain ran inside the cuffs and through a thick eye bolt secured to the metal-topped table. Sven smiled at him, brought out the box of biscuits and pushed them across the table.
"I hear you like these,"
he said. Algren reached for the biscuits, but the chain snapped tight against the eye bolt, preventing him from reaching the packet.
Would you mind?
He said in a soft, cultured voice with a hint of the far north in it. Sven reached for the packet. Behind him, the guard shouted,
"No! Stop!"
Sven froze, saw that his hand was within a few centimetres of Algren's. Algren looked disappointed. His fleshy lips were downturned, almost pouting.
"Sit back, Ulrich, please."
Smiling, Algren complied, pulling the chain tight so its links rattled unpleasantly through the eye bolts.
Of course, Tim. Anything you say.
The guard approached the table, using a long baton which Sven noticed was looped around his wrist in the approved manner so it couldn't be snatched away. He pushed the box of biscuits over to Algren's side of the table. Having accomplished this manoeuvre, he retreated to the shadows, but not before murmuring in Sven's ear, "Careful." Heart racing, Sven tried to compose himself.
"Ulrich, I don't know how much news you get in here, but there's been a murder up in Axburg that bears a strong resemblance to your,
Algren leaned forwards, drew the box of biscuits into his lap and began tearing the cardboard open.
It's all right, you can say it. You mean my crimes. I won't be angry with you, Sven. After all, you did bring me my favourite treats.
He tore through the thin cellophane on the inside of the box and extracted a single ginger thin, which he placed between his teeth and nibbled off one of the little scalloped petals on the edge. Algren closed his eyes in either genuine or feigned ecstasy. Sven couldn't tell which. Sven shuddered. How had Algren got hold of his first name? Surely Kirsten would have just said a detective wanted to speak to him. Algren opened his salamander eyes again.
They're very good. Have one?
He nudged the box towards Sven. He shook his head, more violently than he'd meant to.
"No, thank you, I'm good."
Algren shrugged.
Your loss.
"Listen, Ulrich,"
Sven said, trying to regain control of the conversation.
"The thing is, obviously you couldn't have committed this murder."
A sympathetic smile.
Obviously.
"So I'm thinking there's a copycat out there, or maybe a superfan."
He paused, aiming for maximum impact.
"A disciple, even. What do you think?"
Algren eyed him for the longest time. Sven fought down the urge to fill the silence. The wall clock ticked. The gaps between the seconds expanded until each took a minute all on its own. Finally, Algren spoke.
Are you sure you won't have a biscuit? They're made by a Belgian firm now, which is a shame. Lotus Bakeries. They bought Anna's Peppercakor out in 2008. They used to be better when they were made here in Sweden. The company was originally based in Tereso. Do you know it?
No, I don't. Look, Ulruk, I'm here because...
You should go. It's only 15 kilometers southeast of Stockholm. Such a pretty town. Trees everywhere.
I'll plan a trip.
I killed my 5th victim in Tyresö. Her name was Isabel Rundström. A slut, obviously. Dripping with sin. Putrescent with it, you could say. The devil take her.
Look, I didn't come here to discuss your record, Algren,
Sven snapped. Algren's lips pooched out in a moo of disappointment.
No more Ulruk, Sven?
Tell me about your disciple. I know you've got one.
I'm tired. Tim, I want to go back to my accommodation, please.
Sven twisted round in his seat, held up a hand.
No, wait.
He turned back to Algren.
Help me, and I'll help you.
Algren smiled, a loathsome expression making him look like one of those weird, slimy things that lived in the dark and had their gills or lungs or whatever the hell they were outside their bodies.
Will you get me moved back into Gen Pop, Sven? Restore my privileges? Get me transferred to somewhere with a decent view?
You know I can't. I can get you more ginger thins, though. Just help me out here.
He swallowed.
Ulruk.
This time, there was no delay. Algren leaned forward and very deliberately hocked up phlegm from somewhere deep in his nasal passages and spat the mess out onto the open box of biscuits.
Send Stella. I'll talk to her. Nobody else.
Pardon?
You heard me. Tim, I said I was tired. Take me back to my cell. Now, please.
The guard moved into Sven's eyeline.
Told you,
he murmured as he passed. As he was leaving the white-painted room, Algren called out,
Sven?
Sven turned. Had he had a last-second change of heart? Was it all a monstrous bluff?
What?
I hope we meet again.
We won't.
Algren smiled.
Never say never.
10 minutes later, scowling so deeply the gate guard shot him an inquiring, "What did I do?" look back at him, Sven passed from the prison into the outside world again. As he turned right onto Via Gattin, he jammed his foot down so hard on the accelerator he got an immediate cramp. He held it there, grinding his teeth as his arch locked in an agonizing muscular spasm. With acrid blue smoke billowing up from the screeching tyres, he inhaled deeply, dragging the acrid burnt rubber smell deep into his nostrils.
Fuck!
He screamed into the empty cabin. His mood was only marginally lifted when Lucy announced as soon as he got back to the station that she'd got an ID for their victim. His name was Joel Varela, and he was a cop. 18. Stockholm. The following Monday, Stella was preparing for a talk when her phone rang. Marlin. "What are you doing this morning, Stella?" she asked after the briefest of pleasantries. A talk down in North Shopping. Why? Cancel it. Get yourself into headquarters, my office, as soon as you can, please. Stella frowned. What's this all about? I'll explain when you get here. The line went dead. 15 minutes later, having arranged for another drugs outreach team member to deliver the presentation, Stella headed into Kung Holmsgatten. She nodded to a few people she knew as she made her way to Marlin's office. She knocked and entered, to find Marlin with 2 more plainclothes officers. The woman, older, 50-ish maybe, but well-preserved, athletic build, a skier maybe. The man, much younger, maybe late 20s, not happy to be there to judge from the scowl he was doing a poor job of hiding. Marlin gestured for her to sit. Stella, I'd like to introduce you to Detective Inspector Group Chief Kirsten Sanden and Detective Inspector Commander Sven Peterson. Sven is the lead investigator on a murder in Exburg. Sven, could you explain to Stella what you told me, please? The young, and obviously successful Stell, male detective, looked about as happy as a man waiting for his dentist to do a root canal.
I don't know if you've heard about the case, he began.
From his expression, it was clear to Stella he suspected she knew at least as much as he did. She felt a twinge of guilt for having called Henrique. Time for some diplomacy. Only what the average citizen picks up from the news. He inclined his head.
Well then, bloke's found crucified on a tree, pentagram carved into his chest, stabbed with something big and improvised. Antlers taped to his head, and when the pathologist did the autopsy, his brain was missing and replaced with a shit ton of bugs.
Just like Ulrich Algren's victims, she said, figuring he'd think it odd if she didn't at least know the basics of Algren's hideous crimes.
Exactly. Anyway, now a second body's turned up. Same M.O. I went to see Algren in Kumla. Thought maybe he'd groomed a successor or something. He wouldn't tell me anything, but he said he would talk to you.
Now Stella understood. A guy who'd climbed the greasy pole to a command position before his 30th birthday lands the biggest case of his career to date, and then his boss orders him to hand it over to the Queen of Weirdness. She'd be pissed off if it happened to her, and she wasn't a native-born Swedish male copper with his eyes on the prize. Kirsten turned in her chair, so she was directly facing Stella.
We'd like your help, Stella. You have experience we just don't have in Örebro. Maybe in Sweden, she added, with a glance at Marlin, who nodded. We need to stop this new killer before he does it again.
Stella looked at Marlin. She couldn't think of anything she'd like better than to shrug on the homicide investigator's harness again and get to work. But there was the small business of her suspension, for which Marlin had sacrificed her next career move. Penance. It weighed heavy on her. Obviously, I'd like to offer Örebro police whatever help I can, but I'm currently, Kirsten spared her blushes.
On suspension, yes, Marlin told us. I understand it stems from an altercation between you and Nick Olsen.
Stella tugged on her ponytail. You could call it that, yes. Had Marlin kept the details back? It sounded like she had. More to be grateful to her boss for.
This may surprise you then, Stella, but when I spoke to Nick and explained what I wanted, he was amenable to the idea of you rejoining homicide.
What? She turned to Marlin. Is this true? She nodded. I spoke to him myself. He said that there were times when bigger issues were at stake than internal discipline. That sounded so unlike something Nick would say that Stella wondered if the 3 of them were playing a practical joke on her. Not to be rude, Marlin, but Nick lives for internal discipline. I mean, it's literally his job. Marlin shrugged. Go and see him yourself if you like. After this briefing, as of now, you're back on the team. Permanently. Let's get this case solved before he kills anyone else, shall we? Then we can discuss your future. Well, that was pretty clear. Get a result, get your old job back. Not quite blackmail, but not far off. Stella nodded. She could work with that. She looked at Sven. I'll need to see everything you've got. We've got an incident room set up at Erebro. I've found a desk for you. If he'd been running a restaurant, she had no doubt she'd have been seated just by the toilets. 19. Having spent most of the previous night until 2 a.m. reading up on the 2 murders, Stella needed fresh air and the sun on her skin. She wheeled the Triumph out from its covered parking spot into a patch of sunshine at the rear of her apartment block. The chromed parts sparkled like a wind-ruffled sea somewhere hot. Portugal, Greece, Malta. Their honeymoon had been in Sicily. She put the bucket of hot soapy water down with a clunk that sent a litre or two slopping over the lip to wet her boots. A tear welled in the corner of her eye. They'd been so happy, as newlyweds should be. They talked about the future. What would you say if I told you I was pregnant? She'd asked Richard, as they strolled arm in arm down a narrow street lined with bright purple bougainvillea. He turned to her, a lazy lunchtime wine smile crinkling his eyes. Are you? No, but what would you say if I was? He frowned, stopped walking, turned to face her, and wrapped his arms around her waist. I would say, he kissed her, that it would be the start of a very exciting adventure. They'd had Lola 2 years later. Stella thought she'd known love before that moment. She'd loved her parents, then Richard. But as the midwife placed Lola in her arms, her heart was vaporized in a supernova of emotion. This exact, precise, overwhelming feeling. This moment that divided her whole existence in two. Before, after. This was love. She didn't love her husband any less, but as she cradled the squalling, angry, scarlet-faced bundle against her aching breast, she knew that she had discovered the universe's hugest message. You are a mother. She is yours. Stella sank to a crouch beside the bike, plunged her hands into the water, squeezed her fists around the sponge until her knuckles cracked, ducked her head to each shoulder to scrub away the tears. Hey, Stella, washing your pride and joy? She looked up. Her neighbour, Niels, he'd moved in the previous year and always insisted on speaking English with her. He ran the kitchen in a nearby Lebanese restaurant. She'd eaten there with Yonna a couple of times. The first time Niels had recommended they try batata hara, after one mouthful of the spicy potatoes, their taste buds pinging with flavours of garlic, sumac and fresh coriander, they'd asked their waiter for a second plateful. I've been doing a lot of motorway miles, she sniffed. He's not looking his best. Niels frowned. You're not either. What's wrong? She got to her feet, not enjoying the cracks from both knees. Was she getting old? God forbid. Should she tell him? He was a friend. Not close like Yonna or even Oscar and Hedda, his long-suffering wife. But they'd been for coffee in each other's apartments once or twice. That they both worked unconventional hours meant they'd often be awake when others were asleep. The problem was always the same. She was frightened. What if she started crying and wasn't able to stop? Mostly, these days, she limited herself to keeping her journal. She'd let Yonna in, of course, but for the most part, the grief felt like an old wound. OK, as long as you didn't prod it too hard. She rubbed her left bicep over the spot where Mim Roby had smashed down her machete, leaving an ugly ridge of scar tissue. I was thinking about my family.
In England?
Kind of. It was coming. Her mouth had made the decision for her. They're buried there. Niels lowered his thick black eyebrows, pursed his lips.
They. Your partner. But children too. Ah, I'm so sorry.
She nodded, sighed. No tears, not that it mattered. He wouldn't mind. It was her own fear of letting the emotions out that concerned her. Other people's reactions were their business. My husband, his name was Richard, and our daughter, Lola. She was only a baby. Niels nodded, held eye contact. Didn't look away like he was wishing he'd never asked, or check his phone, hoping a social media message might offer him an exit from an uncomfortable silence.
I was going to get breakfast. Do you want to come?
Wash your bike later? She drew in a deep breath, felt the tension leave her chest. Yeah, I'd like that. The cafe had tables looking out over Riddarfjorden's sapphire blue water. Pleasure boats meandered in graceful curves, their skippers skillfully avoiding the larger ferries and tourist boats plying their trade between the islands. A smiling couple in their 60s paddleboarded directly beneath their table. The woman looked up and smiled, waved with a free hand. The waitress brought their coffees, plus a croissant for Niels. He took a bite of the flaky, buttery pastry. Best croissants in Stockholm, according to the chalkboard outside the front door.
You can always talk to me, Stella. If I'm in, I'm available. You know that, right?
I do, and thanks. Mostly it's fine. It was a long time ago now.
But things like that never leave us, do they?
She sipped her coffee. No, but they get easier to bear. Have you lost someone too? He nodded.
Gassif. We were married for 3 years. His parents came here from Lebanon in the 90s. They had a restaurant in Beirut. They started again here with nothing. That's how we met.
What happened?
3 of those reborn Sweden thugs ambushed us one night after work. Put us both in the emergency room. Gassif died the next day of his injuries.
Stella stretched out a hand and covered Niels's. That is so awful. Did they catch them? She knew the answer in advance. Of course not. Stockholm had seen a dramatic upsurge in street crimes, especially violent crimes, in recent years. The uniform branch was stretched too thin to maintain order, and the CID were constantly being reshuffled or presented with new targets. His answer surprised her.
They did. Inside a week. They're in prison now. Not for long enough, but that's the Swedish legal system for you.
I wish they were dead. He looked across the table at her.
Reborn Sweden. That reminds me, their old leader, Jenny Freivalds, she was killed by that serial killer up in Söderbacher, wasn't she? You caught him.
I did.
I almost wish you hadn't.
You don't mean that. Niels sighed, finished his coffee and signalled for another, raising his eyebrows at Stella. She nodded. He held up 2 fingers for the waitress.
I guess not. Så vem har du i sikte nu, fru Cole?
His sudden switch into Swedish, so who's in your sights now, Mrs. Cole, made her laugh. Well, if you'd asked me the day before yesterday, I'd have said teenaged tokers. They had me on drugs outreach. His eyebrows jumped again, like 2 overexcited little rodents. Shrews, would they be? Voles? It's a long story, but now I'm back on homicide.
The 2 weird murders over in Axburg and Vetlanda. His eyes widened. Yeah, I read about it on Facebook. It's some guy repeating the brain surgeon's crimes. Antlers and pentagrams, all that satanic shit. It's his MO, certainly. Beyond that, I'm keeping an open mind. Maybe it's just a jealous lover. Niels nodded sagely, as if he were Sweden's leading criminologist. Yes, good point. It could just be a love triangle. A 2-timing Satanist. That'd be a first for me. After washing her bike, Stella went inside and entered the spare bedroom she used as her home office. She'd screwed a large whiteboard to one wall and had already started scrawling up notes, lines of inquiry, potential interviewees, wild ideas, to which she now added in orange dry white marker, jealous lover? Shaking her head, she went to rub it out, then put the cloth back down. Why not? It was an age-old motive for murder. Just ask Othello. The killer clearly had a screw loose when it came to religion, although unlike those nutcases who thought they were doing God's work, this guy had gone below ground for inspiration. She Googled jealous husbands in the Bible. Proverbs 6:34 told her, "For jealousy is a husband's fury, therefore he will not spare in the day of vengeance." On a whim, she tried again, substituting wife for husband. The same verses as before. "How surprising," she said to the empty room. "Not." She checked her watch. Jonna was due round at 7 for dinner. They wouldn't be seeing much of each other until Stella's case was over. 20. Erebro. Jonna drove over with her on Sunday, bringing Stella's suitcase and murder bag. That meant Stella could ride behind on the freshly washed and polished Triumph. Jonna was in her usual not a kilometre over the limit mode, so Stella delighted in zipping past her, then falling back before repeating the whole manoeuvre. On the way, they overtook a stream of bikers on Harley-Davidsons. Some owners of the big American bikes tended to the cliché of the paunchy accountant having a midlife crisis. These looked altogether more authentic, either shaven-headed or sporting long manes of wild hair, much of it greying. Plus, beefy, heavily tattooed arms protruding from cut-off leather jackets and sleeveless denim waistcoats that biker gangs adopted as a uniform. More than one wasn't wearing a helmet. Stella could only imagine Jonna's face inside the Volvo and her burning desire to call it in. Each biker looked sideways at her as she rode past, eyes unreadable behind wraparound shades. A couple nodded appreciatively at the big-engined British motorcycle. Most scowled or gave her a grim-lipped stare she supposed they thought was intimidating. Stella spent the remainder of her weekend trying to make the little 2-room flat in the apartment hotel they'd found for her feel like home. Unsuccessful in the main, but it had a kitchenette, and she'd managed to find time to buy some basic groceries. Her first Monday at work in Erebro passed in a deluge of briefings, team meetups, and reading. Lots of reading. By Tuesday morning, after 5 hours' sleep, she was ready to hit the road and start wearing out a little shoe leather. Tyre rubber, anyway. She arrived at Kumla prison a little before 9 a.m, having agreed with the director that they should meet first to discuss how best to conduct the interview with Ulrich Ulgren. She handed over her service weapon on arrival. The female guard waved her through without passing the metal detector wand over her. "I think we can trust the Queen of Weirdness," she said with a smile, then leaned closer and murmured, "Pity we didn't have you here years ago. Half this lot wouldn't have got as far as they did." In her spacious office, Lena poured them both coffee and offered a packet of ginger thins, which Stella declined. "Ulrich can be very charming when he wants to be," Lena said,
snapping one of the crisp little biscuits in half and releasing the scent of cinnamon and ginger. But, be in no doubt, he was, and in my opinion, and that of our resident psychological team, remains an extremely dangerous man. Stella nodded. Noted. She'd met more than her fair share of such creatures. The glib charm of a daytime TV presenter, behind which lurked monsters ready to rend and tear, manipulate, torture and destroy, all for their own warped sense of pleasure. Have your psych team ever suggested any areas of weakness? Ulrich is very fond of these. Lena pointed to the red biscuit package. Your colleague Sven tried to, well, ingratiate himself by bringing a box. How did that go? Not well. Psychopaths tend to be hyper-aware of the varieties of manipulative behaviour. It's their stock in trade, after all. There was one thing we discussed. He was always rather proud of his status as one of Sweden's very few serial killers to have functioned in a high-profile role within society. Managing Sepulchre. Yes. That's helpful. Maybe I can try to get him angry that someone's stealing his limelight. Lena frowned. But wouldn't a disciple be flattering to a man like Ulrich? Not if I paint him as a successor rather than a disciple. Just be careful, yes? And don't get within his reach. A journalist lost a finger 10 years ago. He bit it. Lena shook her head. Popped the other half of the ginger thin into her mouth. I think the medical term is avulsion. He pulled it off. He is strong for his size. With Lena's warning and her information about Algren, Stella couldn't bring herself to think of him as Ulrich, buzzing around her brain, she followed a custody officer through the main prison and the inner cordon. The corridor leading to the bunker was decorated with a mural that stretched over its entire 30-metre length. Distorted human faces in sad blues and underwater greens seemed to be calling out of the painting to the viewer. Stella found it profoundly unsettling and wondered why the prison authorities had allowed it. Presumably as a harmless way for the inmates to vent emotions that might otherwise be channeled into less acceptable activities. Avulsion. She shuddered. After passing through 10 locked doors and 2 security checkpoints, they arrived at the complex within a prison. The notorious Phoenix wards, overseen by a central guardhouse. Finally, the warder unlocked a door and ushered Stella into a glaring white room, where the brain surgeon was waiting for her. As she neared the plain metal table to which he was shackled, he half rose from his chair. With a pinging series of metallic chinks, his leg restraints and the chain looped around a thick eye bolt in the table stopped him. She came to a stop on the other side of the table. Please don't get up. She drew the basic utility chair out and sat facing one of the most sadistic murderers Sweden, or Stella, had ever seen. Hello, Mr. Algren. My name is Detective Inspector Stella Cole. He pooched out his fleshy lower lip and tugged on it. He had very long, though immaculately manicured fingernails. When he spoke, it was in American-accented English. Mr. Algren, so formal. You must call me Ulrich, and I shall call you Stella. How would that be? You've tired of your nickname, then? His froggy gape widened. The brain surgeon? A cheap trick by the media. And, forgive me, your colleagues in Stockholm Homicide, too. I should have thought, given the end point of my surgery, the entomologist would have been more appropriate. You said you'd talk to me. What about? Isn't it obvious?
The killings in Axburg and Vetlande. You will want my help apprehending this butcher, yes?
Why'd you call him a butcher? Isn't he doing exactly what you were doing back in 2003?
But he isn't, is he? You've seen the difference, haven't you? Why do you think he's made that simple error?
What error? His grin widened. He moistened the lower lip so that it glistened under the harsh light of the neon tubes above their heads.
Come and see me when you spot it. Until then, perhaps you have some questions for me?
How does it feel to be put in the shade by a butcher? The public have short memories and shorter attention spans these days. Yes, the brain surgeon was famous for a while. Wait until the media give this new guy a nickname of his own. Son of Satan's pretty catchy. Who'll remember you then? His nostrils flared, the wings whitening. That was the only sign he let slip that she'd landed a blow. He sighed, shook his head. Stella reminded herself, as if she needed to, that the man facing her was a madman. Evil, yes, just mad too.
What I did not to be remembered. I did it because they needed to be cleansed.
And you figured out cockroaches kill 99% of all known germs. Is that it? Without warning, he lurched across the table. Stella had been expecting the move. She sat calmly as Algren's wrists jerked against the chain. She hoped it hurt. Behind her, the guard shifted his weight. Shoe soles scraping over the disinfectant-smelling linoleum.
Sit back, please, Ulrich,
he said, the tone cautionary, a verbal equivalent of a levelled taser. Algren complied, smiling over Stella's shoulder.
Certainly, Tim. My apologies.
He looked at Stella. His eyes were remarkable. So pale they were almost white, like a husky's. Magnified by the thick lenses of his spectacles, they looked diseased, as though strong sunlight might burn them.
And to you too, Stella. Please, let's continue.
She nodded. She felt calm, not just because Algren was properly restrained, nor that Tim weighed at least 18 stone and carried a long black baton. Her main source of reassurance was the subcompact pistol strapped to her ankle inside the bootcut jeans she'd put on that morning. Strictly against regulations, but still. Who'd go for a chat with a satanic serial killer without some good old-fashioned lead prayer beads? Not hollow point, though. These were 9mm full metal jacket rounds. She'd bought them from a gun shop, and hollow points weren't on sale to the general public in Sweden. If the friendly female guard on the door had found it, Stella had planned to acknowledge her mistake and surrender it. "Do you think it's a copycat?" she asked Algren. "Or have you been grooming someone to act in your stead? You know, a willing little acolyte."
I really don't know what he is, or she. We must be inclusive, mustn't we? This is 2023, after all. But as for acolytes, disciples, all that, I read Stella, you know? Not online. Sadly, Lena feels that privilege is not suitable for one such as I. But I am allowed books and magazines. So I know all about the academic theories surrounding serial murderers. Trite though much of it is. You see, I am the disciple.
"And who is your master?" "Satan."
"Who else? The Prime Minister?"
Stella swallowed. She had her own problems with prime ministers. though not Florence Kintson, Sweden's current PM. Stella's bête noire was Gemma Dowding, the British Prime Minister, the woman behind the conspiracy that had murdered Richard and Lola. Dowding had exiled Stella to Sweden in return for a promise not to hurt her brother and sister-in-law and their 2 teenage daughters.
Are you quite all right, Stella? You look a little pale.
She blinked. Damn! She'd allowed her concentration to wander. Given Algren an advantage, however slight. That was never part of her plan. Never answer the suspect's questions. Counter with a question of your own. She checked her watch. Time to up the stakes. Look, Ulrich, you wanted to see me, yeah? He inclined his head, smiled, believing he had the whip hand. She allowed him to believe it for a few seconds more.
I believe that's what I told young Sven, yes?
Well, I have 2 brutal murders to solve, which for all I know have fuck all to do with you. So far you've just sat there on your bony ass, throwing out I don't knows and coy little puzzles you think I have time to solve. As for the Satan is my master bit, that got old at your trial, so please don't waste your breath giving it to me now. Either you have something I need or you don't. If you do, let's hear it. Otherwise, I'm gone. And welcome to the rest of your 2x3 metre prison-catered, internet-free, stainless steel lavatory, clanking chains when you need to see the prison doctor, miserable, shitty little life. She got up to go, but didn't wait for him to throw her a bone. Instead, she strode straight for the door. Open it, please, Tim. The burly guard moved on quiet feet towards the door. Wait. She turned. Algren had risen to a crouch, as straight as his restraints would permit.
I do want to help you, Stella. Please come back.
She resumed her seat, faced Algren. While she waited for him to speak, she conjured up a memory of her, Richard and Lola on the beach in Cornwall, screeching with startled laughter as a sudden hailstorm blew up out of nowhere, stinging their exposed skin as they rushed for the shelter of their little nylon beach tent, Lola enclosed inside Stella's protective arms.
Why are you smiling?
Algren asked. She refocused. None of your business. What can you tell me? He sighed.
Check the pentagram. It's the wrong way up. If I did have a follower, I would of course have schooled him in my methods.
How do you know about that? He smiled his most unpleasant smile yet, moistened his lower lip again.
I'm like a journalist, Stella. I never reveal my sources.
She resisted the urge to look over her shoulder. Was the big fellow, Tim, a little too cosy with his charge? All that first name business worked on a person. It was hard to avoid the easy familiarity that came with the Swedish custom of addressing everyone from a road sweeper to the king by their given name. One last question for you, Ulrich. Then I have to go. Why? His high, smooth forehead furrowed.
Why?
Yes, why? Why offer to help me? If it's nothing to do with you, then why bother helping the police?
Oh, well, that's easy. If it were just the police, I probably wouldn't have bothered, but you're different, Stella. Special. The Queen of Weirdness. That's what they call you, isn't it? I suppose I just thought that I should reach out, given how alike we are.
Cold insects crawled down her spine from the nape of her neck to her sacrum. Their icy clawed limbs scratched and pricked, and the hairs on the back of her neck and her forearms rose in mute protest. She shook her head. You and I are nothing alike. She got up a second time. This time, there would be no turning back. Outside in the crisp spring air, she inhaled deeply, then had to fight down a sudden urge to laugh, as sudden and unwelcome as an uprush of vomit. 21. Back in the office, Stella called up all the old records on Ulrich Algren's crimes. One by one, she opened the images from the 7 autopsies. Tears pricked at her eyes. Such pretty girls. You could see that, despite the ravages he'd wrought on their bodies, naked under the harsh, unforgiving light of the RMV photographer's flashgun. Blonde hair, peach-soft complexions, slender figures, even a little puppy fat on 2 of them. Trying to ignore the monstrous, gaping stab wounds over their hearts, she zoomed in on the pentagrams. Algren had cut them in with a knife he'd bought in an occult shop in Stockholm. Black wrought iron handle, surmounted with a goat's head pommel, and a long, narrow blade onto which the smith had etched a Latin phrase so it stood out silver against the black steel of the blade. Fac quod vistota lege. It translated as, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." That turned out to be a quote from a 19th century English occultist named Aleister Crowley. Another idiot with delusions of grandeur was her take on him. She frowned. Davy Miller had mentioned Crowley when she'd had coffee with Frankie. His old bandmates in Black Death Rattle were into occultism, Satanism. What had he said about pentagrams? She closed her eyes and called the kitchen to mind. Pictured the central kitchen island against which Davy was leaning. Yes. All that dipshit iconography. She made a note. Black Death Rattle Occult. Sepulchre. Ulrich Algren. New killer. Linked. Back to the pentagrams. Algren had said his non-disciple had got it wrong. She arranged the 7 images along the top half of her screen. The cropped segments resembled a particularly grotesque set of playing cards. Something about them wasn't right. She rolled her eyes. What, apart from the fact they're sliced into human flesh, you mean? No, she murmured. Aren't they upside down? She searched online. Plenty of companies had 5-pointed stars in their logos. Plenty of countries employed them on their flags. And in every single case, from the US to China, the EU to Ghana, every single one had a single point facing upwards and 2 pointing down. Algren had placed his pentagrams upside down, the single point aiming down towards the belly, the 2 aiming up at the throat. He'd said the butcher had got it wrong. Trying to remember what she'd seen over the weekend in the autopsy photos, she opened, cropped and scaled the corresponding images from the 2 latest killings, placing them below the original 7. As she'd thought, this new guy had carved his obscene handiwork the right way up, single point below the notch in the collarbone. Why? He'd got every other detail correct, right down to the single fact they'd always held back from the media, the skull full of insects. That pointed to either a leak or the fact that the new killer was working inside law enforcement. Surely there couldn't be another copper serial. Not so soon after Tilda Enstrom. No, the stats were against it. How did you do it then? She muttered, staring at the gruesome images until they became 7 blurry red stars. She pictured Algren, after having killed a girl, probably swathed in some ridiculous blood-red hooded robe, or else stark bollock naked with a joke shop devil mask over his fat-lipped face. He pulls out the knife, chants some Latin gibberish about the devil, and then bends lower. Makes the first cut. It's upside down because everyday occult symbols are just a bit too ordinary for Algren, who sees himself as reporting directly in to Satan himself. So, he has a brainwave, or what passes for one in that diseased mass of jelly between his ears. He inverts it. New guy knows all about Algren's crimes, but maybe he never saw a photo. Maybe he just knew or heard about the pentagrams. They're upside down, he says to himself. Better do the same. Then why did he not do it? The answer, when it came, was so obvious. "You're joking," she said to the screen. She rotated the image of Yoel Varella's bloody chest through 180 degrees. The tip of his chin was just visible at the bottom of the image, and the pentagram matched the original 7. The killer had been standing at Yoel's head, looking down at him, probably off his face on meth or acid, or just the enormity of his own actions. Blood-rushing adrenaline making him distant from reality, he got to work and forgot which way round he was working. Idiot! But then that went for a lot of murderers. They thought they were so smart, but they did dumb things all the time. Left their fingerprints in their victim's blood, took a shit at the scene of the crime, not realising it contained DNA. Boasted online. Really? Numpties. At this point, Stella wasn't sure what it signified about the killer she was hunting, except that, in all likelihood, he wasn't directly connected to Algren. Then why copy his methods? If he was a genuine serial killer... Wait, Stell, you mean there's some sort of hierarchy? If he was a genuine serial killer, surely he'd have his own twisted psychosexual pathology that would determine his MO. She bit her lip. Once upon a time, there was someone she'd have called to solicit a quick expert opinion. Not anymore. She shoved the thought down. That afternoon, Kirsten called a meeting for the team investigating the murders. Slouching in office chairs, perching on tables around the edge, or, in Kirsten's case, standing at the front before a screen, were 6 detectives, a handful of uniformed officers, the chief CSI and the assistant prosecutor for Erebro County. Steel jugs of coffee occupied the centre of the table. Between them, a transparent plastic tray on which sat half a donut and a flattened croissant. Kirsten looked at Stella and smiled.
As we have a guest, we'll conduct this next meeting in English.
There's really no need, Stella said in Swedish. Please, guests should make the effort to learn their new host's language. I hope my Swedish is okay.
It is excellent,
Kirsten grinned.
Although when you say guests, you sound like an Östermalmer.
Laughter rippled around the classroom-sized space. From Stockholm and posh, one cop said to more appreciative chuckles.
No.
This was Lucy, Sven's assistant.
Stella doesn't drive an Audi or a Tesla. She came on a motorbike.
Really? This was Roger Amundsen, an incomer like Stella, only in his case from across the border in Norway. With his bushy silver beard and heavy build, he resembled the bikers she'd passed on the way over at the weekend.
What do you ride?
Triumph Speed Twin 900. You?
Indian Chief Dark Horse.
From the front, Kirsten cleared her throat.
Perhaps our resident bikers could leave their discussion for after work.
More good-natured laughter. Stella smiled at Roger. He was quite good-looking under all the wild man facial hair. Nice eyes. Sorry, Kirsten, she said. Kirsten smiled briefly.
Now, before we begin, I want to remind everyone that 3 people are dead.
It looks as though Eric Ekblad was murdered because he was in the way, rather than as part of this person's overall plan. But he is still a murder victim, and he still deserves our compassion and diligence. Murmurs of agreement. Kirsten tapped the table lightly. What do we know? Sven, bring us up to speed, please. Sven rose from his chair and rounded the table to stand beside the screen. Chest thrust forward, chin raised, smart jacket and a dress shirt. A man clearly on a mission, and not just to solve homicides. We now know that the two victims were both serving SPA officers. Joel Varela in the drug squad over in Stockholm, Barbara Ekblad, the deputy head of Bergslagen region. He clicked the remote control, and pictures of Joel Varela and Barbara Ekblad, the two victims, appeared on screen. Thankfully from their SPA ID photos and not their corpses. A second click. Indrawn breaths. Stella saw at least one cop wince. She did not. Was that bad? Had she become inured to the darkness at the core of the job? She hoped not. She'd known more than one homicide detective who'd burnt out as their souls fried under the relentless horrors of the job. Sven displayed two crime scene photos side by side. Both murdered in exactly the same way. No ID, phones or wallets. So he's taking his trophies. Now we all know what this particular MO signifies. Anyone? Stella wrinkled her nose. That was a bit obvious. Treating a room full of experienced homicide investigators like a class full of kids. She decided to step in. Save anyone else the trouble of satisfying Sven's little power trip. It's pretty much the same as Ulrich Ulgren's. He nodded. Obviously pleased one of his students had given the correct answer. It's exactly the same as Ulrich Ulgren's, which means we have a classic master-disciple scenario, people. Our killer is going to be younger than Ulgren, let's say by 10 to 20 years, but based on my research into serial murderers, older than 18. Now, Ulgren is 49, so that gives us the following initial profile. Sven turned to the whiteboard and scrawled a few bullet points with a red marker. Stella had to give him full marks for jumping in with both feet. A male, aged 18 to 39. Physically strong, white. So far, so hundreds of thousands of Swedish men, including Sven himself. When he started adding his thoughts about an obsession with devil worship and or black magic, she tuned out. It was going to take more than some amateur profiler with his eye on a promotion to catch this one. Stella was sure of it. Kirsten brought the meeting to a close with a single emphatic instruction. Nobody was to say anything about the two victims' background as cops. Joel's widow, Carol, had asked that they not make it public, and Kirsten had agreed, for now. 22. RMV Forensic Medicine Facility, Linköping. Barbara Ekblad's autopsy took place the following day. The initial stage involved the visual inspection of the body. Stella pointed to the tattoo on the corpse's right shoulder blade. Hunter Killers 03. Looks like he's got his victim profile. From a safe distance, she observed the preliminaries. Clothes removed, bagged and labelled, visual examination completed, swabs and fingernail scrapings taken, antlers, God help us, removed. Then she found out what Henrique had meant when he told her ahead of the autopsy that he'd be better prepared this time. He asked his assistant for a large heavy-duty clear plastic bag. Normally they were used for disposing of biological waste. Today he had a different purpose in mind, and he'd modified the bag earlier that morning. "What is that?" Stella asked, peering at the curious assemblage of plastic and blue rubber gloves. "My own version of an infection control hood," Watch.
With his assistant holding the bag up and manoeuvring the gloves from the inside, Henrique pushed his hands into them so that they were on the inside of the bag. He picked up a pair of pliers and laid them on the table beside the head. Then a T-shaped chisel and rubber mallet. His assistant fitted the bag over the corpse's head and down onto the shoulders. There it was taped with micropore surgical tape. Stella nodded. It made sense. No way Henrique would want his dissection room full of flying and crawling creatures for a second time. Once and he'd be forgiven. Twice and he'd earn himself a nickname as the Bug Man. A Swedish word she must have heard Oscar or Hedda say to Gustav popped into her head. Smokrip. It worked better in English. Creepy crawly. Maybe Bugman and Broadin would stick, though. Same alliteration. She smiled behind her mask. Ready? Henrique said, to the room at large, Stella thought, or maybe to himself, knowing what was to come. The room fell silent. Henrique prized the staples out with the pliers. He swapped the pliers for the other tools. Tap, tap, crack. Henrique drove the T-chisel into the crudely sutured incision around Barbro Ekblad's skull and twisted it. Despite knowing what was to come, Stella couldn't help leaning forwards, craning to get a look at what Ulrich Ulgren's acolyte had done. Hardly able to believe he'd have done it twice. Henrique gripped the skull cap and pulled it away from the rest of the head.
The devil in hell!
Someone exclaimed as the polythene waste bag filled with fluttering motion. Its sides crackled and shivered as the multifarious creatures inside panicked and flew or hurled themselves against its pliable but unyielding sides. Now, please, Anders, Henrique said calmly. Stella looked at him with renewed admiration. The young Turk was truly unbothered by the fact his hands were sharing a very small space with a couple of dozen biting, stinging and nipping critters. Or he had preloaded with an industrial dose of Xanax. Anders, the assistant, approached his boss from the left side and deftly untaped the bag from the body. Taking great care not to let a single bug escape, he slid it free until he could twist and then tape the open end shut. Someone hissed out a held breath. Another swore. A third giggled nervously as they all observed the bag full of creatures that had no business being inside a human body, let alone its decerebrated skull cavity. As she looked at the bag and its jerking, flittering occupants, Stella frowned. How the hell did he get them in there? What do you mean? The prosecutor asked. I can see how he might get the first one in, but every time he wanted to put another one in, wouldn't the first ones just jump out? Henrique nodded. Although we're still waiting for the toxicology results from Joel Varela to come back, I have a theory. I think he knocked him out with chloroform or another incapacitant. I didn't find any puncture marks. Well, apart from the rather large one in his chest. Stella looked at him carefully. His eyes were crinkling at the corners. Was he grinning behind that surgical mask? So he didn't inject him with anything to knock him out? No, but I did find some tiny abrasions around the lips and nostrils. I believe the killer clamped a rag soaked in chloroform over the nose and mouth. You think he could have knocked the bugs out the same way? Probably not individually, but in a killing jar like butterfly collectors use. Wouldn't he have to know the dose? Not to kill them, I mean. Henrique shrugged. He probably used trial and error. This is not a man overly concerned with the sanctity of life, after all. Stella rolled her eyes. Of course. Their serial killer would probably have grown up killing small creatures for fun. The rest of the autopsy confirmed that this was the same MO as Joel Varela's killer had used, and therefore, almost certainly, 99%, Henrique opined, the same killer. Barbara Ekblad had been mutilated with a pentagram. Interestingly, this one was the right way up. 180 degrees to that incised in Yoel Varella's chest. To Stella, it seemed obvious why. The killer had approached his second victim from her waist. He'd stove in her chest with a large-diameter stabbing weapon, penetrating her heart and causing the fatal wound, leading to death by blood loss.
I know we have to wait for a third victim before we officially label him a serial killer, but I'm calling this one now,
Sven said, not bothering to conceal the note of triumph in his voice. I don't disagree, Stella said, aiming for the most diplomatic tone of voice she could muster, but the MO isn't identical. Everyone turned to her.
Meaning?
Sven demanded.
And don't say it's because the pentacle's the wrong way round. No judge is going to bother with a tiny detail like that. He probably just felt like inverting it to confuse us.
Stella shook her head. The others hadn't noticed. Maybe it was because their gaze had been fixed on the other artifacts on the body. The antlers, the scholar smorkrip, skull critters, as she'd heard one of the CSIs mutter to her colleague. The gaping stab wound, the pentagram. But Stella had been methodical, and she'd seen what wasn't present, not just what was. Her fingers, look, they're intact. Yoel's were mangled.
So he got careless, Sven said dismissively. The point is, it's the same guy.
Stella caught Henrique's eye. They hadn't worked together for that many years, but each time she'd felt the relationship strengthen. Both were willing and able to think in unorthodox ways for their chosen professions. A pathologist willing to speculate beyond the narrow scientific realm his job demanded. A homicide detective able to think her way inside the mind of a killer. She hoped he'd pick up her reluctance to get into it with her new colleague in front of so many witnesses. Because although she was convinced she was right, she didn't want to show off her experience and risk alienating him. Henrique returned her stare and nodded minutely.
Let's maybe save the theorizing until after I've conducted the autopsy, he said.
Stella was only too happy to comply. Sven shot her a look that was very easy to interpret.
Remember who's the lead investigator on this case, and who now outranks you.
At Erebro Cop Shop, Sven found her in the kitchen.
Look, about the autopsy,
he began, spooning ground coffee into a jug. I'm sorry I was out of line.
Well, yes, you were. We all know about your reputation, Stella. Jesus, sometimes it seems like you only have to turn on the TV and there you are outside SPA headquarters with a mic shoved under your nose. But we do know how to investigate murders out here in the sticks, you know.
So that was how he wanted to play it. He didn't even have the grace to accept her apology. Fair enough. Time to set out her ground rules too. I think the broken fingers matter. And, for the record, serial killers never get careless.
Bundy did, Nilsson did, the Wests did, even Will Anderson did in the end. Otherwise, how did you catch him?
Stella bit back a sharp retort. What I was going to say was that they never get careless when it comes to their MO, their signature, the trophies they take, the way they display the bodies. Each detail matters to them. It means something. So if he broke Yoel Varella's fingers, it meant something to him. Probably something to do with his psychosexual drives. So my question is, why didn't he break Barbara's? Sven cupped his chin and nodded. It wasn't a rhetorical question, Sven. Why didn't he break her fingers? Sven huffed out a breath, threw his arms out to the side.
Oh, how should I know? I'm not a shrink, am I?
His eyes brightened.
Speaking of which, we should get a profiler in.
Stella shook her head. Let me save you the trouble. And Kirsten the money she almost certainly doesn't have after the latest rounds of government cuts. Your profiler will be a criminology or psychology academic with 0 field experience. They'll demand all the files, all the witness statements, all the crime scene photos and autopsy records. And here's what they'll say. The killer is a white male, aged between 18 and 49. From the brutal nature of the killings, he will be of lower than average intelligence and working, if at all, in a manual occupation. The satanic symbol indicates a fascination with the occult. The killer is almost certainly a loner, with access to somewhere secluded to perform his ante-mortem mutilations. Maybe he has a workshop, a basement, or a farm, or a unit on an industrial estate, or even a lockup. He may work in an environment where access to bugs is possible, such as a zoo, pet shop, or even in pest control. See what I mean? Sven was scowling, but she could see the light of understanding dawning in his eyes anyway. You're saying they'll give us a mixture of statements of the obvious, sweeping generalizations, and enough wiggle room that when we catch the killer they can say, "See, I told you so." She nodded. Exactly. You've already narrowed the likely age down, and we can tell a lot about his preoccupations from the way he left the bodies. So, how do you propose we go about catching him? The same way we catch any murderer. We look for forensic evidence he left at the scenes, security video from around the locations where he left the bodies, ANPR from nearby national or county roads, because he must have transported the bodies to the deposition sites in a van of some kind. But mostly by finding out the significance of the hunter-killer's tattoos worn by both victims. He nodded. She saw she'd got through to him. Maybe she could forge a decent partnership with him after all. They needed to, before anyone else got killed. Sven was hot for it to be officially declared multiple linked homicides. He thought it would make his career. Stella would do anything to prevent that coming true. 23. Charlottenburg, Western Sweden. Fredrika Rudbeck hadn't expected much from her first book. Her husband, a lecturer in Swedish literature at Gothenburg University, had been the one to suggest she write a novel based on her time in the SPA. She'd laughed and batted Rolf's suggestion away, but it had taken hold, catching in her mind like a burr snagging on her favourite corduroy trousers on a walk in the forest bordering their property. With the team's capture of Ulrich Ahlgren still fresh in everyone's minds, especially the officers who'd cornered him at the remote farmhouse, poor Nick, she found her story straight away. Initially writing it late at night, then early mornings too, then in literally every spare moment, Fredrika had completed the first draft of Fronet Morektsina, From a Dark Mind, in 6 months. She'd submitted it to a few agents, not expecting anything bar rejection letters. 2 had immediately expressed an interest, and 1 had clinched the deal by bringing her an informal offer for a 500,000 kroner advance from Sweden's largest publisher of crime novels. She'd earned out her advance in 6 weeks. The book went into a second printing a month after that, and her editor had begged her to write a second book. That had been 10 years ago. She'd quit her job with the SPA, and now occupied her time writing and walking her 2 elderly English setters, Rebus and Bosch. Fredrika and Rolf liked to maintain their privacy, so she turned down most invitations to speak at conferences or give interviews, much to her publisher's chagrin. But the latest blogger had been so persistent, he'd eventually worn her down and she'd agreed to chat to him. He was one of those obsessive fans who seemed to know more about her career, both before and since quitting the police, than she did. But he'd been charming both in his emails and on the phone. The doorbell rang. She checked her watch. 10 to 11. He was early, but not embarrassingly so. She smiled to herself. It was of a piece with this almost puppyish eagerness to learn about your process, as he put it in his final call. Really, what he expected to learn, she had no idea. Any process she might have had was as much a mystery to her as it was to him. She just sat at her desk, inhaled deeply, and began. Characters appeared before her, and she merely wrote down what they did and said. Rolf shouted from downstairs, "I'll get it! Must be your superfan!" Smiling, Frederica pushed her chair back from her desk, rolled her head on her neck, wincing as her neck vertebrae crackled like bubble wrap, and got to her feet. She was at the top of the stairs when Rolf's voice, raised both in pitch and volume, made her stop. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Wait! No!" The blast was enormously loud in their wood-panelled hallway. Her first horrified thought was that Rolf had shot the blogger with his hunting rifle. Something heavy, a man's body, her inner voice screamed, hit the polished floorboards with a clump.
Rolf?
She shouted, taking the stairs 2 at a time.
What the hell did you do? It's just...
Her heel slipped off the 3rd-to-last step, and she landed painfully on her coccyx on the next one down. It meant she caught her first sight of her husband's corpse from a seated position. The top of his head was missing, and blood and brain tissue had been sprayed onto the walls and ceiling. Her mouth worked, but no scream emerged, just a gasp of rapidly expelled air. Her cop brain, dormant for so long, kicked back into life and supplied the right word. The shooter stepped over the threshold, sawn-off shotgun held casually over one shoulder, kicked the front door closed with a booted heel, moved towards Frederica, grinning. "I am a massive fan, it's true, but not of you, of my master, Ulrich Algren." The dogs pattered in from the kitchen, low growls rumbling from back in their throats. But the shooter just knelt down and extended a hand, knuckles uppermost. "Hey, guys, you're too smart to get in the middle of this." He pointed at the body. "Get lost, yes." After sniffing his hand, their growls subsided, replaced by thready whines. Frederica felt the last vestiges of hope leave her, like the tide going out. As if directed by the same remote control, Rebus and Bosch turned as one dog and slunk back into the kitchen. She was hyperventilating, and she knew that if she didn't move fast, her life was over just as surely as Rolf's. Sparks flew around in her vision, obscuring the shooter's features. Casually, as if putting down a briefcase, he placed the gun on the narrow console table where Frederica and Rolf left the post and their keys. She pushed herself up on her elbows, but then a rag appeared from somewhere and was clamped over her mouth and nose. "No!" she gasped out, trying to wriggle her head free. Then she took a breath. Had to, or else pass out from suffocation. And everything became swimmy. Nauseous, she struggled for breath, but that only made things worse. As her brain filled with a lemony, waxy, oily stink, she gazed imploringly into those ice-blue eyes. "Please," she whimpered. "Don't." Blackness. The local police in Charlottenburg were called to the Rodbecks' house by a concerned neighbour who'd reported hearing gunfire. "It was a shotgun," he'd confidently asserted. "Being a hunter myself, I recognised the sound quite clearly." The front door had been left open, so it was police assistant Yannick Anderson, a rookie fresh out of police college, who found Rolf Rodbeck's body lying in a lake of blood, half his head splattered up the off-white walls. Yannick staggered back outside and threw up in a flower bed before yelling for his colleague. She was older by 10 years and far more experienced. She glanced inside, then radioed for detectives and crime scene investigators. "Come on, Yannick," she said, not unkindly but with steel in her voice. "We'll check around the back. We need to find Frederica." All the local cops knew Frederica, or Fred, as she insisted they call her. They were proud that one of their own had parlayed her experience into a job as a best-selling novelist, and would often invite her into the station for fika when things were quiet. So Yannick accompanied Police Inspector Annefrid Jonsson as, gun drawn, she crept around the side of the house, keeping tight against its Fallon-red clapboarded walls. No way was she going to present the killer with another cop target. She mentally ticked herself off. Who was to say Frederica was a target at all? Maybe Rolf had been the gunman's chosen victim all along. Or was it just a robbery gone wrong? She was getting ahead of herself. Stilling her racing thoughts with a deep breath, she rounded the corner of the house and emerged into the spacious backyard with its red-painted Japanese bridge over an ornamental stream. Shit, and send the devil back to hell. "What is it?" Yannick asked from 6 feet behind her. "Well, it's not a robbery, botched or otherwise," Annefrid said, scratching her nose, which had started itching furiously. "Cover me." Annefrid left Yannick in the lee of the house, his service pistol drawn and aimed into the woods at the bottom of the garden. She advanced across the grass to the graceful red-leaved acer that stood in its own circle of bark chippings in the centre of the garden. Her own pistol she kept raised, pointed skyward just a little out from her right cheek, head flicking left and right, ready to level her cig should she catch even the suspicion of movement. She reached the tree. Bound to it by blue polypropylene rope, head dropped to her chest, arms extended along a bundle of bamboo canes lashed together with green garden twine, was Frederica Rudbeck. Antlers had been duct-taped to her head, and her shirt had been slashed open, revealing a crudely cut pentagram in the space between her breasts. Lower still, on the right side, a bloody rent in the pale blue cotton, the fabric beneath it soaked to deep scarlet. Heart thumping against her ribs, Annefrid crouched in front of the body. She knew this was a homicide, the latest in a series that had started over in Örebro County. But a small sliver of hope remained. "Fred," she said. Then again, louder, "Fred!" She straightened and pushed a finger into the soft place between the angle of Fred's jaw. Closed her eyes. Searched desperately for a pulse, but Fred's heart had stopped beating some time ago. She knew it. "It is safe." She jerked upright. Yannick, she'd forgotten about him. "Yes, come over." He trotted over the grass and came to a standstill beside her. She holstered her pistol and gestured for him to do the same. "Jesus, it's only my second week," he said, peering at Fred's mutilated body. "You're going to throw up again? Because if you are, do it far away from here, or the CSIs will go crazy." He shook his head. "I'm fine. Sorry about before. It's just, I've never actually seen a dead body before." Annie smiled at him grimly. "Let's hope you don't see another one for a while, hey? These two should keep you going for at least a year." 24. Örebro. The call had come in 90 minutes earlier. The local cops over in Charlottenburg had requested assistance. A homicide, they said. Same MO as the two in Örebro County, they said. Totally out of our fucking depth, they hadn't said. Not out loud at any rate. But the meaning was, according to Sven, clear as crystal. Lucy, his usual assistant, was out of the office, so as he replaced his black desk phone in its cradle, he turned to Stella.
Fancy a trip to the borderlands? Our boy's just officially become a serial killer.
Shit. Where?
Charlottenburg. About a 3-hour drive. We can do it in less with the lights on. Bring a warm coat. They're having some unseasonably cold weather.
Sven had the keys to a metallic burgundy Volvo.
Fastest in the pool,
he grinned as he swung himself behind the steering wheel. Tyres screeching on the smooth surface of the underground car park, he spun the wheel this way and that before exiting the ramp, Blues and Twos signalling to other traffic they'd better damn well get out of his way. Stella caught a rainbow shimmer against the black tarmac. A truck must have spilled some diesel on the road. As a biker, she'd got used to looking out for the telltale slicks. Fail, and you'd learn the hard way that diesel and bike tyres didn't mix. She'd learnt the hard way as a 20-something novice biker in London when her newly acquired Kawasaki had slid from under her and dumped her on her bottom in the middle of Piccadilly Circus. Sven was too intent on demonstrating his stunt driving skills to notice. He hit the slick at 30 kph. Not fast enough to cause problems if he'd been driving in a straight line, but as he powered into the turn that would take them out to the E18 and onto Charlottenburg, he was too busy applying opposite lock to bring the Volvo's shimmying back end into line.
Christ!
He yelled as the car hit the patch of recently spilled truck fuel and executed a full 360. Horns blared from all around them. Stella heard the crunch of metal and glass. Mercifully, it wasn't theirs. She swung round in her seat to see a cute little pea-green hatchback, French kissing a black estate. Sven spun the wheel back the other way, and the car lurched as all 4 wheels found traction. He floored the accelerator, leaving the scene with the alacrity of a getaway driver.
What the fuck, Sven? You could have got us killed, or somebody else. It's carnage back there.
His face was pale, but his lips were drawn back, and after a second, Stella realised he was grinning fiercer than ever.
This is a homicide investigation, Inspector Cole. They can get in line to complain about the police like everybody else.
Siren whooping, Sven ran 9 red lights before he reached the E18. Thankfully causing no further collisions, though Stella reckoned at least a couple of commuters would be hitting the bars earlier than usual today. They drove in silence for another 30 minutes. Finally, Sven cracked. He emitted a sigh.
Maybe I got a little overexcited back there. But think about it, Stella. We're on the trail of a serial killer.
He spun his left hand in the air between them.
Okay, in your case, another serial killer. This kind of case can make careers.
She turned her head. Was this arrogant young cop for real? People were being sadistically mutilated and killed, and all he saw was a step on the promotion ladder. What, and you never did? A sardonic inner voice piped up. She pursed her lips. That was a fair point. But even so, she felt she needed to say something that would get Sven to see the full horror of what was going on around them. Look, Sven, you're right. Catching a serial killer, it does make you into the golden boy.
Or girl,
he interrupted, glancing across at her and grinning. Or girl. But I've also seen cops driven to the point of obsession, sometimes beyond, by cases that never broke. Let's just focus on solving these murders and maybe try to remember that 3 people have been killed. People with families, friends, colleagues. We don't want to go marching into their lives like we see their loss as some career development challenge. This is real. Sven's lips tightened. I know that. I'm not completely new to police work, Stella.
Anyway, it's not as if I'm the one with a cool nickname, is it? Queen of Weirdness. How does having a personal brand fit in with all your talk of compassion for victims?
Stella felt her cheeks heating up. Her pulse was thudding in her throat. No way did she want to fall out with Sven. But neither was she going to let him accuse her of being a glory hunter. Right. For a start, I didn't ask for that stupid name. I got stuck with it. Although I do kind of like it, but I'm not going to tell you that. Second, it's not a personal brand. If anything, I'm known for kicking against the pricks. And lastly, she said, counting off the final point on her finger, I don't talk of compassion for victims of crime. I actually do feel it. She sucked in a shuddering breath. Given that my husband and baby daughter were murdered. Tears were running down her cheeks. She hadn't meant to tell Sven about Richard and Lola. Hadn't known it was going to happen. It just had. She sat back in the padded seat, head turned away so she could stare out of the window at the countryside flashing past. Fields as far as the eye could see. Distant tractors like shiny green and red beetles labouring among the crops. Seagulls flocking behind them, diving for whatever creatures the tractors had disturbed. Jesus. I'm sorry, Stella, Sven said after a minute of silence. I had no idea. What happened? Hit and run, she said. The guilty were punished, but I learnt what it felt like to be the one left behind that day. So, let's be professional, okay? Let's be respectful, and most of all, let's catch this twisted fucker before he kills anybody else. Sven nodded. Absolutely. 10 minutes later, Stella's phone rang. Jamie? What the hell? This was something she could do without. She answered nonetheless. She could let it go to voicemail, but he'd keep trying until he got through. Jamie was persistent. At one time, she'd admired it in him. Hi, Jamie. Hi, Stella. How are you? On my way to a crime scene, actually. She could hear the shortness in her tone, regretted it, but couldn't find a way to soften it. After the bruising way they'd parted, she'd realised they really didn't have a future together. He was too needy, for one thing, and he knew too much about her, and, of course, there was the whole arresting him as a suspect in multiple homicides thing. It took more resolve and love to get past something like that than Stella had to offer. Is it another satanic murder? Inwardly, she cursed the internet. Jamie had followed her last case online. He'd admitted to stalking her via the web before rocking up unexpectedly on her doorstep outside her apartment building on Murraybergsgaten. But there was no point denying it, especially not to Jamie. Forensic psychiatrist or not, he could easily read any Swedish newspaper's website and discover what she'd been doing. Looks that way. Three's the charm, he said with a smile evident in his voice. I know, and there's nothing charming about it, believe me, she added, irritated that here was another man who seemed to find ritualistic slaughter funny. Of course not, but this makes it a serial killer. Stella frowned. Did he think she didn't know? Was there anything in particular? Only we're almost there. She caught Sven's puzzled glance. They were still an hour away from Charlottenburg. She shook her head at him. I wasn't calling to offer my help, if that's what you're thinking. I think, after the way our last bit of international cooperation panned out, that would probably not be wise. Indeed, but anyway, Stella, that's not the reason. I was thinking, well, hoping, really, now that some time has elapsed, maybe we could try again. She frowned. What was he on about? She just said trying again would be a bad idea, and now he was... Oh, Christ! He meant try the relationship again. Look, Jamie, I know I disappeared in a huff last time, and I don't mind admitting I was furious with you. Well, not just you, your colleagues, Marlin, the SPA in general, actually. I mean, I volunteered to help, worked pro bono, and all I got in return was a pair of steel bracelets and Sweden's shittiest Airbnb. Stella's heart rate sped up faster than Sven's screeching exit from the Örebro cop shop car park. What the hell? Jamie was playing the victim card. She didn't want to have a full-blown row here, not in a speeding car with Sven at the wheel. Thought she could steer the conversation onto neutral ground. So, what are you doing at the moment? Have you got a new job? No, I'm considering my options. My publisher is very pleased with my book. They want me to write another. But please don't try to distract me, Stella. Mind games are rather my area of expertise. So, what do you think? Think? Hello? Yes, think? About you and me? I thought you could take some leave. I know you're always working. I bet you've racked up lots of holiday entitlements since moving to Sweden. You could just grab a flight. No need to book accommodation. You could stay with me. What the hell? This was going from bad to worse. No way could she afford to take time off now, and even if she could, flying back to England to stay with Jamie? Why? If anything, she'd go on a long talked-off skiing trip with Jonna up north. She sighed. When Jonna got her new job/promotion, would they still have time to spend together? Jamie interrupted her thoughts. I'm waiting. He drew out the final syllable into a sing-song cadence that sounded like an impatient teacher. Jamie, it's impossible. I'm right in the middle of a murder investigation. Well, 3. I know, darling. I meant after that, obviously. She had to force her jaw to unclench. Had Jamie always interrupted her this much? She didn't think so. But now, everything he said made her feel like swearing down the line at him. Look, Jamie, I don't think that's a good idea. She glanced guiltily to her left. Sven was doing a marvellous job of acting like the world's most focused driver. Eyes locked straight ahead, serious expression, hands at 10 to 2 on the wheel. No point in lowering her voice. Short of stuffing wax plugs into Sven's ears, he was going to hear it all anyway. Am I permitted to ask why not? Something in Jamie's tone had the fine hairs on the back of her neck prickling. Am I permitted? God, he sounded so cold. It's not, she sipped in a quick breath. I just don't feel... Oh, spit it out for fuck's sake, Stell. You sound like a nun trying to give a sex ed talk to a bunch of horny adolescents. That did it. Any lingering anxiety about hurting Jamie's feelings evaporated. Anger flashed through her as the words tumbled out. Spit it out? Okay, I don't love you anymore, Jamie. I don't want to give it another try. I don't want to see if we can make it work. I don't want to just grab a flight. And I especially don't want to stay with you. How's that? She took the phone from her ear and stabbed the red icon. Breathing heavily, she thrust it into a pocket, then folded her arms across her chest. Sven spoke into the silence, which had thickened in the car like cooling molasses. So I'm guessing I don't need to buy a new suit for the wedding, then? The remark was so outrageous that Stella burst out laughing. Sven's dead-straight face set her off again into wilder peals. Sorry about that, she said, once the paroxysm had passed. I guess that would feature under oversharing, no? Sven shrugged eloquently. It's not like my own love life is anything to write home about. My last girlfriend dumped me over my hours. Said she saw the postman more than she saw me. Last I heard, she was with a personal trainer. A female personal trainer. Well, If we're going to be partners, I guess sharing a little bit of personal stuff isn't the end of the world. Sven nodded at an upcoming road sign.
15 kilometers to go. Look, I know I've been acting like a bit of a dick, but I really do want to bring this guy to justice, Stella. And I know you've caught plenty of murderers.
She looked over at him. He was blushing.
What I'm trying to say is, if you've got any tips or, insights, I'd be really grateful if you'd share them.
It was a big admission from the ambitious young man sitting behind the wheel, and he did sound genuine. Fair enough. The thing that's bothering me, and maybe when we get to the crime scene my intuition will be confirmed or disproved, is that there's something not right about the MO.
You mean the little variations?
Yeah. And the thing is, to us, they're little variations, but to a genuine psychopathic serial killer, I mean, one who derives a perverse sexual thrill from his kills, those variations are huge. I mean, it just doesn't happen. She huffed out a breath in frustration with the way her own logic seemed to support two contradictory hypotheses at the same time. Do I think it's one killer? Yes. Is he following a classic serial killer's trajectory? To a degree, although we've not seen any escalation.
Sorry? Escalation?
Ramping up one or more aspects of the violence. Either adding in sexual assaults or more torture or multiple fatal blows, or the way the corpses are displayed.
But he's only done 3 so far. Maybe it's too early for that.
Maybe. And like I said, we need to see victim number 3 first. But it's as if someone was trying to kill like a serial killer without actually being one, if that makes any sense. Sven frowned.
Kind of. But if someone kills 3 people the same way, what's the difference between acting like a serial killer and just, being one?
That, my friend, is the 64,000 kroner question. And right now, I don't have an answer. 20 minutes later, Sven swung the Volvo off the highway, followed a country road, Vargaten, for half a kilometre, and then parked a few metres back from a marked police car. A white forensics van sat beneath a pine tree, its rear doors open, revealing racks of specialist equipment. Blue and white crime scene tape entirely cordoned off the house at the end of the cul-de-sac. Stella climbed out, easing the muscles in her back. The Volvo's seats were well padded, but the tension on the drive over, heightened by the break-up by phone with Jamie, had put a kink into her spine. She knuckled the knotty muscles as she and Sven walked over to the uniformed cop guarding the property. 25. Charlottenburg. Stella and Sven introduced themselves, and she added their names and badge numbers to her log.
She's round the back. CSIs are still here, and the pathologist is there too.
Stella and Sven donned booties and overalls before ducking under the tape and making their way to the rear of the house. Other white-suited figures, hooded and gloved, were busy all over the garden, crouching or kneeling, taking samples, photographing the scene, and making trips inside the house from time to time. Stella spotted Henrik Brodin over in a corner, deep in conversation with a detective in a brown suit. He looked up and smiled, raised a hand in greeting. The detective followed his gaze, and when he saw who had come to visit his crime scene, said something to Henrik, and then strode across the lawn to join them. He held out his hand. "Inspector Lars Enquist, thanks for coming."
"I'm Inspector Sven Peterson, and this is—"
"Stella Cole," Lars said with a smile, shaking her hand warmly. "It's an honour, I would say a pleasure, but—" He jerked his chin in the direction of the corpse tied to the tree, not 10 metres away. "It doesn't quite seem appropriate." Stella caught the twist to Sven's lips, as if he'd bitten down on a lemon wedge. No matter how loudly she protested about not having a personal brand, it was clear she did possess, even if she didn't enjoy it, a certain reputation in Swedish law enforcement circles. She smiled back at Lars. Sven's the lead investigator. He caught the first murder in Axberg and the one in Vetlanda. She turned to him. Maybe you should fill Lars in. I'll go and say hello to Henrique. Leaving the two men to exchange ideas and get each other up to speed, Stella walked over to where Henrique was writing notes on a tablet with a sleek grey stylus. "New kit?" she asked as she arrived beside him. He smiled. "Hey, Stella. Got it yesterday, actually. It's brilliant. Like writing on paper, only it's digital." She pulled out her own notebook. "I'm still at the actual paper stage, I'm afraid." "Whatever works for you. You want to see the body? I can talk you through what I found, if you like." He led her to the corpse and asked the CSI taking photos to give them some space for a couple of minutes. She performed a slow circuit of the tree, burdened with its grotesque fruit, squatted to look up into the dead woman's face. In death, like every corpse Stella had ever seen, she looked peaceful. Staring eyes and twisted mouths were strictly for horror films. All skeletal muscles went slack on death, eyelids closed, therefore, lips and jaw soft. "Do we have an ID? I'm assuming since she was murdered at home." Henrique nodded. "Fredrika Rudbeck. Her husband was murdered too. Rolf was shot in the head in the hallway. A sawn-off shotgun would be my guess, though the ballistics experts will be able to tell you for sure." She nodded thoughtfully, picturing the sequence of events. Killer rings the doorbell, husband answers, killer shoots him dead, maybe waits for wife to arrive, then chloroforms her, kills and mutilates her, crucifies her on the tree and makes his getaway. It would do for now, though questions were multiplying in her mind like the flies currently swarming around the body. "Same MO?" she asked. Henrique pointed at the pentagram incised into Fredrika Rudbeck's skin. Rivulets of dark, dried blood descended to her waist. "He did it while she was vertical. Presumably tied to the tree. The track in the chest wound descends at an angle of about 30 degrees. So he stabbed her while she was tied to the tree as well. That's what it looks like. The wounds in the other two victims were more or less vertical." Henrique mimed stabbing straight downwards. "He had them laid out in front of him, supine, and killed them where they lay before mounting them on the trees." "Chloroform?" "We'll need a toxicological report to be certain, but I sniffed the area around her nose and mouth, and yes, I did detect the characteristic odor." Stella gestured at the antlers crudely duct-taped to the dead woman's head. "Think he did his trick with the bugs on her too? That would have been hard to manage with her vertical, I'd have thought." Henrique narrowed his eyes behind his tortoiseshell spectacles, tilted his head on one side. "I don't know. I guess you'll find out at the autopsy." "You'll be there?" "Try and keep me away." Sven joined them, pausing on his way to examine from a respectful distance the corpse.
"She's an ex-cop,"
he said.
"So I hear," Stella replied. "Quite a famous one, actually. Fredrika was a member of the Stockholm homicide team that caught Ulrich Ahlgren."
Stella's eyes widened as she digested the shocking news. The story behind the killings came into sharp focus. And the others? Were they on the team too?
"I called Lucy, asked her to check our first two victims," Sven said. "Joel and Barbara were also members of the squad. It's what the tattoo means. Hunter Killers 03 is the name they gave themselves. They all got it done in celebration of putting Ahlgren behind bars."
Was it just those three? No, of course not. It couldn't have been.
And they were part of the core team. There were 5 of them in total.
Do we have names for the other 2? He nodded.
The 4th member is a guy called Cern Roos. He's retired now. But you're never gonna believe who was number 5.
Just tell me, Sven, please. It's not a bloody pub quiz. A sly smile crept across Sven's face as he identified the 5th member of the hunter-killers. Stella blinked as she mentally translated the Swedish nickname, Kung Rata. King Rat? Who the hell's that? Sven looked at her as if she was stupid.
The head of the rat squad, of course. It's only Nicodemus bloody Olsen, isn't it? The poor guy must be shitting his pants.
For many years after that precise moment, Stella would wonder at her immediate and thankfully unvoiced reaction. Would it be so bad if Nick became the final victim? She immediately banished the thought as both unworthy and unhelpful. What mattered was that there was a serving officer and one apparently retired and living way up north who were both in extreme danger of being murdered. She excused herself and marched off to a quiet part of the garden. She called SPA headquarters on Kungsholmsgatan and asked to be put through to Nick Olsen. He picked up on the first ring. First half a ring, actually.
Stella, I assume you're calling about the latest murder?
You've heard, then? She asked unnecessarily.
We all set up alerts with all our names. Ever since we arrested Algren. Any one of us died, the other 4 would get to hear about it immediately.
So you knew about Joel Varela and Barbro Ekblad?
I did.
And you didn't think to contact the investigation in Örebro?
And say what?
That you believed someone was after the members of your team, the cops who put Algren in Kumla bunker?
I checked in and satisfied myself that the lead investigator, what's his name, Peterson, that he'd already made the link to Algren.
You're in danger, Nick. So is the other member of your team from back then, Cern Roos. We need to get you both into protective custody.
No, not going to happen. It would be prohibitively expensive, given the latest budget cuts, and there's no guarantee it would work either. This guy's cunning. Sly.
You can't be serious. This is bigger than bloody budgets, Nick.
Come and see me and I'll explain. Maybe even give you some leads you haven't found yet.
Can't you tell me over the phone? It's a 5-hour round trip to Stockholm and time's tight. You know what murder investigations are like.
Come and see me, Stella, he repeated. Tomorrow.
The line went dead. 26. Stockholm. Arriving at SPA headquarters at 9 a.m, Stella went to find Nick. He was not in his office. The Spartan cube was devoid of ornament apart from a family photo on his desk, itself so clean it might have been delivered by IKEA that morning.
He's gone out for a cigarette.
Stella turned. A young female officer was smiling at her from a desk just across the clear strip of carpet from Nick's office door. I didn't know Nick smoked. The young woman nodded.
He just started. Or maybe restarted. I don't know. I only joined 2 weeks ago.
Any idea where he went?
The roof is popular.
She frowned and bit her lip.
I only heard a couple of people talking. I don't smoke myself.
Stella smiled. It's fine. I don't think even Sweden would dare to ban it completely. Thanks. I'm Stella.
Una.
That's a lovely name.
Thank you. My mum named me after Charlie Chaplin's granddaughter. She and Dad are like these massive fans. It's a bit odd, don't you think?
Not really. I'm named for a British actress myself. I think my dad had a crush on her. Una grinned.
Parents.
After thanking Una, Stella made her way to the roof. She saw Nick immediately, standing by a brick hutch that presumably led to some of the building's utilities. He was leaning on a rail, a cigarette between his lips, smoke drifting away from him, out towards the waterfront. In other circumstances, Stella might have paused to admire the view. The pastel-coloured apartment buildings lining Pilgatten, pistachio peach and baby blue. The trees and mini pagodas of Normalstrand's playground, and the sparkling waters of Riddarfjorden, alive at this time of day with pleasure crafts of all shapes and sizes, from little sailing dinghies to glass-sided tourist boats crammed with trippers in rainbow-coloured wind cheaters. "Nick," she said as she approached, not wanting to startle him. "Good morning," he said without turning. His gaunt cheeks hollowed as he sucked more smoke into his lungs. "Those things will kill you, you know," she said, joining him at the rail. She rested her forearms on the metal, still cold from winter, despite the spring sunshine irradiating the roof and raising the smell of warm bitumen from its gritty surface. "I see you've absorbed our government's well-meaning but tedious line on nicotine." She frowned. Nick the cynic? This was a new facet of his persona. "Nick, listen. I know there's been bad blood between us, but I really think you should listen to me and get some protection sorted out. I can't believe budget will be a problem given the unusual circumstances." Now, finally, Nick did turn his head to look at her. His eyes were red-rimmed, and he hadn't shaved that morning. Dark circles shadowed his eyes. Another drag on the cigarette, then he flicked the butt out into the air and watched it spiral down to the road. He fished out a crumpled pack of Camels from his jacket pocket and lit a new one. Pulled a lungful of smoke down so hard the tip glowed scarlet even in the bright sunshine. He exhaled with a sound like the groan of a dying man. "You remember early on in our relationship, I showed you a scar on my chest?" Stella flashed on the memory. Nick, shirt unbuttoned to the waist, a long pink scar carving diagonally from his left shoulder across his heart and towards his belly. "I do. We were comparing war wounds." "And do you remember I said it was a serial killer who was torturing and killing farmers?" "I remember." "Only half of the story was true. We were hunting a serial killer, but the victims weren't farmers. They were young girls." Nick pinched his lips around the cigarette and drew in more smoke. "We did corner him on a farm, and he did attack me. I just couldn't bring myself ever to mention him because people always want to know all the horrific details. I tell people about the farmers because it helps me cope." "I know that the team members were Joel, Barbro, Frederica, you and Cern Roos. It looks like someone's avenging him by killing the detectives who put him in Kumla." "A reasonable hypothesis." "The tattoo. Hunter Killers 03. Did you all get them done?" It was a mark of Nick's palpable fear that he didn't even question how she knew about the ink on all 3 corpses. "It was a bonding thing. You could call it a celebration, if you like, but we all carried a grain of fear in our souls. We just felt he wouldn't give up just because he was behind bars." He sucked on the cigarette like it was delivering oxygen, not tobacco smoke. "He is a truly evil man, Stella. I mean that. And no amount of good old Swedish social democratic liberal compassion for criminals is going to change that. We all agreed we'd keep an eye on each other, wherever we moved on to. If anyone should die in suspicious circumstances, we'd know, and we'd do something about it." "Do you have Cern's address?" "He retired 2 years ago. He lives up in Norrbotten County, Luleå. I'll send you his address." "Thanks, Nick." So, about protective custody? He snorted.
You think that would do any good? Yoel was an experienced cop. Okay, so he was in the drug squad, not homicide, but he could handle himself. Never went anywhere without his pistol. Bob was the same, and she was a karate black belt. She competed for Sweden in the bloody Olympics, for fuck's sake.
It wouldn't hurt, Nick. He reached under his jacket and pulled out his own service weapon.
Algren nearly killed me before. If he tries a second time, even through an accomplice, I'll be ready. And there'll be no arrests this time.
He was rattled, badly. The most morally uncompromising man in the SPA had just admitted to her that he would shoot to kill rather than follow procedure if he was contacted by the serial murderer hunting down his master's captors. I still think we should arrange protection.
Fine,
he barked, startling her, and a couple of pigeons who'd waddled foolishly close in search of scraps. They flapped airborne, wings clapping out half-hearted applause.
Do what you like, I don't care. Just catch this bastard, Stella, because I'm not going to lose another friend to Algren. This has to stop.
You know I'll do my best, Nick. You know that. Is there anything else you can tell me about Algren or his crimes?
Everything's in the files. His MO, his psychiatric evaluation, all the witnesses, the members of his band, everything.
What band?
As you'll discover when you start work, Algren managed a rock band in the late 90s and early noughties, right up to the moment we caught the bastard. They were called Sepulco. They were into really dark stuff. They call it extreme death metal, Satanism, torture, autopsies.
Nick screwed up his features as if he'd bitten down on the sourest of all pickled herrings.
My God, the lyrics were abhorrent, and they were hardly any better. The lead singer used to goad the crowds at their concerts to chant satanic curses. He was arrested several times for incitement to violence and causing public disorder.
Were any of them ever suspected of involvement in Algren's crimes?
We looked hard at the singer. He called himself Norn, but his real name was Björn Lingstad. He seemed to find the whole thing funny, maybe even titillating. I mean, his manager was slicing up young girls, and he just sat in the interview and smirked like it was a big joke.
But there was no hard evidence.
A lot of circumstantial stuff, but in the end, the prosecutor felt we should focus entirely on Algren. There was a risk the whole case could get muddied if they tried to build a case against Lingstad.
Stella made another note. She had her first person of interest. Before she left Nick to his third cigarette, which he'd just lit, there was the delicate matter of his complaint against her and the deal he struck with Maslen. Listen, about my suspension. I understand Maslen has temporarily reinstated you so you can pursue this maniac. Obviously, given I'm in his sights, I'm fine with that. Nick smiled grimly. An undertaker telling himself an unfunny joke about death to lighten his own spirits. He leaned closer, even though, bar the pigeons, they were alone on the roof, and dropped his voice to a murmur, forcing her to lean in if she wanted to hear his words.
I'm guessing if you catch him, that'll be the end of your stewardship of the drugs outreach program. But listen to me carefully, Inspector Cole. There's something about you that I don't like.
He pushed his face into hers and sniffed like a dog.
I can smell it on you. Maybe I did provoke you at the party, but I saw the look in your eye when you pointed your service weapon at me. I've seen that look before. I saw it in Alruk Algren's eyes that day he cut me. There's a darkness in your soul, and at some point you let it rule you. I think Roisin Griffin knew it, and although I'll never be able to prove it,
I think that's why she died. Stella pulled away. She swallowed. Because Nick was right. In every single point of his diagnosis. He was looking into her eyes, but it felt like he was looking directly into her heart, or even her soul, where he claimed rightly a darkness resided. His bloodless lips stretched into a corpse smile. I see I'm right. No, you're wrong. He shrugged.
Catch this killer, Stella. Put that darkness to good use.
Her way out took her through major crimes. Jonna was at her desk, repeatedly stabbing a pencil through the messy bun she'd gathered her hair into at the back of her head. Stella waved from across the room. Jonna's face lit up, and a grin split her face. She hurried over and hugged Stella, giving a kiss on each cheek.
Hey! I thought you were over in Örebro.
I mean. I had to come back to see Nick Olsen.
Really?
Jonna's forehead creased as she drew her eyebrows together.
He's not making more trouble for you, is he?
Just the opposite, actually. Got time for a coffee? Jonna smiled.
Sure. My paperwork can wait.
Can't it always? Laughing, they left the office, heading for a little coffee stand in the small park opposite the building's front entrance. 27. Stella and Jonna took their coffees and flaky cinnamon pastries to a nearby bench in the centre of a group of young pear trees, their slender branches fluffy with delicate white blossom. A faint sweetish smell drifted down to their table on the breeze.
It's good to see you,
Jonna said with a smile before sipping her coffee. Sunlight slanted across her face, catching the amber flecks in her blue irises. You too. I miss you and Oscar over there in Örebro. How's Mickey settling in? Jonna rolled her eyes.
Oh, God, Stell, he's like this sort of super excitable puppy. Don't get me wrong, he's very good at what he does, which is mostly internet research, but I wish he'd calm down a bit.
Stella nodded, thinking about how the new boy had been dancing with Jonna at the party that had led to her suspension. Is he still making a play for you, or have you put him out of his misery yet? She asked with a grin.
I told him I was gay. You should have seen his face. Poor guy. I thought he was going to burst into tears.
She blushed.
I mean, not because I'm such a great catch or anything. I just think he was embarrassed.
Don't sell yourself short. You're a great catch. Jonna sighed out a breath.
Oh, it's a pity the ones I like don't seem to think so.
It's either that or the ones we don't like don't seem to get the message. Jonna looked worried.
You don't mean that time when I came on to you on the case in Söderbacher?
Stella laughed. Oh, don't be silly. That was fine. No, I'm talking about my ex.
Jamie.
For a forensic psychiatrist, he's being incredibly obtuse and rude, actually. I can't believe he's the same guy I fell for back in England.
He's been in contact.
Stella put her cup down on the table. The memory of Jamie's tone when they'd argued on the phone produced a surge of anger that washed through her. He called me, yes, and honestly, Jonna, it was like he'd had some sort of total personality transplant. He was really patronising, mansplaining my own job to me. Aggressive too. He actually said, and I can't believe I've committed all this to memory, but I was trying to let him down gently. He said, "Oh, spit it out, for fuck's sake, Stell. You sound like a nun trying to give a sex ed talk to a bunch of horny adolescents." She was shaking, and the caffeine wasn't helping. Tears overran her eyelids and rolled down her cheeks before she scrubbed them away with the back of her hand. Jonna's mouth had dropped open, and now she hurried round the bench to sit beside Stella, putting a protective arm around her shoulders.
Bastard!
I know. I think being arrested did something to him. He's so used to being the expert, always in control. I don't care, Jonna snapped. Sorry, but he doesn't get to have excuses made for him. You had no choice after Tilda planted his DNA on the body. And anyway, that remark shows so much hostility. Stella sniffed away more tears and smiled. Jonna let her arm drop, but Stella took her hand. Thanks, mate. I guess it upset me more than I thought it had. I really thought Jamie was special. But turns out he was another dick. Jonna smiled. Talking of dicks, why did you have to come back to speak to Nick? Is he dropping his charges against you? Not exactly. It's the case. Have you been following it? Jonna looked down. Her cheeks flushed again.
I've been a bit busy on my own cases, sorry. I know how much it means to you to be back on a homicide investigation.
It's fine, really. Stella explained about the connection between the 3 victims and Nick Olson. During the telling, Jonna's eyes saucered, and she was shaking her head like a metronome.
My God, that's unbelievable. So Ulrich Algren has some kind of, superfan serial killer hunting down the hunter killers?
That's what it looks like. Nick gave me a good lead, though. The lead singer in the band Algren was managing back when he was killing. A guy called Bjorn Lingstad. I also need to go up north to see Søren Roos. Nick's been in touch, but I want to talk to him face to face. See if he can think of any other names apart from Lingstad. Jonna checked her watch. Her face fell.
I have a meeting in 5.
Stella got to her feet. Is it with Maslen by any chance? I need to see her while I'm here.
Jan Harkin. He wants to discuss charges in a case we closed last month.
They walked back together, taking the lift up to homicide. As the doors opened, Stella remembered about Jonna's interview for the role at Financial Crime. How's your job application going? I forgot to ask back there. Jonna smiled.
I had a first interview and it went super well. Basically, they told me the job's mine if I want it. They just need to follow HR protocols so all the boxes are ticked.
That's brilliant. Although I'll probably have to salute next time I see you. You'll be so many ranks above me. Jonna laughed.
Yeah, I'll make you bring me tea in.
She flushed scarlet.
I mean, to my office. Okay, look, I have to go. Call me.
And she was gone, practically running down the corridor to the conference room. Shaking her head, Stella made her way to Marlin's office. Tea in... what? Bed? Her stomach fluttered. Marlin was at her desk, head cradled in her hands as she stared at a pile of reports in front of her. Feeling the big boss's pain, what cop enjoyed paperwork, Stella knocked softly, went in, and closed the door behind her. Hey, Stella, how is the investigation going? So, no small talk then, just straight down to business. Maybe Marlin was feeling the heat from the higher-ups. Big boss or no, she had her own superiors. And the more removed you got from the front line, the less you cared about things like fruitless searches and impossible-to-track-down witnesses. Everything became a number on a page, a metric, to use Stella's least favourite word in the cop lexicon. We've got a couple of leads, but it's early days. My working hypothesis is that Ulrich Algren has a disciple who's after the cops who put him in Kumla back in '03. Any suspects? I just went to see Nick. He pointed me to the lead singer in the band Algren managed, one Bjorn Lingstad. I asked Nick about protection for him and Søren Roos. Søren Roos? He and Nick are the only surviving members of the team. Nick seems, Stella shrugged, fatalistic about it. Said he's got his service weapon, and that's what he's putting his faith in. I don't know about Søren. I'm going to see him next. Marlin raised an eyebrow. Ironic that you should be concerned to see Nick Olson getting protection from a serial killer. Wow, that was dark. Even from Marlin. She must really be under the cosh. He's a cop, Marlin. In fact, scratch that. He's a human being. Whatever bad feeling there is between me and him, I still don't want to have to watch his post-mortem. Marlin ran a hand over her forehead. Sorry, Stella, that was in poor taste. And I didn't mean to suggest that you'd enjoy seeing him dead. I'm just... A huge sigh escaped her lips. Under pressure from the brass? Marlin smiled weakly. The brass I could cope with. No, the Minister for Justice is making all kinds of noises about the SPA having lost its focus. She says, and I quote, "The SPA is paying too much attention to diversity and inclusion and protecting the rights of illegal immigrants, and not enough to putting criminals behind bars." That's bullshit. Is this about that protest last month in Gothenburg? Marlin rolled her eyes. You mean when a bunch of far-right thugs threw Molotov cocktails at an asylum seekers hostel? Yeah, that one. Stella nodded. Even though Jenny Freivalds was dead, her party, Reborn Sweden, had gained strength from her murder and a couple of ministers in the new coalition government. Some were still peddling the false narrative that her killer was an immigrant and not a native-born Swede. "But you're getting back up from the 5th floor, aren't you?" Stella asked, referring to the suite of offices where the National Police Chief and his deputies and assistants worked. Up to a point. But when the minister shouts, they jump, and when their highly polished shoes hit the carpet again, they come down here and make me clear the bar too. They take the landing pad away as well. It was an unusually vivid image for Marlin, who in Stella's experience tended to speak in plain, unadorned language. And by landing pad, they mean... I mean, there have been veiled threats about a wholesale shake-up of the SPA. Current units disbanded. Command structures reviewed, which, she sighed again, is SPA code for shifting experienced officers like me over into administrative roles and putting younger, more ambitious officers in place instead. Shit. And also they can turn around to the minister and say, "Yes, ma'am, we're on the case." Another shrug. Well, it's a little more nuanced than that, but basically, yes, that. So a result in Örebro would be a help. Marlin smiled tiredly. Typical British understatement. I think we can safely assume that, yes. And in case you're wondering, I spoke to Nick about you. Once news of Joel Varella's murder broke, he knows as well as I do that we have to secure some big wins in homicide and major crimes. His job is as much under review as mine. Stella nodded. Now she understood why Nick hadn't raised any objections about her being reinstated, on whatever basis. Yes, he was scared of the Devil of Axburg, but in typical Nick fashion, it was the threat to his role as the Kung Rata that bothered him more, and a service pistol would be no match for the 5th floor. Stella bit her lip. She wanted to thank Marlin for standing aside so Nick's man could have a clear path to the big job they both wanted. But, in light of what she'd just been told, was that even relevant anymore? It didn't matter. What counted was that Marlin had made the offer. She inhaled quickly, started speaking before she changed her mind, believing it was the right thing to do. "Marlin, there's something I wanted to say to you. About when I was suspended. Well, transferred, anyway." She swallowed, her mouth suddenly dry. "I know about the deal you struck with Nick. I want to say that I am just so incredibly grateful, and I feel so bad that you had to do that for me. I won't let you down again. Not over this case. Not ever again." Marlin pursed her lips. "I'm guessing it was Jonna who told you?" "Don't worry, I won't hold it against her. I know you two are close, and thank you. If I'm honest, it was always a 50-50 decision on whether I would have applied. It would have been a significant promotion, but it would have been the end of my involvement with frontline policing." She ran a hand through her hair, and then smoothed the ruffled layers out again. "Even now, with my nice office and my PA, I can just get involved in the day-to-day running of cases if I want to. But on the 5th floor? No, I'd be another senior manager. I'd spend all my time in meetings, writing reports and answering emails from the Justice Ministry. Stella tried to imagine a working day where the closest she came to real crime was entering numbers onto a spreadsheet. Or, more likely, trying to justify numbers in a report based on some crime analyst's spreadsheet. She could see why Marlin had felt conflicted. So you're saying my pulling a gun on Nick gave you an escape route? Marlin's eyes flashbulbed and her mouth dropped open. She laughed loudly. My God, you've got a nerve. Well, I would hardly put it like that, but who knows? Maybe I will come to see that little episode in your career as the one that actually saved mine. No, if you'll forgive me, sadly, I really do have a meeting with a bunch of MOJ officials. Stella got to her feet. Thanks again, Marlin. I'll keep you posted. In the ground floor reception area, Stella called Sven to tell him she was on her way up north to see Cern Roos. After that, she checked in with the man himself. He knew all about the murders and, in none too cryptic language, let Stella know he had taken measures to protect himself. As she mounted the Triumph and headed for Arlanda Airport, she hoped they'd be enough. 28. Luleå, Norrbotten County, northern Sweden. Stella climbed into the back of the silver Toyota Prius, waiting at the front of the taxi rank at Kallax Airport. "Where to, please, Mrs.?" the driver asked. He was a recent arrival from the Middle East, to judge from his appearance and heavily accented Swedish. Stella glanced at the ID card taped to the back of his seat. Akram Husseini. She gave him Cern's address. He nodded, put the car into drive and pulled away. Immediately he began speaking. "You are Swedish, Mrs.?" "English. You?" He switched to English, which he spoke fluently. "I am a proud Afghan. I was an interpreter for the Swedish Army, the NATO Resolute Support Mission. Did you know Sweden had troops in ISAF?" "I did not," she said with a smile, amused at his friendly but direct line of questioning. He'd make a good interviewer, she thought. "Not the fiercest, but loyal to their staff. My captain helped me and my family get exit papers." "I'm happy for you, Akram. Sweden must be quite a change from Afghanistan, though." He signalled right out of the airport and shrugged at the same time. "It was not safe there anymore for us, and I love Sweden. You work hard, you get on. There is democracy, law and order, safety." She wondered if news of the Gothenburg protests had reached Luleå. She decided to match his candid approach and asked him straight out. "Do you get much racial violence up here? There were protests down in Gothenburg." He caught her eye in the rearview mirror. He was smiling. "Those Southerners. Up here we are a bit more laid back. I get the odd idiot in my taxi, but when I say I was with the Swedish Army, they are usually more interested in whether I killed any Taliban than my skin color or religion. So, what brings you all the way from Stockholm to Luleå? Are you with the SPA?" That took her by surprise. She leaned forwards. "How on earth did you guess that?" "I can tell you're not military. But there's something about cops and soldiers that sets them apart. Plus, I know Cern." "You do?" "He always asks for me if he needs a taxi. Is he in some sort of trouble?" "What, like being on some satanic nutjob's kill list, you mean?" "No, nothing like that. I just need to ask his opinion on a couple of things." "Like the Devil of Axburg, for example?" Akram asked slyly. "You've heard about that, then?" "It is hard not to. TV, social media, he's everywhere, isn't he? You'd think Cern may be a target?" "I can't comment on an open case, I'm afraid." "Of course." He flicked on the signal to change lanes. "Cern does." "Think he's a target?"
Last time he called me, it was to go into town to buy a new rifle. He said, if that bastard comes for me, he's going to get more than he bargained for. End quote.
Have you seen any strangers in Luleo over the last few weeks? Maybe picked someone up from the airport?
Aha! You think maybe the devil is already here, casing the joint. I pick up so many people it is hard to say for sure.
He scratched his beard, producing a raspy sound in the near-silent cabin.
But yes, there was this one guy, maybe early 40s, said he wanted me to drop him off at the Facebook data center. But honestly, he did not look like an IT guy to me. More of a rocker, you know? Long hair, tattoos, lots of silver chains and stuff.
Stella's pulse quickened. Was she really going to get a description of the Devil of Axburg from her cab driver? What's this data centre?
We're going to go straight past it. The access road, anyway. I'll tell you when we're there. But it's a big server farm, where they process all those images and people's posts about their kids' cello recitals.
Stella had precisely 0 experience of the IT industry. The nearest she'd ever got was a suspect in a murder investigation who'd been stalking his victims online. As such, she had no idea what was standard dress code for Facebook employees. Was rocker gear too out there? Didn't they all lounge about on multicoloured beanbags and get around the office on electric scooters? Or was that advertising agencies? Akram struck her as a man with more than the usual level of skill in observation and character assessment, probably vital for someone perceived by many of his former countrymen as a traitor. But her thoughts were leading in another direction. Because Ulrich Algren had managed a rock band, hadn't he? Literally while committing his heinous crimes. And Nick Olsen had pointed a nicotine-stained finger straight at its lead singer. Had Bjorn Lingstad flown up to Luleå to research his next victim? She Googled him and selected the Images tab. Here was Lingstad, gurning at the camera, long tongue curling from his mouth and coated in what presumably the viewer was supposed to believe was blood. Heavy white makeup with smudgy coal-rimmed eyes, so that it was impossible to discern his true appearance. But he did have several heavy silver chains around his neck and long jet-black hair. She selected another picture, minus the blood. All the photos showed Lingstad in full performance makeup, though. She stretched her arm between the front seats and held the phone up. "Your passenger? Could it have been this man, do you think?" Akram glanced quickly at the phone, then back at the road ahead. He shrugged.
Maybe. Same physical type, but behind all the makeup, who knows? Yes? No?
He pointed ahead and to the left. They'd entered a forest thickly planted with rows of Scots pine and Norway spruce. A dirt track curved away from the main road. No signpost, no tarmac. Nothing to indicate that somewhere down that uninviting lane lay an outpost of one of the world's most valuable social media companies.
The data center is down there. Not that you'd know it.
Why don't they signpost it?
Maybe they don't want to advertise their presence to eco-terrorists. Plenty of people here were against the idea.
Why? Doesn't it create jobs? Akram shook his head.
Not many. Most of the professional staff come from elsewhere. Stockholm, Malmö, or overseas. Facebook rotates people in and out. There are a few jobs for locals, but they are all low-level, menial. Cleaners, catering, drivers, that sort of thing, yes?
Has there ever been any trouble?
Not really. Maybe I was being a little overdramatic talking about terrorists. I think really it is just that the only people who go there know exactly where it is. It is why I was suspicious about the man who hired me. Facebook people usually just ask to be taken to the farm. That's a local nickname for it. This guy gave the full title, you know? The Facebook Data Center. Like it was on a big signboard outside the main gate.
It did sound suspicious, but there was always the chance the visitor would have an entirely innocent reason for being there, and maybe he just didn't know the nickname. Did you see him again?
No, it does not mean anything. There are plenty of other taxis in Luleo.
5 minutes later, Akram took a left off a country road and bumbled the Prius down a rutted and stony lane barely wide enough for the not overly large hybrid. He drew up in the front yard of a pretty wooden house, for once painted in a colour scheme other than the white plus Fallon look that Swedes seemed to have collectively fallen in love with. A soft sage green for the wooden walls and the roof, contrasting chestnut brown eaves, window frames and railings around the veranda. Stella paid Akram and took a card from him, promising to call him when she was ready to go back to the airport. She slammed the door behind her and strode across the soft, pine, needle-strewn ground to the steps leading up to the front door. Akram executed a neat circular three-point turn and waved as the Prius hummed away from the house, leaving Stella alone. She turned a full circle, taking in the towering fir trees and, in a gap where two rows intersected, the sparkling waters of a nearby lake. Cern was clearly a man who enjoyed solitude. A loud crack off to her left startled her. She chided herself. Don't be a city slicker, Stell. It's just a deadfall or some woodland animal out for its morning constitutional. She stared hard in the approximate direction the sound had come from. Was that a movement? A flash of brown amongst the green? It was impossible to tell. Could have been a deer, or, this far north, even a wolf. Shaking her head and repeating the mantra every city dweller had drummed into them by country folk, they're more scared of you than you are of them, she mounted the steps to the veranda and approached the front door. Her index finger was stretched out in front of her, almost touching the bell push, when a deep-throated growling had her whirling round, hand instinctively going for the gun on her right hip. The dog wasn't huge, no towering mastiff or Great Dane. A medium-sized German shepherd, its shaggy coat the shade of blackish grey, favoured by the Met's dog handlers. Not those whose animals were used for crowd control, the less well-known teams whose dogs were trained for a single job, attacking dangerous suspects and disabling them. It was stalking towards her on stiff legs, jaw hanging open a little, revealing long yellow teeth. The saw-edged sound it was producing way back in its throat had the hairs on the back of her neck standing as stiffly erect as the bristles on a yard brush. The reaction was so primal, she could no more have controlled it than she could have stopped the sense of fear threatening to overwhelm her. She took her hand off the butt of her pistol. "Hi, I'm Stella, and I just shot your dog," was hardly the sort of introduction likely to get him on side with her investigation. Instead, she stood perfectly still, struggling to keep her breathing regular. Something one of her former colleagues in the dog unit had told her came to mind. "Don't look him in the eye, D.I. Cole. He'll take it as a threat. Makes him jumpy." By jumpy, she'd taken him to mean more likely to rip your face off and take it somewhere quiet to enjoy. Stella looked at the ground at a spot about halfway between her and the advancing canine. If it came to it, she'd defend herself, but not with her cig. The dog stopped 5 feet in front of her. The growling hadn't ceased, but it hadn't increased in volume either. Stella took that to be a good sign.
Christ, where was Cern? He ought to be out here by now. Having heard his personal bodyguard spring into action, calming the dog with a kind word and a scratch behind its tufty black ear, and sending it inside and its bed by the kitchen stove. She hadn't seen a car. Was he out? Oh, great. This was going from bad to worse. Was she going to be standing here all day like a character in a Stephen King novel? She didn't have the time nor the inclination to find out. So painfully slowly, she descended the steps, placing both feet on each narrow wooden tread before taking the next one. She dropped her hips to minimize her height and was relieved to see that the dog was making no attempt to come any closer. Reaching the pine needle-strewn ground, she squatted, trying to ignore the clanging alarm bells vibrating in every nerve fibre in her body.
Hello,
she said softly, startled at how pathetic her voice sounded. Quavering, insubstantial, thready, like someone had their hands around her neck. She cleared her throat and tried again.
Hi, boy. Are you a boy? You could be a girl, I suppose. I'm Stella.
She extended a quivering hand, knuckles uppermost. That was what you were supposed to do, wasn't it? The dog barked once, loud enough to set Stella's ears ringing. Shit, the devil. She'd made a wrong call. Visions of spurting finger stumps crowded her mind, making thought impossible. The dog barked again and advanced a half step. Straighten and run? No, not a chance it would work. She readied herself to grapple with the dog when it leapt. She'd tackle it in mid-air. It was a quadruped designed for land travel. Airborne, it would be helpless. All she had to do was avoid the front end. A third bark. She bunched her muscles, preparing to rear up and meet it halfway. 29. The dog advanced on Stella, head lowered, a soft whine issuing from its throat, and sniffed her hand. Oh, God, she'd nearly wet herself in fear. She clenched the muscles of her pelvic floor as the dog, close enough to touch now, proceeded to lick the back of her hand. Fucking hell, she crooned to the now docile dog, behind whose left ear she was mechanically scratching, much to its obvious delight, to judge from the soft grunts it was making. I thought you were sizing me up for your next meal, but you're just a big softy, aren't you? In answer, the dog pushed the side of its head against Stella's scratching hand, turning it sideways to give her better access to the ear. She laughed, out of sheer relief, and scrunched a handful of fur at the scruff of its neck with her other hand.
I see you've met Astrid.
The voice was high-pitched, wheezy. She pictured a skinny, pale asthmatic clutching an inhaler, his illness having robbed him of his vitality. She risked turning her head to be greeted by the sight of a very fat, ruddy-faced man with a bushy red beard and twinkling blue eyes the colour of old china. Cern Roos? He placed a chubby hand on the front of his voluminous red and black plaid hunting shirt.
In the flesh. Rather too much of it, according to my doctors. But what the fuck do they know? And you would be Stella.
Am I okay to stand, do you think? Astrid and I didn't exactly hit it off when we met.
Oh, she's fine. You found her weakness. The only risk now is she might not let you leave.
He was smiling, but the image of a king-esque canine monster keeping her captive in a remote woodland cabin
still seemed like a very real possibility. She forced out a laugh. She patted her pistol. I could always fight my way out. The man frowned. The dog growled. Stella raised her hands. Oops, sorry. Bad joke. She bent at the knee and resumed scratching Astrid behind her ear again. Calm ensued once more.
Come on, Cern said. Let's go inside. I've got coffee brewing. I put it on before I went to feed the livestock.
What animals do you keep? Stella asked, as she followed Cern down the pine-panelled hallway.
Gotland sheep. Imported them to the mainland myself. I made cheese from the milk.
He cleared his throat loudly, which produced a wheezing fit. He grabbed an inhaler from the breast pocket of his shirt and took several greedy pulls from its narrow blue mouth. Stella pointed at the inhaler. Asthma? He shook his shaggy head, reminding her once again of Astrid.
COPD. Turns out, smoking 20 a day for 30-odd years isn't good for you.
He hoisted his shoulders and grinned.
Who knew?
You seem pretty happy for a man with an incurable disease.
I like you. Brave from what I hear, and plain-spoken. I'm not bothered too much, to be honest.
He patted his corpulent belly.
I think the Type 2 will carry me off first.
He brought 2 mugs of steaming coffee to the table, returning a moment later with a blue and white enamel plate loaded with cookies.
Coconut and white chocolate. Baked them myself.
She took one out of genuine hunger. She'd missed breakfast, and the no-frills airline which ran flights between Arlanda and Kallax hadn't bothered with refreshments on the 1:20 flight.
It's delicious, she mumbled.
Cern nodded his thanks.
My wife's recipe.
Stella looked around the kitchen. There were a few decorative elements that could fall under the heading, a woman's touch. Some yellow and blue bunting tacked to the front of a pine dresser. A watercolour painting of some woodland flowers. But something about Cern himself and his body language suggested he lived here alone. Is she out today? I didn't see a car. Cern wouldn't meet her inquiring gaze. Looked out of the window instead.
Leonora died last year. Breast cancer. I took it hard, raised my drinking and my stupidity to new levels. I got banned from driving in January, so I sold the car. Akram's pretty much my personal chauffeur.
I'm sorry. Cern said nothing, nodded, scratched his beard again.
Life's a bitch,
he pronounced finally. Cern, what do you think about the Devil of Axburg? You know it looks very likely that you and Nick are on his kill list. Cern took a mouthful of coffee, swallowed noisily, finished his cookie in one enormous bite and selected another. If he was scared, he was doing a brilliant job of hiding it, although she wondered whether the drinking and overeating was some sort of death wish after his wife had died. Maybe that's why he wasn't bothered about a serial killer coming after him.
I saw the news when Joel bought it. Called Nick, asked him what he thought. He said to sit tight. Might be something, might be nothing. Then Barb and Fred. Well, okay, so it's some nutcase with a hard-on for Algren, trying to balance the scales, or whatever the fuck justification he's cooked up for himself.
Any idea who? Cern shrugged, bit his second cookie in half and washed it down with a mouthful of coffee.
At the time, we wondered about the lead singer. Did Nick tell you that?
Stella nodded.
Okay, but there were all kinds of weirdos hanging around the band back then. Groupies, dealers, hangers-on generally. And then there were these weird superfans, the Acolytes. They had a club with its own merchandise, everything. They followed the band all over Sweden. Saw them hundreds of times. Christ knows where they got the money. Anyway, the fan club, because that's all it was, despite their pretentious crap about being slaves of Satan or whatever the fuck they believed. He shook his head. Sorry, rambling here. The fan club was run by this woman, called herself Lilith. She was lost in it, you know? Had herself scarified. I had to look the word up first time I heard it. Anyway, it means ritually cut. Sudden interest flared in Stella's breast. A pentagram? Yep, right between her The visible portions of his cheeks reddened. Sorry, been living on my own too long. Stella grinned. It's okay. So she had the pentagram right between her tits, like where the devil is cutting his victims. Cern smiled back, and the blush receded. Exactly. Does she have a second name? Cern shrugged. I'm not even sure Lilith is her real first name. You could check if the fan club's still going. Or maybe there's a Facebook group. That's what all the bands have these days, isn't it? Anyone else strike you at the time as maybe being a little too interested in what Algren got up to? Cern shook his head. Believe me, I've been racking my brains since the news about Yoel came out. This is still a great lead, Cern. Thank you. Look, about protection. I could... He held up a hand. Forget it. Astrid's a better bet than some goon from the tactical support squad, who, by the way, I really don't want to share living space with. Plus, I'm not exactly unprepared. There's a sporting goods shop in town that does very nicely out of me. I can't persuade you, can I? Stella asked, smiling. He's in a three-way race with the COPD and the diabetes to finish me off, and I'm not sure he's fast enough to win. Let's just leave it at that. Keep a gun on you at all times then, yeah? Cern lifted the hem of his shirt to reveal the butt of a pistol. He smiled. If a skinny little fuck like Akram can deal with 3 AK-toting Talibans, I think I should be okay facing off against a lone nutjob armed with a carving knife. While she waited for her flight back to Arlander, Stella's phone buzzed with a message from the head CSI on the investigation. DNA results in, from fragments left in wound to Yoel Varella's chest. Murder weapon is horn of Gotland sheep, probably sharpened. Stella glanced over her shoulder, suddenly possessed by an irrational fear that the devil of Axberg would be right behind her. But there was nobody racing towards her with a chloroform-soaked rag and a ridged and twisted stabbing weapon. Just a couple of young girls, who might have been students, chatting to each other while scrolling on their phones. She was on edge suddenly, because from never having heard of that particular sheep species in her life before, she'd now heard it twice in an hour. 30. Erebro. Sven strutted to the front of the conference room at the following morning's briefing. So, what have we got? He nodded to his assistant. Lucy? Lucy nodded back, cleared her throat.
I've been reviewing all the security video I could find from the latest crime scene. One of the Redbeck's neighbors has a doorbell cam, and they picked up this individual at 8:45 a.m., walking down the center of the street.
She clicked a button on the remote she was holding, and a grainy video still appeared on the back wall of the room.
According to our anthropometry expert at the university, he or she is about 1.5 to 1.7 meters tall, weight between 65 and 80 kilos.
One of the male detectives rose from his chair and walked up to the screen, peering at the image. Pretty crappy doorbell cam. Can't be one of the new models. It's so pixelated you can barely make out any details. I need my glasses. Looks like a guy, though. He pointed at a hand. And he's white.
Or he's wearing a glove, another male cop argued. You said yourself it's pixelated.
The amount you drank last night is you who was fucking pixelated, Jonas.
A third cop chimed in to a few low-pitched chuckles.
People, come on, really? We've got 3 dead ex-cops on our hands, so I'm not seeing any reason for laughter, Sven said. And there are 2 more members of the hunter-killers who are currently, he laid extra emphasis on that word, alive. But he's not going to stop unless, and until, we catch him.
Yeah, okay, Sven, the first cop said as he retook his seat. We know the details, but we have no decent leads, do we? I know this guy's a nutjob, but he's one of the smart ones, isn't he? He turned to Stella. You've caught enough of them, Stella. I'm right, aren't I? They come in 2 flavors. The smart ones who have it all planned out, and the crazies who just run amok until they get caught chowing down on a human leg or whatever. Thanks for that charming image, Dan, she said, before turning to take in the rest of the room. She couldn't fail to notice Sven's expression. Annoyance that he'd effectively been upstaged by the new girl, and curiosity at what she might say. Maybe she could salve his wounded pride and provide a little serial killer 101 education at the same time. Sven's right. He's clearly targeting members of the hunter-killers. Now, maybe, in his own twisted psychology, he needs to kill all 5 to complete what he sees as his mission. But there's also a chance, a very real chance, that having got a taste for killing, he won't stop at those 5. He'll extend his own remit, come up with some plausible, to him, reason why he needs to carry on killing. Maybe he imagines there are other people who deserve, air quotes, retribution. Prosecutors, CSIs, pathologists, even judges. So, yeah, I agree with Sven. Time is of the essence. But there are a few things that are troubling me, and something Ulrich Algren told me at Kumla Bunker confirmed my misgivings.
What's he like?
Lucy asked.
None of us has ever seen him, except in pictures. And you've talked to him.
I saw him, Sven said in a hurt tone of voice.
Yeah, and a fat lot of good that did us, the short-sighted male cop named Eric said. From what I hear, he sent you out of there with your tail between your legs. Once more, Stella waded in, attempting to quell the sniping that could easily poison a working team when results were thin on the ground. Ulrich Algren looks human on the outside, and I'm sure we could round up plenty of highly qualified academic criminologists who'd be all too ready to talk about his early life trauma and chaotic home life as a child. But you know what I saw?